Today, I bring you one of my personal favourite tales. A story I first heard many years ago when I was a young lad, probably too young to hear this tale, and it may be for that very reason I developed a kind of morbid love and fascination for it. So without further ado, I present you a sinister Scottish tale, to be told by firelight on dark, dark nights. The Murder Hole. Some 500 years ago, in the southwest of Scotland, on a stretch of road that leads from Ayrshire to Galloway, there was said to exist a near endless moor. As far as the eye could see was boundless desolation, broken only by a scattering of bent and tortured trees. At the beginning of the road or path there stood an old stone cross, bearing the marks of its age, and announcing to travellers that the moor had begun. Beyond the cross lay a ruin of a churchyard, abandoned and empty. It was said by many that no flowers would ever bloom in the churchyard, as it hung under the dark oppression of that evil land. Even during midday, the moor was dangerous and deceptive. The trail was covered in marshes and bogs, cleverly disguised as solid walking ground, patiently waiting to pull travellers and merchants to a claustrophobic end. Locals told that the safest time to attempt the harrowing journey was sunrise or sunset, as the rays of light would reflect from the hidden surfaces along the path and guide you more safely to the town on the far side of the moor. The road was not easy going, yet it was by far the better choice than dragging yourself through the stinking bogs and marshland, sinking over knee-high with each trudging step. At the midpoint of the road there stood a small village of wooden huts, which at one point in history were bustling with humanity. People would dig and sell the great peat stores in the bogs, and generally lived quite well. But as the peat became further afield, and the harsh winters battered the land, many of the inhabitants left the village, and the cottages and huts fell to ruin. It became a forgotten, near forsaken place. In the surrounding area there were whispers and tales of some strange evil on the moor, and in time even the locals would become wary of the road, and would warn travellers never to leave the path if they attempted the journey. It was around this time that people began to go missing while travelling on the road. Every so often a local or traveller would head out that way, and would not arrive on the other side. Those in the area would send search parties into the moor and to the mostly ruined village, but none of the remaining residents had any knowledge of the missing people, and no bodies were ever found. Local men hunted for caves or other hideaways, believing bandits might hide in the inhospitable land, but it was of no use. They found nothing. As the years went by, the frequency of these odd disappearances would only increase, forcing many of the fearful locals to leave the area. People told tales of blood-curdling screams emanating from the moor on dark nights. Others heard cries of help and anguish piercing the air before receding into the cold silence once more. A shepherd from the area, who had been out near the moor, returned home one evening with a terrifying account of how he had lost his way hunting for a wayward ewe. He found himself in an empty, featureless place, and in the distance he beheld 3 ghostly figures, obscured by the fog and darkness. It appeared to him that the figures were fighting or grappling with one another, and the struggle continued for some time with no obvious victor, until suddenly one of the shapes disappeared from sight with a hideous scream. It would seem that the shepherd's tale travelled quickly. Having heard the last of the evils on the haunted moor, the few remaining families from the destitute village fearfully packed their belongings and fled from the surrounding horror. Only one family remained in the village, an old woman and her two sons. They lived in an old run-down miner's cottage. They would not leave the moor, and told any who would listen that they were tied to the village due to poverty. Yet many of the locals suspected that this was only a ploy to farm donations from the more wealthy and kind-hearted villagers before the woman and her sons would eventually leave. But that was not to be. In fact, the old woman and her sons had found another way to supplement their income. They were now the only homely house in the moor, and any traveller or merchant wishing to pass that way would be forced aboard with them, since most had heard the evil tales of the moor and cared not to travel during the darker hours. The various travellers became well aware of the tales surrounding the road, and would gather before the moor and take to the road in numbers, in the hope of securing safe passage. They would travel all day, and by evening would stop in the only home the village had to offer. It was not much, but a locked door and a well-stoked fire can do wonders for a terrified traveller. During the evenings, the sons would tell sickening horror stories of the moor and the evil spirits which haunt it. Then, after a sleepless night in the evil land, the travellers would gladly pay their hosts for their hospitality and continue their journey through the evil moor. But not all heeded the warnings, and every so often a man would travel alone along the moor road, and it is here where our tale truly begins. One dark, stormy night, a young peddler who had ignored the warnings and tales of the moor travelled the path alone. It was not his first time taking the moor road. A year before, he had travelled with a group of other merchants and sellers, so he believed he was more than acquainted with the path and had the knowledge he required to complete the journey alone. As darkness began to fall around the boy, and the harsh storm winds battered his near-frozen face, he spotted the faintest glimmer of light in the distance, and knew he was approaching the cottage. Desperate for a heat, he ran the remainder of the way. The last time he and the party stayed with the woman and their sons, they received a warm welcome, and the woman told tales of the Vua and other dark creatures. It appeared that she had taken a liking to the boy, and even begged him to stay another night, but the peddler had to leave and continue his journey. The young man was gleeful as he reached the cottage, and sharply rapped upon the door, but no one answered. Even over the wind, the boy could hear a great deal of thumping and talking from within. He wondered if he was too late, and the woman and her sons were fearful he may be a wicked creature of the night, or a strange evil come from the moor. The peddler walked round the house, and saw light streaming from a window. As he peered in, the boy saw the old woman scrubbing the stone floor, and strewing it thickly with sand, as her two sons heaved what seemed to be a cloth bundle of some weight into a large chest in the corner of the room. The boy tapped upon the window to gain their attention, and all three jumped, as though the tap had been a bolt of lightning. They glared menacingly at the boy, who returned a puzzled look. They had been so welcoming in his last visit. Before he had time to think, one of the men burst out of the cottage and grabbed the boy, dragging him inside. "I'm not what you take me for," said the boy, forcing a half-hearted laugh. "Only the poor peddler who visited last year." "Are you alone?" inquired the old woman, in a harsh yet deep tone. "Yes," said the boy. "I'm alone here, as I am in the wide world also." "Then you're welcome," said one of the men, with a sneer, while he cast a glance at the other inhabitants of the cottage. The young man was brought closer to the warm flames of the peat fire. yet he still felt a cold shiver race through his body. His earlier carefree attitude had all but left him. He now saw a more sinister aspect to the three lonely villagers. Nevertheless, he was here now, and safe within the walls, and the fleeting fear of his hosts was most probably unfounded. Once the boy had partaken of some soup and warmed himself by the fire, the sons led him down the shabby corridor to what seemed to be a ransacked room. The curtains hung in tatters, broken furniture lay strewn about the floor, and marks of violence could be seen around the bed. The peddler, becoming ever more apprehensive, begged for a candle to burn to ease his sleep. This request was grudgingly granted, and the son returned with a lit candle, and then left the boy to his mess of a room. At first, the boy thought that the house had seen some unruly guest or vagrant, but bringing the light closer to the door, he found that the lock and latch had been broken. Filled with unease and riddled with anxieties, the boy climbed into bed and attempted to calm his mind. He had travelled far that day, and on a very difficult road, in poor weather. This had all taken its toll on the boy, and soon he was in a deep sleep. But his sleep was far from restful. All night the boy was plagued by images of violence and terror, wicked creatures in an endless moor, hundreds of howling ghosts, warning him to leave this place and never return. He was lost within the madness of his dreams, trapped there for near eternity, never to escape the enveloping darkness. Then suddenly he heard a tormented cry, and woke with a start. There he lay in the torn bed-sheets, covered in an icy cold sweat. He could hear nothing, but in the remaining candle light he saw movement at the bedroom door, and to his horror a thin stream of crimson blood began to flow silently beneath the entrance. Filled with pure dread, the boy crept from the sheets and peered through a crack in the door. He saw then a goat laying dead upon the floor, and his heart lifted, and he took a deep breath. The sons were butchering this creature for food. His imagination and dreams had truly got the better of him, or at least that is what he believed, until the boy overheard the brothers' conversation. "This is an easier job than you had yesterday," said the man who held the goat. "I wish all the throats we've cut were as quick and easy as this one. Did you ever hear such a noise as that old man made last night? It is well we have no neighbours within a dozen miles, for they must have heard his cries for help and mercy." "Don't speak of it," replied the other. "I was never fond of bloodshed." "Oh, you do you?" laughed the first. "I am quite the same," he continued. "The murder hole's the thing for me. That tells no tales. A single scuffle, a single plunge, and then the fellow's dead and buried in a moment. I would defy all the officers in Christendom to discover any mischief there." "Aye," spoke the other wistfully. "Nature did us a good turn when she contrived such a place as that. Who that saw a hole in the heath, filled with clear water, and so small that the long grass meets atop it, would suppose that the depth is unfathomable, and conceals more than 40 bodies? It takes them in like a great voracious maw." The old woman entered the room, and called, "Will you two stop yapping, and tell me how do you mean to dispatch the lad in the next room?" The elder son fired a glance at his mother, and held a finger to his lips, while pointing to the now trembling boy's room. The man, with a wicked smile, looked at the woman, and with his knife in hand, motioned it across his throat. Inside, the peddler boy stood motionless. With his mind racing, he had no idea of what to do. The men meant to kill him, or take him to some hideous murder hole in the moor. But it was not the time to stand still. If the young boy had learned one thing in his lonesome travels, it was that there was a time to fight and times to fly, and he could not see himself overpowering the brutish brothers. So with all haste and silence, the boy crept to the window and, applying some force to a rusty latch, pried it open. Then, with little grace, he clambered over the sill and dropped into the dark moorland. It was there his blood froze, as a shout rang out from within the house. "The boy's fled," called one of the brothers. "He must have overheard us. Quickly, loose the bloodhound." "Make sure he does not escape," cried the old woman. "Do not return him here. Let him lie in the murder hole." The door of the cottage flew open, and a great black hound bounded forth, followed quickly by the two sons. The boy ran into the darkness of the moor, as if the very devil himself was at his back. He stumbled and fell into the stinking marshland, but forced himself up and continued to flee. He could hear the dog gaining on him, and in the distance he could see the lanterns of his pursuers. He redoubled his efforts, running blindly through the foul moor until his foot caught a large stone, and down he went, cutting his hands and legs upon the sharp rocks that lay hidden within the bog. He lay stunned and bleeding in the marsh. Looking up, the lanterns were closing in, and he could hear the panting of the dog. For a final time, the boy pushed himself up and hobbled into the darkness. The hound came upon the bloody rocks where the boy had stumbled, and began to bark and yelp, then, with some thirst, began to lap the blood. When the brothers arrived and saw the dog, they bade it continue the chase, but the hound would not move, and resumed his lapping of the blood. The men, in a foul anger, cruelly beat the poor creature, and in fear of their wickedness, the dog bolted into the darkness, leaving the men alone to scour the moor. The peddler did not know of his luck, and battered and bleeding, he continued his wild scramble out of the moors. As dawn broke, the boy reached the town on the far side of the moor, and in a frenzy began beating upon any door he could see. Eventually, the townsfolk managed to calm the boy, and while tending to his wounds, they heard his disturbing tale. It finally dawned on the townsfolk that it had been the woman and her sons who were responsible for all the disappearances, and many had lost close friends or family members. So in a great fury, the people of the town banded together, and marched up on the evil road to the woman's house, whereupon she and her sons were roughly dragged from the premises and taken to the town to be tried. It was all some of the townspeople could do to stop others from killing the three on the spot. Tempers and emotions were raised all throughout the town, but eventually a trial would take place. The three confessed to over 50 murders. For years, even before the village had went to rack and ruin, the family had been killing locals and travellers, all to steal their coin purse and valuables. It was by this method that the evil woman and her twisted sons had made a living. They were forced to show the villagers the site of the murder hole, and it was, as they said, a small, unremarkable puddle covered in the long grass of the moor. Yet it was far deeper than any walking stick which the folk had brought with them. Leaving a marker by the murder hole, the party returned to town, and on the morning of the next day, the woman and her two sons hung from the gallows for their unforgivable crimes. The peddler boy would heal from his wounds and return to his travels, selling his wares here and there. But until the day he died, he would never forget the terror of that night, and would never remove from his mind the disturbing horror that is the murder hole. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my patrons for supporting the channel and helping me keep these tales alive. The devilish dealings in the moor and the nightmarish murder hole is a tale that has existed in Scotland for over half a millennia, and in all that time it has picked up many tangential stories and appendices, only a few of which I will share with you now. It was said in some versions of the tale that the townfolk and the men from the surrounding villagers would return to the murder hole with rope and hooks, and spent days fishing out bones and cloth from the vast depths of the hole. Many think that there were far more bodies hidden in the depths than was admitted to, but it was impossible to know for sure, as the hole was too deep and the marsh too wicked. In another version of the tale, the boy recites prayers to God before embarking on his journey, and while he travels the road, and it was only by these devotions that he survived. Although I personally find that a little paradoxical, that God had rescued the boy from the 3 evildoers, although allowed over 50 men to brutally drown in the murder hole, but that's just my opinion. Some say that the moor was truly haunted, and that the spirits of those left to rot in the murder hole can still be seen in dark nights in the west of Scotland. Some of the lingering spirits seem to be kind of nature, and will warn you of the bogs and marshland, or enter your dreams like the young man in our tale, and advise you on how to leave the moorland, while others are purely spirits of anger and vengeance, looking for any unsuspecting traveller in the moors to drag them down to an icy cold death beneath the desecrated land. It was said by many that screams can still be heard echoing on that land, and that this may suggest the presence of a Benny Yee or the Glastig. You may have heard tell of the murder hole by the Scottish novelist S.R. Crockett, who places the hole at the west inlet of Loch Naldrican and features the murderous tale in his book The Raiders. But we know for a fact that this location was entirely fiction by the author's own words. But this brings me to an interesting point. Did the murder hole actually exist? And if it did, where? It is a particularly difficult question, as this tale has existed for so long, and many are unsure if it is purely a story or a recounting of true events. In my opinion, the truth may lie somewhere in between. It is quite odd that the tale seems to have no author, and there is no one credited as the first to tell the tale, no person or family linked with its beginning and spread, and it seemed to already be well known by the 17th or 18th century, although it does for the most part seem to have begun in the very area it tells of. And not only that, but many people have suggested that the evil road may be the old path between Glentrool and Straighton village in the south of Ayrshire, which may be a reason for the haunting nature of the moor, since it was very close to where the Battle of Glentrool happened, and the land must be littered with the bodies of soldiers who died in that conflict. But the honest answer about the truth of the murder hole is that we just don't know. As I said in the beginning of this video, the murder hole holds a special place in my heart. As odd as it may sound, it is one of the stories that led me to make this channel, and I hope I have done it some justice. For my part, I believe that somewhere out in the moorlands in the southwest of Scotland, there sits a grass-covered puddle that plunges into a vast, unending hole, filled with the bodies of villagers and travellers. Who knows, the site of the ruined village could be rebuilt now as city houses or country cottages. Perhaps one still invites guests, be it an inn, a hotel, or an Airbnb. Perhaps the owners of that fine establishment still make a living by feeding the murder hole. But enough from me. Enjoy your summer. And if you're taking a trip, may I suggest Scotland? Slange va. There are many frightening tales all throughout Scottish history and folklore. Battles with great sea serpents, haunting evil ghosts, great kelpies, giants, and the devilish she or fair folk. Yet above all this supernatural horror, sometimes it is things far closer to home that truly terrify us. And one of the most hideous of all would be to awake in the cold blackness, gasping for breath in the claustrophobic nightmare of a closed coffin. panic-stricken and screaming, experiencing the last agonizing minutes of your life. Truly a terrible experience, to be buried alive. On the island of Orkney, in the late 17th century, there once lived a woman by the name of Margaret Halcrow. During her late teenage years, the young woman would meet and fall in love with the Reverend Henry Erskine. The pair would return to Henry's childhood home in Drybra, Berwickshire, on the Scottish borders. There the happy couple were to be wed, and by all accounts it was a happy and joyous occasion. Henry Erskine had been married before, but had sadly lost his first wife to illness some years before he had met the young Margaret. It was said the Reverend had been inconsolable over the loss of his wife, and it took many a long year for the man to love once more. But love again he would. The aging Mr. Erskine was said to be madly besotted with his new bride, and for some months the couple lived in peaceful happiness. But then, in the winter of 1674, the Reverend's beautiful new wife was struck down by a terrible illness. For weeks the woman would lay in bed, tormented by fever and pain. Eventually, Margaret Erskine would die of sickness. Poor Mr. Erskine was distraught. The life of his young partner had been cut drastically short, and once more he was left to face life all alone. Within a few days, a burial and funeral service was organised by the townspeople and the friends of the Erskines. It was decided by the old Reverend that his wife would be buried with her wedding ring to show that he still held so much love for the woman. It was then that the local church sexton and carpenter was contacted, a man by the name of John Carr. It was John's job to care for and maintain the local parish church. This involved him taking on the responsibility of digging the grave, constructing the coffin, and burying the body. Soon the young Mr. Carr had built a sturdy wooden coffin for the recently deceased, and the night before the funeral, the carpenter came to nail down the coffin lid. It was only then that he noticed the shining golden ring upon the finger of the corpse. While no one was looking, the carpenter tried in vain to slip the ring from the finger. After all, she would no longer need the ring, and it seemed such a pity that so beautiful of an object should be lost. Or at least that is what the man told himself. Knowing he did not have the time nor privacy to take the ring then, he planned ahead. That night, only 3 nails were driven into the coffin lid. On the following afternoon, the funeral proceeded much as it should. Hymns were sung and the coffin was lowered into a deep pit. John Carr would console the grieving husband, and together they would throw a few handfuls of earth atop the coffin. The considerate carpenter then told the man that he would only half fill the grave this day, as it was ungodly to cover a body during the night, and he would finish the work much quicker during the daylight of tomorrow. But that night, while the coffin of Margaret Erskine lay barely covered in the church graveyard, John would sneak to the burial ground, remove the earth, and pry open the lid of the coffin. There lay the pale body of a young woman, and upon her left hand sat a ring of gold. Once more the devious Mr. Carr tried to loose the ring, but it was no good. The woman's hands had swollen, and the metallic band would not budge. Lifting the cold hand to the box's edge, the man drew a small knife. He placed the blade behind the ring, and with the weight of his whole body, amputated the finger. Yet the very second the steel blade tasted blood, the dead woman pierced the veil of silence surrounding the church, as a great shriek of pain was emitted from deep within her body. Carr, in utter horror, leapt out of the grave and ran with all haste, never stopping to look back at the nightmarish ghost or spirit he believed now chased him. But the reality was a little different. There was no spirit or ghost, just a pale, corpse-like woman shivering as she pulled herself out of the grave. Weak and cold, the woman stumbled home and rapped upon a locked door with her bloody hand. The Reverend was quickly woken by the knock, and for a moment believed himself to be dreaming, as he had heard that knock many times before. It was the sound of his wife returning home. Henry slipped out of bed and headed downstairs, but when he pulled open the door, he could not believe his eyes. There she stood, the hauntingly white apparition of his recently deceased wife. As if reading his mind, the woman called forth that she was no spectre or spirit, but the man's own living wife. Mr. Erskine stood helpless for a moment, before hurriedly escorting his shivering wife, clad in only her grave clothes, to the study where a fire still burned. There she was warmed by the flames, and after a hot drink, began to relate her terrifying ordeal. She told of how she had been completely conscious throughout the whole incident, with each and every minute becoming more terrifying. Internally, she screamed for many hours, especially when the coffin lid was nailed shut, but her paralyzed body would make no sound. She heard the songs and felt the coffin being lowered into the grave. She heard her husband and the carpenter talk, the dirt rattling overhead. Then, just as she had given up all hope, the knife pierced her skin, and suddenly she was thrown back into the world. Word quickly spread around the town of the miracle or misfortune of Miss Margaret Erskine, and of the deviant robbery of John Carr. It is said that after this terrible ordeal, Miss Erskine lived a long and happy life with her loving husband, but the golden ring of her marriage would now be worn on the right hand. This nightmarish tale of being buried alive is somewhat of a classic in Scottish folklore, and has many strange tangents surrounding it and the truth which lays behind the story. In one ending to the tale, it states that the ring became a family heirloom and was passed down from eldest daughter to eldest daughter. In Erica Hunt's book, Churnside Past and Present, she claims that at the time of writing, 1975, the ring was in the possession of her cousin, who lives in New Zealand and is a direct descendant of Margaret. On the subject of Margaret's descendants, the Reverend Ebenezer Erskine from Dunfermline believes that this tale is of his mother, and that he and his brother Ralph were actually born 6 years after his mother returned from the coffin. Ebenezer tells us that his mother's true death actually took place on the 11th of January 1725, nearly 30 years after his father Henry passed away. Margaret died in the care of her family at the church manse, Port Moke, Kinrossshire, at the age of 78. Her eldest son, Reverend Ebenezer, was minister of that parish and conducted his mother's funeral service. Her grave, it is said, can be found in Port Moke Chapel, an old burial ground near Scotland Well, and reads, Margaret Halcrow, of the ancient and illustrious house of Halcrow in Orkney, partner of Reverend Henry Erskine, minister of Churnside, 11/1/1725, at the age of 78. This has been the tale of Margaret Halcrow and her harrowing burial before death, a classic tale in the legends of Scotland, and a hideous reminder of a possible fate I would much sooner forget. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons who help and support all my content. As I researched this particular story, it became obvious to me that the concept of being buried alive was one which many people feared, especially in the 17th and 18th centuries. There were all kinds of odd contraptions and tests designed to save one from the horrible fate of being buried alive. Not only that, but the idea of someone being revived from death by a grave robber is actually somewhat of a trope in European folklore, many of which mention a ring and the cutting of a finger. Another similar tale from Scotland tells of a laird's wife who was buried while in some form of a trance. The laird loved his wife very much, and so filled the coffin with all manner of riches and gold. Once again, a greedy gravedigger, seeing the splendour within the casket before nailing the lid, would sneak into the grand stone tomb and steal all the gold and finery, apart from 3 jewelled rings which rested upon the maiden's swollen fingers. But in this tale, the woman woke just in time and frightened the robber so that he dropped his dagger. The woman swiftly grabbed the blade and held it at the man's throat. He craved mercy and begged the woman to spare his life. In a strange twist, the woman was so happy that the robber awoke her from the trance that she let the man keep his ill-gotten gains, but told him to flee the land and never return. She then returned to the laird and lived a long and happy life. I am honestly not sure what the moral of this story is, but it is a great tale nonetheless. Thank you all, and I'll see you again next time for some more Scottish folklore. Slán je va. The term plague has struck fear into the heart of even the strongest and bravest of warriors. This unstoppable manifestation of death has swept through Europe multiple times throughout history and caused the death of millions. But in Scotland, the outcome of these horrific pandemics have always been a little odd. In 664 AD, there was the Plague of Justinian, which originated from Rome-occupied Egypt and made its way through Constantinople and into Europe. For 20 years it ravaged the land. In England, Ireland, and Wales, millions would die. But for reasons unknown, the plague never reached Scotland. Some were heard to say that Scotland had been spared the pestilence due to the powers and piety of St. Columba, apostle of the Picts. Many years later, in 1346, the Great Pandemic occurred in Europe. A plague known far and wide as the Black Death swept the land. Over 200 million people died, and the population of Europe dropped by 60%. Yet as the terror of the Black Death infiltrated the minds of many, the Scottish had a very different outlook. You see, at this time, Scotland had recently regained its freedom and independence from England. But as a country that had suffered years of war, constantly outnumbered, we were unsure just how long our new freedom would last. The English were rallying forces once more. They were determined to kill all those opposed to the Southern Crown. This culminated in the Battle of Neville Cross, where King David II of Scotland was defeated and captured by the English forces. The newly freed country was at a loss, but just then, the enemies of Scotland began to die in their thousands. It would seem to many Scots that the capture of the king had spurred God into action, and those who had hunted and slaughtered our people for hundreds of years now faced the judgment and the wrath of the Almighty. Once more, Scotland seemed to be completely unaffected by the plague. The Scottish Church at the time claimed it to be the divine favour of St. Andrew, the patron saint of Scotland. Others claimed the plague never arrived in Scotland due to the diligent work of those on the border. And that is the subject of our tale: how the plague was buried. Many years ago, in a wild part of Teviotdale on the Scottish border, there stood a small cottage, home to a shepherd and his wife. As the years went on, the pair had 2 children, and were very content with their quiet life on the moorland. The small family was very isolated. Their neighbours were many miles away, and it was unheard of for any stranger from the south to navigate the treacherous peat bogs. So you can imagine the great novelty when one did. It was on a fair afternoon, late in the year. The moor was cloaked in a blanket of purple heather, and the housewife was busy with her daily work. As the young children played in the fields, they heard the sudden barking of the 2 dogs, who until a minute ago had been fast asleep by the cottage entrance. As the bairns scanned the horizon, they caught sight of an odd figure in the distance. Filled with excitement, the pair rushed to tell their mother. The bairns pulled the woman out of the cottage and pointed at the figure. Now he was a little closer. The mother could see the jolly-faced old man heading towards the house with a large bag upon his back. He greeted the woman with a strong English accent and told her he was a peddler, here to sell his wares. The cheerful figure betrayed no hint of the true horror he had brought to the land. There was much joy and excitement as the kind old man displayed his wide assortment of trinkets. The woman had never met a trader before, and was overjoyed to purchase items for the whole family. She chose a small knife for her husband, and bought a toy for each of the children. "And what for yourself?" inquired the peddler, "for you are too beautiful to have nothing." At this the woman blushed, as the man produced a fine collar, and told the woman that all the noble ladies in London wear such items, but she was not interested. The man paused as if deep in thought, and suddenly his face beamed with excitement. "I have the very item for you," he said, producing a cap with red ribbons. The man expertly placed the cap on the woman's head. "Perfect. The cherry ribbons match your fair cheeks, ma'am." The man continued, telling the woman that with such a fine cap, she looked like the wife of a laird. The hint of hesitation on the wife's face caused the man to continue his efforts. "That cap is a bargain indeed," called the man. "It has only been worn by one before you, a lady of noble birth, but her face did not have your healthy colour, and so the cap made her look pale and thin." Through flattery and the craft of his trade, the peddler sealed the deal and left the cottage, well paid and well fed. The woman was very pleased with her new cap, and when her husband returned home that night, he told the woman that she had never looked more beautiful. But as the family slept that night, an insidious evil was present within their home. On the next morning, the shepherd woke early and headed to the fields. A short time later, his wife and children rose. But that morning, the woman felt incredibly ill. She had a burning fever and was held by an intense sickness. The poor woman could not move to escape her bed, and had not the strength to call for help. Unfortunately for the family, the previous owner of the cap had succumbed to the Black Death and tainted the red ribbons with a potent toxin. Throughout the day, the children would also succumb to the great pestilence. And that night, the shepherd returned to find his loved ones in great pain. Spurred into a great panic, the man ran to seek help. Hours later, a white-faced and wild-eyed man banged heavily upon the door of another cottage. Gasping for breath, the shepherd told his tale and begged for help. With all haste, the farmer who lived in the cottage woke his sons and sent them to gather the people of the area, while he attempted to restrain and console the terrified man. Soon the shepherd was surrounded by a group of local farmers. Each of the work-wearied men had fear in their eyes, but to the horror of the frantic man, he could see no pity. There was an air of anger and purpose, as if the men had gathered to repel a band of raiders from the south. It was soon decided that the invisible enemy, which had arrived in their lonely part of Scotland, would have to be destroyed. For the sake of many, one family would be sacrificed. The plague must be buried. The farmers rode down the glens and over the moors to the shepherd's cottage, completely ignoring the man's desperate pleas to spare his family and halt their actions. The cottage door was nailed shut, with very little resistance from within. The men then took spades and began to dig. Each shovelful of dirt was thrown against the small cottage. It was obvious to the inhabitants and the distraught shepherd the men meant to bury them alive. For a long time, this selfish and cold-hearted act took place. With each passing hour, the screams and cries of the helpless victims would tear at the men's ears, but their hearts remained unaffected. The shepherd did all he could to save his family, but was routinely removed from the worksite by the farmers. Knowing he could not save the ones he loved, the poor man collapsed and began praying to God as he listened to the cries of his family become more distant. A large turf was laid over the chimney, and the wails from within were heard no more. The shepherd was driven mad by the torture he endured that night. On the morning of the next day, the broken man finally acknowledged that his prayers were not heard, and he walked slowly out into the moors, never to be seen again. It is said that the mound still sits in Teviotdale, and beneath it a cruel plague lays imprisoned, waiting to return to a new world. Unfortunately, God could not help the shepherd, or block the plague from Scotland. The miraculous events I mentioned at the start of this video were a little too good to be true. In fact, it was more likely that the isolated nature of Scotland and the density of its population played far more of a protective role than the Almighty. It is true that for many years, while England suffered from the plague, Scotland sat in relative safety. But eventually, in 1349, the Black Death did spread to Scotland. Many on the borders would become infected with this terrible disease, and much like the family in the tale, it was common to bury the contaminated alive. It is thought that many of the hills and mounds that span the border region are the sites of mass graves which date from this time. Although the plague did eventually hit Scotland, it did not stay there for very long, and the damage it did was far less severe than in many other countries. At the end of the 14th century, Scotland experienced a great age of prosperity, and the new kings of Scotland, the House of Stuart, ruled for many years. I think that the moral of this story is that even if many lives are lost, Scotland has and will continue to survive whatever the world can throw at it. Also, perhaps allowing the English to travel north in the middle of a pandemic is not a great idea. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons who really help support the videos. Today we look at an old Scottish classic, a tale well known in the world, and one that can be found hidden in the folklore of many cultures. This tale is almost always recorded or recited in the traditional Doric tongue of the Northeast, which has a very special place in my heart, so much so that I couldn't bring myself to forget the words and the cadence of those old storytellers who came before me. So this video will cover the tale in English, and we'll look at its history and origins. But there is a second video in which I will repeat the tale how it is supposed to be told. I hope you can enjoy both and learn the true story of Jock and his mother. Many years ago in Scotland, there was a mother who had a son. The boy was named Jock, and as he grew, it quickly became apparent that he was a very idle boy, slow to work and slower to help. One day the mother called to her son and said, "Jock, you're a gey lazy soul. You mun gang awa and do something for to help your mither." "Well," says Jock, "that's what I'll do," and off the young man went, looking for work. Some days later, he met a local packman, or seller, who offered him a chore. The merchant told the boy that if he carried the pack all day, then the man would give him a needle. The young lad feverishly agreed, and was soon marching through the hills with the great weight of the seller's wares upon his back. As the day came to an end, the young boy was knackered, having hefted the weight for many hours. The packman thanked Jock for his work, and gladly paid him with the needle. Now young Jock was no fool. He knew that placing the needle in his trouser pocket would only end with the sharp point finding its way into the flesh of his leg, or something far worse. So the lad cut a large swath of bracken and balled it up, but not before placing the needle in its centre. Then the quick-thinking young boy headed home to show his mother what he'd earned that day. On his arrival, he lay the great ball of bracken upon the table, and told his mother of the packman and his day of work. When she asked where the needle was, the lad pointed to the bracken and told her the needle lay somewhere within. "Whit," his mother said, "ye daft gowk ye. You should have stuck it in your bonnet, man." With an open-mouthed look of sudden realisation, Jock said, "Well, I'll mind that for next time." The next day, Jock met a man struggling to carry some plough socks and asked him for work. The man told him that if he helped carry the plough socks all the way to the farm, he may have one to keep. So without pause, the young lad fell into step behind the man and marched off towards the farm, somewhat struggling under the great weight of the large iron blades. With the task complete, the young man was given a plough sock, but knowing it would not fit in any of his pockets, the lad decided to use his head, quite literally in this case, as Jock stuck the plough sock in his bonnet and headed home. But for the poor man it had been a long day, and the ploughs were very heavy. This had given the lad a great thirst, and so he quickly found a burn and stooped down to take a drink, forgetting the weight upon his head. Both plough sock and bonnet fell into the burn and were carried away out of sight. When the lad eventually returned home, his mother asked, "Well, Jock, what have you been doing a day?" And he told her all that had happened. "Whit," she said, with a look of dismay, "you should have tied a bit of string to it, and hailed it ahen ye." Jock, with a somewhat exasperated look, called back, "Well, I'll mind that for next time." Next the young lad meets a butcher, and once more asks for employment. The man says that if he will assist him this day, then he will gain a leg of mutton in payment. At the end of the day, Jock finds that the mutton will not fit in his pocket, and so decides to put it in his bonnet. But then the lad remembers what his mother told him, and also that he no longer had a bonnet. So he takes some string and ties it to the mutton, trailing it behind him all the way home. As he enters the house, his mother sees the dirt-covered, tattered meat dragging behind the boy, and calls, "What in hell have you been doing this time?" Jock tells her of the butcher and his plan to bring the mutton home. "Oh, you great fool," she says. "You should have carried it on your shudder." "Well," Jock said, "I'll mind that for next time." The lad heads out on the next morning and comes across a horse dealer who tells him, "If you help me with my horses a day, then I'll gie you een to yoursel at nicht." The boy quickly agreed and spent the day feeding, brushing and cleaning the horses. Then as the night fell, the dealer, true to his word, gave Jock a young horse. Now, not wanting to waste his time with all these other methods, Jock thought that he will do exactly as his mother told him. So with Herculean effort, the young lad tried to heave the horse up on his shoulder. But alas, the beast was far too heavy. Eventually the boy gave up and left the horse by the roadside as he headed home. "How can onybody be so daft?" his mother said upon hearing his tale. "You should have loped up on its back and ridden it hame." Jock replied with his usual, "Well, I'll mind that for next time." On the next morning, Jock met a cowman who offered the boy some work. If he will help the man herd the cows and bring them in to be milked, he will be paid with a cow of his very own. As always, the enthusiastic Jock quickly set about his work. Now, we must take a small detour from our tale at this point, so that I can tell you about a very wealthy laird and his troubles. Near the very village where Jock and his mother live, there is the estate house of a noble laird, who has a young daughter. This poor girl has always been subject to much melancholy. No matter how her father tried, he could not find a way to make the young woman laugh or smile. He had even sent out word saying that the man who makes her laugh may take her as a bride, and though hundreds tried to win the hand of the beautiful woman, none of them could change her mood. But on this very day, the sad daughter was sat staring out of a window when she saw a wild sight. A young lad riding atop a furious cow. The cow was bucking and kicking as it ran through trees and hedges, with the poor lad gripping on for dear life. This ridiculous scene was too much for the woman, and she burst into hysterical laughter. Her father came running into the room, overjoyed that his daughter was laughing, and asked what had caused such happiness. She told him of the lad and the cow, and quickly her father set about trying to learn the name of the boy. Later that night, Jock would return home, battered and bruised, very much worse for the wear, and with no cow in sight. As his mother was scolding him for losing the cow, there was a sharp knock at the door, and outside stood a well-dressed retainer of the laird. He told the pair of the young woman, and that Jock was invited to the manor house to marry his bride. Both the lad and his mother were delighted at the idea, and with great haste they washed and dressed before following the messenger up to the large house. In his mother's eyes, Jock had finally achieved something, and his foolish nature seemed to have paid great dividends. That very evening, Jock and the daughter were married, and both families celebrated with a grand feast. Within the splendour of food that now lay before him, Jock found a jar of honey, and soon decided it was the greatest thing he had ever tasted, and finished the whole jar. After the meal, everyone went off to bed, except the old priest who had married the pair that afternoon. He had fallen asleep sitting by a great stone fireplace. During the night, young Jock woke up, and was filled with a ravenous hunger for honey. He gently shoves his new bride, and asks, "Is there ony mair of that gran honey we ha'en for supper last night?" "Oh aye," she says, "if ye rise and gang to the press, there you'll get a pig fu' it." Jock scarpered down the stair and into the kitchen. There he went to the press, and found the honey pig. Lifting it from the shelf, he thrust his hand within, and closed his fist around the honey. But as the lad went to remove his fistful of honey, he quickly found his hand was stuck fast. With a sudden wash of panic, Jock flew back up the stairs and called to his wife, "I canna get my hand out the honey pig, it's stuck." "Ah, ye daft gowk," she said, still half asleep. "Gang awa and brak it on the cheek stane of the fireplace." By this time, the fire had burned out, and all that was left were the glittering embers. Jock walked through the dark, and stood near the red and yellow sparks he knew were in the fireplace. Then with a great swing, he launched his arm and the honey pig straight into the old priest's face. The pig smashed, fragments flew everywhere, then the priest jumped up, covered in blood and honey. "Murder! Murder! He tried to kill me!" Jock, filled with panic and horror, ran from the fireside and leapt from the nearest window, landing roughly on the grass outside. The young man kept running till he happened upon the bee skeps, where hunger dominated his mind, and solving two problems at once, he climbed inside one of the skeps and hid there while filling himself full of the wonderful honey. As the hours went on, the sugar-filled lad fell asleep with the bees. But this was not Jock's day. You see, as he lay beneath the skep sleeping, a group of thieves approached the bees. They were there to steal not only the honey, but the skeps as well. A great grey plaid was thrown over the 3 skeps, and they were all bundled together, and Jock with them. As the thieves made their great escape with the stolen skeps, they came upon the very barn Jock had lost his bonnet in, and while crossing, one of the thieves found it. "Oh, here, lads, I've found a bonnet in the barn," the thief called, and at hearing this, Jock knew that the bonnet in the barn could be only his own. "That's my bonnet," the lad called from within the sack. The men stood in shock, hearing this voice in the dark as if from nowhere. Perhaps this bonnet belonged to the she, or was a trick by the devil. They did not mean to find out. The men quickly dropped both the bundled plaid and the bonnet back into the barn and ran for their lives. Unfortunately for our poor Jock, he could not free himself from the plaid, and would drown in the burn along with the bees, never to be heard from again. Although I like to believe he went out the way he wanted, covered in honey. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons for allowing me to keep these tales alive. I really enjoy this tale. Jock and his adventures always bring me a smile or a laugh. This story has been told in Scotland for many years now, but similar tales can be found in multiple other countries and cultures. You can see concepts and ideas from this tale in many of the Jack tales in European folklore. And the sad daughter and the hilarious sight is found in tales such as the Golden Goose in Germany, the Unsmiling Serena in Russia, and How Tim Won the Princess, an old Irish tale. But it would seem impossible to find the origin of these tales, or which one came first. Most can be dated back hundreds of years, perhaps even further if we consider the oral history of folk tales in Europe. And it is very interesting to me that these common threads are interwoven throughout many cultures, and it's a phenomenon that I would love to investigate one day. There is one version of this tale that I think is particularly interesting, as it is near identical to the Scottish version, but found just across the border in England, where they tell of Lazy Jack and his many jobs. The jobs and surrounding are of course very different, but the core of the tale is mostly intact. Up until the ending, that is. You see, in the English version, the young woman laughs at Jack trying to carry a donkey home. The woman and Jack are soon married, and the boy's struggles are rewarded as they live happily ever after. The moral of this tale is that we often have to struggle and make mistakes in life so that one day we may succeed. It is about learning and growing, thinking for yourself, and the willingness to continue, which in itself is a wonderful lesson, and one I think makes a lot of sense. But then we return to the insanity that occurred at the end of the Scottish version, where young Jock batters a priest in the face with a honey pot before getting captured and drowned. This seems to suggest that it doesn't matter how hard you try, what's for you, I'll nae ging by you. What will be, will be. But I do not believe that this seemingly bleak and unfortunate end to the tale is a cause for sadness or doubt. To me, Scotland and its people have always had a dark, sometimes wicked sense of humour, and this addition to the tale is a very fitting end for a Scottish story. Although its roots may have come from European folklore, the old storytellers of Scotland certainly made it their own, especially if you read the tale in the old Doric in which it was written. But until next time, I wish yous a' the best, and whatever ye do, dinna batter a priest wi' a honey pig. Slán je va. Many years ago, long before united Scotland, the land was split between many kings. Even within these kingdoms, the rulership was not central. The kings would grant noble titles to their trusted followers and gift them land to govern as they see fit. These feudal baronies blanketed Scotland, and within them the knights and lairds ruled the land in the name of the king. Today's tale is about one knight in specific, a man who was respected and admired by the locals for his honour as a statesman and his valour in battle, the knight of the glens, bens, and passes. The Knight of the Glens, Bens, and Passes was said to be a very wealthy man. He ruled over a large patch of land in the west of Scotland and possessed huge herds of cattle, sheep, and horses. It was with these animals that the knight had gained his wealth. So it will come as no surprise that the man was very protective over the herds. Each morning, the knight would leave his castle and climb a great hill which stood opposite. From the summit, he could survey all the animals in his possession and ensure their safety. But it happened that on one sunny morning, when the Knight of Glens, Bens, and Passes reached the summit of the hill, that there were no creatures to be seen. The knight, in pure shock, scanned the surrounding area for some time. How did they disappear with such speed? Where can so many have gone? And in which direction should my search begin? Were all questions that came to the mind of the knight. As he stood there in thought, the knight glanced movement from the foot of the hill. Walking at a leisurely pace up the hill was a large white hound with crimson ears. The knight could tell from just his glance that this was no ordinary being. It seemed to him as if it were a creature of the other world. When the great hound neared the knight, he heard a soft voice ask, "What is the cause of your sadness, Knight of the Glens, Bens, and Passes?" To the man's surprise, it would seem that the voice was coming from the hound. With some hesitation, he answered, "My sadness is great, for every beast I had in the world is lost, and I know not where they have gone." The hound seemed to pause a minute in thought. It looked towards the knight and said, "If thou give me your daughter's hand in marriage, I will find in return your herd to you." The knight had great need of his animals, but was reluctant to trade one of his beloved daughters. He told the white hound that he would under no circumstances force any of his daughters to marry the creature, but he was willing to take the hound to the castle and ask his daughters if they would be willing to become the hound's bride. So that is exactly what they did. The knight and the white red-eared hound arrived at the castle together, and with all speed the knight sent for his eldest daughter. When she arrived, the knight explained what had happened and asked if she would be willing to marry the hound. The daughter was furious that her father would even dare suggest that she marry this odd beast. Quickly she turned around and returned to the castle with an air of great displeasure. The knight then sent for his middle daughter, but as soon as she heard the tale, this daughter too turned on her heel and left without even entertaining an answer. Finally, the knight sent for his youngest daughter, and upon hearing the tale, she looked quizzically at the hound, and then at her father, whom she loved dearly, and said, "Father, I will marry the red-eared white hound, but only on the condition that your property is successfully returned." Without further delay, a grand wedding was hurriedly prepared, and on that very evening, the knight's daughter was married to the white hound. Early the next morning, the knight went upon his daily walk to the hilltop, and to his great relief, he saw that every single beast he had lost was now returned and happily grazing in the pastures. The knight rushed home to tell the family and thank the hound and his daughter. But as the man reached the castle, he was met by a beautiful young man, who upon seeing the knight fell to his knees and thanked him for aiding in his freedom. The handsome man was, of course, the white, red-eared hound. He told of how as a young boy he was enchanted by the she, and had only been restored to his true form because the knight's daughter had agreed to marry him of her own free will. This broke the spell upon him. The groom and his new bride stayed with the knight for some time. It was said that they both fell madly in love with each other, and that the older sisters would regret not marrying the hound themselves once they knew of his true identity. The groom told the knight and his daughter that he himself was the owner of a large castle in the border forest of the knight's land. He told of how he too was of noble blood, but unfortunately his name would have to stay hidden from all but himself and his new wife. The knight and the extended family only ever knew the man as the White Hound. The hound told his new father-in-law of his desire that he and his new bride should leave the care of the knight to head for the man's home and the land he was destined to rule. With the knight's blessing, the hound and his young bride left the castle by the hill and headed to the land of the white, red-eared hound. In that land, the new husband and wife's tale continues. But as for the knight of the glens, bens, and passes, this is the last he was mentioned. Much like another tale I covered in the past, the term knight may not be entirely accurate. The original Gaelic text uses the word rider, which is commonly translated to horseman or knight, but can be used simply to confer a level of nobility upon a person. So perhaps Lord or Baron of the glens, bens, and passes may be a more accurate title. No one truly knows the real name of the knight, or if he lived at all, but given the style of the text and other similar tales, my personal guess is that he was a nobleman of Dalreta, the ancient Gaelic kingdom of western Scotland. If this were true, perhaps it gives some insight into his title as the Knight of Glens, Bens, and Passes, since the Western Highlands is well known for its hills and mountains. One part of this tale I found particularly interesting was the white, red-eared hound, as from its description and magical nature, it sounds very similar to a creature from Welsh mythology, the Cunanan. These white dogs with crimson ears can be found in the Welsh tales of the Wild Hunt and are commonly a portent of death. Perhaps this tale merges the Welsh Cunanan with the Scottish fairy dog or Coo-Shee. It was not unheard of for the old tribes of Wales to have dealings with the Gaels and Kingdom of Dalreta. This is of course conjecture, but I found the similarities worth mentioning. Thank you for listening. And as always, a special thank you to my patrons, San Java. Scotland has a long history of interesting and powerful women. Thousands of years ago, the female warriors of the Picts were feared by the invading Romans for their ferocity in battle. In more recent times, Mary, Queen of Scots, displayed great resolve and fearlessness as she held the Scottish throne against the wishes of many. But one woman in particular would shatter the rulership of 8th century Alba, and all to avenge her lost child, Lady Fenella, the King Killer. The Lady Fenella was born in the year 950. Her father was the Earl of Angus, and she is said to be descended from the old King of the Picts. The young Fenella was brought up in the castle of Kincardine, surrounded by the lavish splendour that nobility brings. When she came of age, the Earl's daughter married the Mormor or Steward of the Mearns, a province east of Angus. Her noble lineage and marriage gave Fenella an extremely high status in the new kingdom of Alba, so much so that she would frequently attend feasts and gatherings at the behest of the then king, Kenneth II of Alba. In those early days, Lady Fenella and the king had quite a close relationship. They would frequently go on hunting trips together, and Kenneth would journey to Kincardine Castle from time to time in order to visit the family. The person that changed all of this was the son of Fenella. He too was raised in the castle and driven to excess. By the time the boy was a teenager, he had become a terror to the local people and to his own family. The boy would drink and feast at every opportunity. He was loud, offensive, and violent. It did not take long for all except his mother to detest the boy. Then on one day, the son went too far. He and his drunken friends stole gold and family heirlooms from his grandfather's castle, which he then sold or lost. The Earl of Angus was furious, but pleas from his beloved daughter stayed his hand. He was at a loss, and so sought help from a powerful friend, Kenneth, King of Alba. At once, the king ordered the boy to appear before him, where he would receive a punishment befitting his crime. The son of Fenella outright refused the king's order. He decided that he would not meet the ruler of Alba, and instead would travel with his friends. This was to be the boy's greatest mistake. Such an offence to the crown could not be overlooked. Kenneth sent his son Malcolm to find the boy and enact the king's justice. The boy was found by Malcolm in a small wood south of Aberdeen, and executed there on the spot. Fenella was destroyed by the news of her son's death. It was as if her very heart had been torn out. As the hunt for the Earl's grandson was underway, a second story was occurring behind closed doors. But in order to tell it properly, I must first inform you of the law of succession in Alba. You see, in those days, the throne did not pass from father to son. The king's successor would be selected from all the adult male descendants of the previous kings. This system was a mix of tanistry and lateral succession. It meant that no child could be left with the throne, and the country would not be subjected to the rule of a regent. Also, the crown would stay within the original bloodline. When it came time for a king to pass down the crown, a group of nobles and clan chiefs would vote for the descendant they wished to rule Alba. As you can imagine, this led to many feuds and disputes throughout the years. The year that Fenella's son died, there were only two contenders for the throne. The first was Malcolm, son of the reigning king, and the second was Constantine, the king's cousin. Unfortunately for Constantine, Malcolm was by far the favourite, since he had the full support of his father, and many knew it was not wise for a chief or noble to go against the king's wishes. The only way for Constantine to take the throne was for Kenneth to die. Without a ruling king, the chiefs would side with him, Constantine being the older and far more experienced ruler than the young Malcolm. Yet Kenneth was no fool. He knew how much his cousin coveted the throne, and the lengths he would go in order to take it. What Constantine needed was an accomplice, someone who was trusted by Kenneth, someone who he would never expect, someone who had a grudge to settle. Within mere days of hearing the news that the grandson of the Earl of Angus had been executed on the king's orders, Constantine headed with all haste to Kincardine. There he would meet with Fenella, and the pair would conspire to kill the king. Fenella now felt a deep hatred for the man she once called friend. It was on his orders her son had died, and more than that, it was by the sword of Malcolm that her beloved child was murdered. In spite of her feelings about the fate of her son, Fenella presented a cheerful and loving countenance towards the king. She told Kenneth that she was sad at the loss of her son, but did not blame him in any way. In fact, she agreed that her son received a fair punishment and had every opportunity to avoid his fate. Then on one day, Fenella sent a hunting invitation to the king, asking if he would join her in a hunt within the lands of Angus. The king, thinking nothing amiss, happily accepted the invitation and set out for the castle immediately. On his arrival, he was cheerfully greeted by his friend Fenella, who told him that during the hunt they would stay in a small lodge south of Kincardine in an area known as Fetter Cairn. The king and Fenella, along with the king's guard and a few handmaidens, left the castle that afternoon and headed south to the lodge. But as they neared Fetter Cairn, Fenella whispered to the king that she knew of a great conspiracy within his own family that wished him dead. But she could not say more on the road, as the spies of Constantine could be lurking anywhere. "Once we arrive at the lodge, we can talk alone, and I will reveal all," whispered the lady. As the royal procession arrived in Fetter Cairn, Kenneth sent his guard to build a campsite and to ready his hunting gear, while he and Fenella entered the lodge. "Before we talk of this horrible conspiracy," the woman said, "first I would like to show you a statue that I had made in your honor to prove my loyalty and great love for you." Gesturing with an arm, Fenella pointed to a magnificently carved bronze statue of a young boy, which stood in the corner. The king was amazed. The statue was a beautiful and gorgeous gift. Kenneth approached the bronze boy and marveled at the intricate detail. "If you push up on the boy's head, my king, you will see something truly amazing," called Fenella knowingly. With a shallow nod from the king, he placed a hand atop the statue and pushed. Suddenly, a loud click was heard, and a hail of crossbow bolts flew from hidden areas secreted around the boy. The king was impaled by a shower of steel. One bolt lodged in the man's throat as he collapsed to the floor in a bloody mess. As King Kenneth II of Alba lay dying, Fenella leapt from her chair with a wicked smile and said, "All this was for my son. Long live Constantine, the third of Alba." As Kenneth drew his final breath, a wooden door within the lodge opened, and there stood Constantine, his traitorous cousin, flanked by soldiers. Eventually, some of the king's guard decided to check on their master, as he had been away for many hours. As they entered the lodge, the loyal warriors were confronted by the hideous sight of Kenneth's body. They knew Fenella was to blame, as they had seen no one else at the lodge. Quickly they sent word to Malcolm, who gathered a small force and began to hunt the woman who killed his father. Fenella fled for some time, but was eventually cornered near the village of St. Cyrus. Standing by a deep gorge, Fenella was surrounded by Malcolm's men. She had nowhere to run and knew if captured, her death would not be quick. So as a final act of defiance, the woman that killed a king threw herself into the gorge, plummeting 150 feet to her death in what the locals now call the Den of Fenella. Some in the area believe that Fenella actually escaped Malcolm's men and continued her life in a foreign land. In fact, one of the soldiers that hunted the woman told of the time when she was cornered. He said that she tore off her fine clothes and kicked off her shoes, then with a great leap danced across the treetops into the distance, securing her escape. Many at that time thought that the lady was a witch and killed the king with dark magic. They say that she had the ability to transfigure herself into the form of a great hawk, and it was in this way she escaped Malcolm and his soldiers. The issue with this story is that no one is entirely sure that Fenella ever existed, and the tale is much debated by historians. What we do know is that Kenneth II was killed near Fetter Cairn in the year 995. So even setting aside the intricate trap, it is possible that Fenella existed and killed the king. Many in the realms of history and folklore suggest that Fenella was perhaps a representation of a political faction that stood against Kenneth, or that she represented the indigenous Pictish clans who were betrayed by Kenneth's ancestors over a century before this story takes place. In other words, Lady Fenella was the vengeful spirit of the Picts, let loose upon the descendants of the invading Gaels. I am unsure what the truth is in this 1,000-year-old story, but I do know that Fenella is seen as a great heroine, especially in the northeast of Scotland, and that still to this day, the tale of her vengeance draws a fire into the heart of every Scottish woman. Thank you for listening, and a special thanks to my patrons who make this all possible. It was true that Kenneth II was succeeded by his cousin Constantine, who is thought to greatly covet the throne. Unfortunately, Constantine only reigned for about 1 year and 6 months. You see, the killing of Kenneth II threw all of Alba into a civil war. While Constantine took the throne, it was contested by Malcolm, son of Kenneth, and his cousin, the well-known warrior Kenneth, son of Duff. This split Alba into 2 rival factions, and war began. Soon after, Constantine was killed in battle by Kenneth, son of Duff, who then claimed the throne as Kenneth III of Alba. Unfortunately for Kenneth III, he was ironically betrayed and killed by Kenneth II's son, Malcolm, who eventually took the throne of Alba in the year 1005. This rivalry between the different royal bloodlines continued for many years, but perhaps that is a tale for another time, as you can see how confusing it gets. Slang Shiva. All throughout Scottish history, there are tales and legends of nightmarish beasts, bloody battles, and noble warriors, but a more in-depth look would show that the ancient people of Scotland had to overcome many of the trials we still face today. One struggle that has affected every civilization throughout all time is young love, the last swan of Dungallen. Far to the west, in Loch Aber, lies the picturesque Loch Sunnup, and upon its northern shore sits the great Iron Age fort of Dungallen. It was thought that the fort was held by a branch of the clan Stuart, which ruled many of the western lands. This tale centres around the son of a local chieftain and a poor crofter's daughter. The young Stuart and heir to Dungallen had met a beautiful young maid by the banks of Loch Sunnup early one morning. As is the way with young romantics, Stuart fell madly in love with the maid as soon as he laid eyes upon her. The girl was washing clothes in the water as the young Scotsman approached. That day, a spark was ignited between the pair, and they agreed to meet by the loch every morning, and there the relationship would flourish. It took a while longer for the young maid to admit her feelings for the Stuart. It was not that she did not love him, but because she knew that they could never be together. She and her family were constantly occupied by the hardship and toil of their daily lives. They would tend the land and care for some animals, but were never more than one bad season from a torturous poverty. Many of the local villagers were the same. They would toil for subsistence and make a meagre living. It was unthought of that a person of such stature would marry the leader of a clan, a member of nobility. So against her better judgment, the maid continued to meet with the young Stuart. One evening, the pair met on the banks of the loch, and the young noble spoke to the maid. "Your beauty is more than the stars on the loch," he said. "Your raven hair and ivory skin make you more of a queen than any other I have seen. I wish to tell my parents that we shall marry. That is, of course, if you will have me." The maiden's heart jumped for joy. For the many months they had known each other, she had always dreamt of this moment. Yet there was still a dark shadow of doubt in her mind. "I love you," she declared. "I always have. But I am a crofter's daughter, and you are a chieftain's son. Let me work longer at my home, so I can gather enough money and gifts for a dowry. Then your parents could not refuse us." I would grant you anything, called the steward, but I know my parents. I love you, I have loved you, and will love you, till my dying breath, and they will too. I shall tell them tonight, worry not, there will be no issue. For the remainder of the evening, the young couple sat by the bank, overlooking the beauty of the loch, and imagining how wonderful their future would be together. It was precisely the kind of dream that can only be dreamt by those without the restriction of age or love lost. That night, the young Scotsman went to his parents. The chief and his wife had known of their son's affection for a local woman, but they did not yet know who she was. The boy's mother was of high noble blood, more so than the clan chief. She dreamt that her son would marry a noble's daughter, which in her opinion was the only way to protect the village, the lands, and Dungallen itself. For only those of noble blood truly have the power and right to rule. The young Stuart told his parents of the crofter's daughter that he had fallen in love, and that she was strong, kind, and generous, all qualities fit for a ruler. He begged of his parents to grant their blessing to the couple, for they were to marry. Both the chief and his wife were taken aback by the news. This girl knew nothing of leadership. She had no education and was of no wealth. The boy's mother, now heartbroken, flew into a devastating fury. "You shall not marry this girl while I draw breath," she screamed. "You are forbidden to see her or talk with her again. You are a foolish child who does not comprehend the weight of this decision. No son of mine will wed a crofter's daughter." With this, the boy fell to his knees, looking as though a blade had pierced his very soul. He attempted to defend his beloved and beseeched his mother to reconsider, but she would not hear a word of it. The young Stuart left the castle that night, broken and defeated. He returned to the banks of the loch in hope of an answer to his troubles. By the next morning, the young Scotsman had put together a simple plan. He was of course now forbidden to meet his beloved as usual, so he decided that he would take his bow and simply tell his mother that he was hunting at the loch. Somewhere deep in the boy's heart, he believed that his mother would eventually come round and bless the marriage. It would just take some time. This would continue for a while. Every day the boy would leave Dungallen and head to the loch, where he would, in secret, meet his love. While there, he would hunt deer, duck, or swan, for he had to return each day with some game as the spoils of his hunt. But after a time, the boy's mother became suspicious of his daily hunting trips, and on one morning decided to follow him. He left Dungallen and headed to the woods as his mother followed. He reached the bank of the loch and was united with his love. The woman in the trees now knew that her son had disobeyed her. The fury and anger in the woman's heart quickly turned to desperation and ruthlessness. She knew of one way to completely end this foolish marriage. The chieftain's wife left the young couple by the banks of the loch and headed far into the deepest depths of the wood. In the village, there had always been hushed whispers of the witch from the woods. It was said that deep in the woods, just north of Salem village, there lived a witch, and that she could make any wish come true. Stories told over the years mentioned that the witch had saved the life of a child, put an end to a husband's violence, and made one old woman incredibly wealthy. The witch from the woods would always ask a high price for her skills, and it wasn't only coin. On some occasions, the witch would ask for personal items of sentimental value, and of course there were always those desperate enough to pay. It was to this very witch that the chief's wife now ran. For many hours the noble woman ran through the woods, calling for the old mother. When she was at her wit's end and exhausted from her run, she sat beneath a tree for rest. When suddenly a wizened old woman emerged from her surroundings. The small woman seemed of a feral nature, clad in moss and bark. "People seek my help during times of depression," said the witch in an eerie tone. "Your people are well, there is no plague or famine, so why do you call me?" "My son is lost," spoke the noble woman. "He has been tricked by a girl from the village. I wish my son to never again see that girl. Do all in your power to grant me this wish." The witch stood in silence for some time. Eventually, she spoke in the same strange tone as before. "A curse of this magnitude requires a hefty toll. Are you prepared to pay?" "Anything," called the woman. "I will give you anything you desire to rid me of the girl. Now tell me what I owe you." "Simple," said the witch. "Equivalent exchange. You will give me that which you hold most dear, a fitting trade, as it is that you will take from your son." The item the witch required was the woman's beautiful cloak. It was a family heirloom and passed down through many generations of noble women. The chief's wife had one day hoped to hand it to her daughter-in-law. To part with such a precious item was difficult for the woman, but her rage at this point was all-consuming. She would have sacrificed much more to rid her life of the crofter's daughter. The woman left the witch in the woods and made the long journey back to Dungallen. She was unsure what the next day would bring, but hoped her wish would be fulfilled. Early the next morning, the crofter's daughter awoke to begin her daily chores. But her father, taking pity on the girl, told her to take the day off and visit the one she loves. He knew of the marriage proposal and of how hard the young woman had been working to prepare a dowry for the clan chief. It was this random act of kindness that led the young woman to arrive by the banks of the loch early. She went to the pair's usual meeting spot and waited for the noble youth to appear. Unknown to her, the witch was watching from the tree line and began to conjure her wicked spell. The maid was startled by a guttural screech, but before she could turn round, her body started to warp and change. Her outstretched arms grew dazzling white feathers as her body was reduced in size. Eventually, standing upon the bank of the loch was a magnificent ivory-coloured swan. With her evil deed complete, the witch returned to the darkness of the forest and left the bewildered swan by the water. It was about this time that the young Stuart readied his bow and headed off to meet his beloved. But when he arrived at the loch, there was no one there. The young man waited and waited. His only company, a great white swan, which sat close to the bank. As night began to fall, the Scotsman thought something must have happened to the girl, or perhaps she did not love him as he did her. He decided to return to Dungallen, but first he would need a beast to return with, to show his suspicious mother that he truly had been hunting all day. The only creature in sight was the swan. It would make quite the prize for any hunter. The young man drew his bow and loosed an arrow. That day his sight was true, and the point of the arrow found the heart of the swan. But as the now blood-stained bird lay dying, its figure returned to that of the woman. He ran to her side, his mind reeling. He now understood why he had not seen her at the loch. Horror-stricken to see what he had done, the young Stuart became overwhelmed with grief, drew his dagger, and took his own life. The bodies of the man and the maiden sank into the water, never to be seen again. The mother's wish was granted, and the pair would never marry. It is said that they still lay, hand in hand, on the bottom of the loch to this very day. And from that day to this, no swan has ever returned to Loch Sonart. An interesting tale of superiority, ego, and a warning to be careful what you wish for. Like many of the old tales, there are multiple versions told all throughout Scottish history. The earliest was known as the Swan of Salem, and told of a clan chief who fell in love with a low-born maiden. The loch and Dungallen are not mentioned in this early version. As the years went by, the story would become more romanticised, in keeping with the times. Names were given to the characters, depending on where the tale was told. Sometimes the main roles would switch. In the tale, the swans on the loch recorded in George Macpherson's Highland Myths and Legends. The boy was the greatest hunter in the village, and his beloved was the daughter of a clan chief. In this more modern interpretation, the old witch of the wood was completely removed, and the young girl's mother was a powerful enchantress. There was also no location specified. The loch is known only by the Dark Loch, and there is no mention of a castle or fort. The concept of magic users turning people into swans is not novel in mythology. The Brothers Grimm recorded a Germanic fairy tale called The Six Swans, in which six brothers are turned into swans by their evil stepmother, and could only become free if a maiden wove them clothes made from nettles. In Japan, there is the tale of a fisherman who found a magnificent robe made of white feathers. It belonged to a nature goddess who removed it to bathe, and when she left the hot spring, the fisherman gladly returned her robe to her, and the beautiful woman transformed into a great white bird and flew away. In Romania, there is the tale of the Swan Maiden and the King. In Russia, the tale of the White Duck, and many more from all around the world. I think the most similar tale comes from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake, in which the Princess Odette is enchanted by a dark wizard to spend the day as a swan and only return to her human form at night. Prince Siegfried unexpectedly meets the young princess and falls madly in love. Eventually, the dark wizard tries to force the prince to marry his own daughter, but the prince refuses and claims he would rather die with Odette than marry someone he does not love. This act breaks the wizard's curse, but the young couple sadly drown in the lake. When asked about his influences for Swan Lake, Tchaikovsky noted many of the Swan Maiden tales from all over Europe as inspiration for his work, but no one in particular. Perhaps the spirit of the Swan of Dungallen lives on through his work. Thank you for listening. There are many iconic symbols of Scotland, from kilts and haggis to the rampant lion and the unicorn. People from all around the world associate our country with these symbols. Yet the most iconic of all is the simple and timeless Scottish saltire, our nation's flag, known to some as the Cross of St Andrew. But unlike many other European flags, ours was not created in recent times. It is told that the people of our land used the saltire long before Scotland even existed. But what truth lays hidden within this old tale? Was it the true founding of the first British Church? And was Scotland chosen to rule by the first apostle? That is what we will find out today. And our story begins many years ago in the Dark Ages. The legend of the saltire. Many long years ago, in 832 AD, a great army of Pictish men, led by the then High King of Alba, Angus MacFergus, joined with an equally sizable contingent of Scots, led by Eochaid, King of Dalrieta. The armies journeyed south to the land of Lothian, which at the time was part of the Kingdom of Northumbria. The soldiers were on a punitive campaign to raid the border villages of Lothian. This was quite successful for the Northmen, until a far greater host of Saxons and Angles appeared to defend their land. The Scots and Albannach were taken unaware and quickly retreated as they were vastly outnumbered. The Northumbrian army, under the command of King Athelstan, pursued the Northmen and eventually cornered the armies near East Linton. You see, there had been quite a substantial amount of rainfall over the last few days, and the commonly traversable Peffer Burn had swollen in size and became a great obstacle to march an army through. So it was decided by Angus and Eochaid that they would rather die in battle than be cut down attempting to retreat across the burn. They made camp that evening and were determined to fight at first light on the next day. But King Angus greatly feared the outcome of the battle, and knew they were vastly outnumbered. That evening, the king of the Picts was visited by a radiant man dressed in shining white robes. He told the king he was St. Andrew, the first chosen disciple of Jesus Christ. He brought news that Angus would be victorious in tomorrow's battle, and to worry no longer. The king had heard of Andrew before, and it was said that the saint had chosen the Picts as his people to lead. This belief was thought to come from St. Regulus, who was told by the spirit of Andrew in a vision to bring the holy relics of the first apostle to Scotland, and to trust them in the hands of those people. When Angus awoke the next morning, he found his soldiers staring at the sky. It was there, high above the land, that a great cross shone in the sky, the very same saltire cross that the apostle had been crucified upon, and has evermore been a symbol of his martyrdom. Bolstered by the holy sign, King Angus rallied his men, and called for them to cry the name of Andrew as they charged the Northumbrian ranks. King Athelstan was cut down in this mighty onslaught, and at the sight of their dead king, the Angle and Saxon men lost morale, and were swiftly defeated by the combined forces of both Scot and Alabinach. Once the fighting had come to an end, Angus told the men about the visit from the strange robed man, and how it was the saint himself that should be congratulated for the victory. The king of Alaba claimed that Andrew would forever be the patron saint of the Picts, and that this day would never be forgotten. To ensure such, he made a flag, a dazzling white saltire, on a background of sky blue, so the people would always remember how the saint aided their king in battle. Eochaid agreed to these terms, and decreed that every Scot would also hold to this pact, and so the saltire became the flag of the Scots and the Picts. Yet some years later, the grandson of Eochaid, a man named Kenneth MacAlpin, would unite the realms and become King of Scots and Picts in the new country of Scotland, and he would honour his ancestors by making Andrew the patron saint of Scotland. And it was truly then that the saltire became Scotland's flag, and it would remain there forevermore. That was the legendary tale of the saltire, and of how Scotland gained its flag. But is there any truth to this old legend? To find that out, we must first ask ourselves, who was St. Andrew, and why would Scotland be of any significance to him? Andreas, or Andrew, was a fisherman from Galilee, and a brother of Shimon bar Yonah, or Simon Peter in some texts. They were the first disciples of Christ, and were present at many of the pivotal moments in the life of Jesus. After the death of Christ, it is told that Andrew travelled Asia and Greece, seeking to convert the people and spread the teachings of Christ. Eventually, Andrew was arrested for heresy and sentenced to be crucified in the city of Patras in 60 AD. The earliest known accounts of his death come from the 6th century, almost 600 years after the crucifixion took place. But these texts all agree on one thing: Andrew was crucified on a Latin cross, which was commonly used at the time by the Romans. The story that he asked specifically to be crucified on a saltire or X-shaped cross, due to his belief that he was not worthy of dying on the same kind of cross as Jesus, did not appear until the late Middle Ages. So, with the historic shape of the cross, and the new part of the story not coming in until the 9th century, it certainly seems to damn the legend of the saltire. So how is Andrew connected to Scotland? Well, like I previously mentioned, this is due to St. Regulus, a monk at the city of Patras in the year 345 AD. He was commanded in a dream to take the bones of St. Andrew, which he did, and then in a second dream was commanded by an angel, or in some versions the very saint himself, to take the bone relics and bury them at the ends of the earth. With this in mind, poor St. Regulus set sail with a knee bone, 3 fingers, a tooth, and an arm bone. He would sail for many days before eventually being shipwrecked on the coast of Fife in Scotland. This is where he would build a shrine and tell the local Picts that they were the chosen of St. Andrew. In some versions, the saint is met off the boat by Angus MacFergus, which is quite the feat, seeing that Angus would not be born for another 300 years. Again, this does not fill me with confidence for the Saltire legend. It is claimed that these relics were in Scotland at one time, but not until they were brought to England during the Augustinian mission to convert the Anglo-Saxons to Christianity in 596 AD, and not seen in Scotland until 732 AD, when Bishop Acca of Hexham visited Fife. Although I must say, there are no great sources for this version of the story either, but what we do know for certain is that the tale of St. Regulus, sometimes referred to as St. Rule, was first told in the 12th century, some 900 years after the tale takes place, and well over 1,000 years since Andrew was crucified on the Latin cross. The legend of the Saltire and that of St. Regulus was heavily publicised and pushed by Scottish kings, noblemen, and various figures in the Scottish Church during the 12th century. The independence of Scotland was under threat at this time, and the Scottish Church was in contest with the Archbishop of York as to which religious sect was preeminent in the area, or the most important in Britain at the time. By promoting the story of Regulus and St. Andrew's Saltire, the Scottish Church not only acquired perhaps the most important saint, the first chosen apostle of Jesus Christ, but legitimised the authenticity of the Church, as it was in fact chosen by St. Andrew, and thus the most righteous and true. Not only did the Church receive this great boon, but also, as the tales took place in the 4th century, it now meant that the foundation of the Scottish Church predated both the English and Irish churches by some centuries. All this would mean that the Scottish Church was the first ever church in Britain, and specifically chosen by God. This was not only a wonderful work of propaganda, but also gave Scotland great political power, especially in the realms of Christianity. The legend of the Saltire was even used during the Wars for Independence, when the Scottish used the tales to persuade Pope Boniface VIII to issue a papal order to Edward I of England to end the war with Scotland. Coincidentally, it is around this time that we finally begin to see the Saltire flag as the flag of Scotland, and a little earlier we begin to see the depiction of St. Andrew on an X-shaped cross, which can be found on Scottish seals from 1180 AD. And this specific iconography can also be seen on the seal of the Guardians of Scotland. Then, in 1320, within the Declaration of Arbroath, it is cited that Scotland was converted to Christianity by St. Andrew, and thus the image of the Saltire and Scotland were forever joined. But do not get me wrong, it is very possible that the Picts and Scots did worship St. Andrew, as Christian ministries had been in Scotland since the Roman occupation. Then later, in the 5th century, many of the famous Irish missionaries would arrive in Scotland, like St. Columba or St. Ninian, and begin to spread this new Far Eastern faith. But this being true, there is certainly no concept of the Saltire or X-shaped cross, and the legend of the Saltire is entirely fictional. A wonderful piece of propaganda to reinforce the might of the Scottish Church during the late Middle Ages. I found this somewhat disappointing, as it is actually quite a nice tale to tell, but I believe my job here is to tell you tales and stories that were genuinely believed by the people of Scotland and have helped shape our history and culture. Unfortunately, this just isn't one of them. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons, as without your support, I couldn't do this. I apologise if this video seems to go off into the weeds a bit. I wanted to tell you the tale, but could not bring myself to leave out information and tell you that it was essentially fiction and had no real history or impact in my country. There are also many other problems with the legend of the Saltire. To begin with, the Peffer Burn could certainly not stop any army, no matter how much rain there had been over the last few days. Eochaid was actually king of Dalreta, but in 733, 100 years before our tale, and Kenneth MacAlpin was not his grandson, although it's possible he may be one of his descendants. On the other side of the war, King Athelstan would not be born until the year 894, some 62 years after he was supposedly killed by the Alibanach in East Linton. He was also not king of Northumbria, but of Wessex, and then first king of the English when he conquered Northumbria in 927 AD. One specific oddity that I could not get to the bottom of was why St. Andrew's Cross was changed from a Latin cross to a saltire. All early texts refer to it as a Latin cross, and it seems to change around the same time as the Scottish Church and nobility began pushing the link between the saltire and St. Andrew, but I couldn't find any particular sources or information on how the two became joined. I know that the saltire has been used in iconography related to battle and heraldry in various forms and colours long before it became entangled with both Scotland and St. Andrew, but there is a gap in my knowledge where the former and the latter meet. So if you know anything about it, or have knowledge in heraldry and the use of the saltire, I would love to hear from you. I hope this video interested you as much as the research for it intrigued me. So until next time, Slán Shva. In the past, many of the Highland clans only survived by their abilities to farm and raise livestock. The world of the North was cold and isolated. The ownership of good grazing land could be the difference between the survival or the disappearance of your clan and your brothers. This fight for power and relevance was the cause of many disputes in Scotland. The Loch of the Sword. Laying at the intersection between the counties of Inverness, Perth, and Argyll is a small yet important loch that we now know as Loch Awaich, or the Loch of the Sword. It was given this name over 300 years ago, when it became the meeting place between the chief of the Camerons of Lochiel and the Earl of Atholl. At that time, the lands of Loch Aber, which lie to the west of the small loch, were owned by Clan Cameron, and in the east, the lands of Ranach were the property of the Earl of Atholl. It would seem that both men believed that the loch and the grazing lands around it belonged to them. For many years, neither man would give in. All manner of settlements were attempted. Great chiefs from other powerful clans offered to mediate a deal, but the men would not move. Eventually, this led to war, and on many occasions, the small loch would be red with Scottish blood, as neither side gave way. But there came a time when both Lochiel of Cameron and the Earl of Atholl had grown weary of the continual warfare and death of their clansmen. So it was that a meeting was arranged between the resolute men. They were to meet upon a certain day by the small loch. Both were to come alone and endeavour to arrive at a peaceful solution. When the day arrived, Lochiel of the Camerons left early in the morning and made his way eastwards towards the small loch all alone. Walking through the heather, the man came upon an old, crooked woman heading in the opposite direction. As the two passed each other, the crone's hand pounced upon Lochiel's arm. Pulling the tall man down to her level, the crone called, "Far are your men, Lochiel?" A little shocked by the woman's forcefulness, the man withdrew his arm and said, "Haud your peace, woman. I've nae need for many day. I travel to the wee loch yonner, where Athol has agreed to meet me on his ain." With this said, the bold Cameron continued walking, but the crone would not be so easily pushed aside. With haste, she limped after the man and grabbed at his plaid. This time, with a look most urgent, the woman told Lochiel that if he went to the meeting alone, he would never return, and this land would then belong to Athol. Releasing the chief, the woman walked away, but called back, "Far are your men, Lochiel. Find your men." The Cameron chief was not happy with this. He had agreed to meet Athol alone, and was a man of his word, but he dared not ignore the crone's warning. Lochiel turned about and ran home to collect a bodyguard of 80 warriors. He told them to follow at a distance, and when he arrived at the loch, the men were to hide in the heather and bracken, only to appear if given the signal, a loud whistle from Lochiel. For the most part, Cameron did not intend on summoning his men. They were only there as a precaution. So in the course of that day, a time would arrive when Lochiel, chief of Clan Cameron, would stand face to face with the Earl of Athol, overlooking the small loch on the county border. The pair talked for many hours, but neither made headway. Athol was determined not to move an inch, and said that the land was his by right of birth. Lochiel was willing to compromise, but would not be intimidated into losing all of the land. Tempers began to rise between the Scotsmen, and eventually Athol could stand it no more. With a wave of his hand, 20 stalwart Highlanders leapt from the heather. Lochiel, in a fury, demanded to know who these men were. A smile of disdain appeared on the face of Athol as he replied, "These are but simple Athol rams, come only to graze upon the land of Cameron." A loud piercing whistle emanated from Lochiel, and the 60 Cameron men sprang from their hiding place, swords in hand. The Earl of Athol stood wide-eyed and speechless, as Lochiel, with a wide grin, called, "These are the hounds of Cameron. They are sharp o' tooth and fair famished, all keen to tear the flesh for your Athol rams." At this, Lochiel drew his own sword, and demanded that Athol renounce his claims upon the land, for not much longer would he hold at bay the hounds of Cameron. Athol knew he was outwitted and defeated. Without further delay, he agreed to the terms, and as a sign of his commitment to the new agreement, Athol drew his sword, kissed the shining blade, and threw it into the loch. He declared that as long as the blade remained hidden within the loch, these lands belong to Clan Cameron. It is in this way that the loch where the brave men met came by its name. All thanks to the foresight of one mysterious woman, the Clan Cameron still hold the lands by the Loch of the Sword. Interestingly, this is not the final appearance of the sword. Over 200 years later, in 1812, a young boy was out fishing in that very loch. It was a warm summer's day. The boy had been there for some hours and was yet to catch anything. He decided to take one final cast, and to the boy's amazement, it would seem something had taken the hook. Oddly, his catch did not fight back, but did seem to be of some weight. Eventually, the boy pulled from the loch an old basket-hilted claymore. Unfortunately for the boy, it was deemed too dangerous of an artifact to leave in his possession. Instead, it was given to a local minister, who kept it in the church. At least that was the case, until the boy's story found its way to the new Lochiel of Clan Cameron. A great panic was spread through the clan when they found that the sword had been recovered. It was said that many an old Cameron began to prepare swords and pistols on that day. But fortunately, by this time, the hostilities between the clans had settled, as Scotland concentrated on a much worse enemy. The Camerons took the sword from the minister, and in a great procession, they marched the artefact back to the loch, and once again cast the blade into the loch of the sword. That was the last known appearance of the blade which belonged to the Earl of Atholl. So to this very day, the claymore still lies at the bottom of Loch Awaiyach. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons. Slán Java. The Clan McPhee has called the island of Colonsay its home since before records began. They are one of only a few clans that can directly trace their lineage all the way back to Kenneth the Conqueror MacAlpine, king of Dalraita, the Picts, and Alba. It has long been said that the MacAlpine blood holds power, bravery, and otherworldly knowledge. It is due to this ancient connection that the Laird of Colonsay, or clan chief of the McPhees, has always been regarded as a near magical figure. He would protect his people and further his clan's standing through his legendary exploits and adventures. Today, we focus on one adventure in particular, the legend of McPhee and the Black Dog. Strangely, this tale begins at the end of another. McPhee of Colonsay had been called to the rough bounds of Scotland in order to aid MacAllan, Lord of Moidart, who had foolishly attempted to take a fairy woman as his wife. MacAllan paid dearly for his actions and lost much of his wealth and livestock. But in the end, the great McPhee was able to chase the woman from the land. Our tale truly begins as the chief began his long journey home to the Isles. That night was bitterly cold, and the wind-battered traveller continued over the hills and through the glens. He may have been the great chieftain of the McPhees, but after some hours in the freezing Scottish wind, he was as much in need of shelter as any other. 'Twas then he spotted a dim yellow light in the distance, and hurried toward it like a moth to a flame. The light was seeping out of a small shalen window. McPhee knocked upon the door and entered, finding a number of men sat round a fire, hiding from the bitter cold. Greeting the men, he sat down and began relating the tale of his recent exploits. The men were most welcoming and shared round food and drink while listening to the tale. Stories and legends were shared for most of the night. Then, as the new sun rose, McPhee spotted a large dog in the corner, surrounded by a litter of newborn pups. The quiet dog was perhaps the most beautiful animal the man had ever seen, as large as a calf and as black as coal. McPhee had a sudden connection with one pup in particular, and asked if he may be allowed to take a pup with him to call his own. An older man with a long grey beard joined the chief and told him he could take any but the blackest of the pups. "It was that very pup that will be my dog," said McPhee sternly. The old man again refused, and told McPhee to choose another. "I will only have this one, and no other," McPhee boldly stated. "Since you are resolved to have it," called the old man, "I'll tell you now that it will only do one day's service, but it will do it well." The chieftain, a little puzzled by the old man's prediction, took the dog and continued on his journey. After some time, McPhee returned to the island and his home. He took good care of the dog, and over time it grew into a magnificent beast. No man had ever seen a dog so large or so dark in colour as the black dog of McPhee. Yet when its master was to go hunting and called for the dog, it would come to the door, look outside, and return to lay by the fire. Many friends and relatives who visited the home over the years told McPhee to rid himself of the beast, as it would not hunt and ate the food of three. But the great dog's master would always tell them to let the dog alone, and that the black dog's day would come yet. Then on one day, a party of huntsmen from Islay came across to visit McPhee, and asked him to join them on an upcoming hunt on the Isle of Jura, which at the time was almost uninhabited, making it the perfect hunting ground for deer. McPhee was delighted to go hunting with his friends, and so on that very day a boat was readied to cross the Sound. As McPhee left his home, accompanied by the 16 hunters, each of them attempted to call his black dog. Again the dog reached the door, turned about, and lay by the fire. "Och, just shoot it," called one of the young hunters. "No, no, no," said the chief. "The black dog's day has not come yet." The party reached the shore and boarded the boat, but suddenly the wind rose and the passage became wild. They would not cross that day. On the next morning, the men once more made ready to go, and once more they called upon the dog, who reached the door and returned to the fireside. "Ah, kill it," said one hunter. "It's not worth the food." "I will not harm my dog," McPhee calmly said. "The black dog's day will come yet." At the shore, the party were turned about again due to the horrible weather. One hunter even joked that the dog may have foreknowledge, and knew they would not sail that day. The chief only smiled and said, "The only foreknowledge the dog has is that its day will come yet." On the morning of the third day, the sun shone brightly, and the sea was flat calm. As the men readied themselves, they reached the door and found the huge black dog waiting patiently for them. Without a word from any of the men, the dog followed them to the shore and leapt upon the boat. "It would seem," smiled McPhee, "that the black dog's day is drawing near." The boat was filled with food and provisions before the 17 men and the huge black dog set sail for the Isle of Jura. The passing across the Sound went quickly and smoothly. Soon the men made land and set up camp in a large cave. The cave was a well-known spot in the island for hunting parties to rest. It had a hole in the roof near the size of a man, which the fire smoke could easily escape from, allowing them to keep it burning all night. The men passed that evening relaxing in the cave, eating food, and telling tales of other hunts and great adventures. Almost all of the following day, the men would spend hunting in the woodland, and by evening they had quite the catch. Once again, they ate and drank round the fire, and just as evening was drawing close, the men heard an almighty thundering from above. It sounded as if the very cave itself was about to give way. As the party looked up, a huge clawed hand descended from the hole in the roof. It swiped and snatched at the men as they hurried to escape. Suddenly, the fire was knocked and the light went out. McPhee could only hear the screams of terror and fear from the hunters. He could see nothing before him as he leapt to the ground, hoping to shelter from the beast's wicked hand. As the chief's eyes became accustomed to the dark, the voices went eerily silent. The hunters lay about him, tattered and torn. Above him the great clawed hand reached out. The razor-like hooks drew closer and closer to McPhee, and just before they snatched him, The black dog bounded forward and bit the hand with all its might. A hideous scream was heard as the hand jolted back, trying to escape from the cave, but the huge dog would not let it go. It gnashed and tore at the arm until it cut straight through. The giant hand fell limp to the floor, and the bloody stump receded through the hole in the roof. The great dog rushed out of the cave and continued its assault on the evil creature. McPhee, in shock and fear, began to pull himself together as the howls of the dog and the wails of the creature echoed through the cave. As the man reached the opening, the first rays of morning breached the hillside, and the woodland went silent. Soon the dog returned to its master's side, covered head to paw in blood, and as McPhee held the animal and thanked it for saving his life, the final breath left the great black dog, and it lay down to die at the feet of its master, its only task now complete. McPhee later checked the cave for his friends, but not a single one was left alive. Between the bodies lay the clawed hand of the beast, which the man took with him as proof of the tale, and returned to board the boat alone, no hunters and no dog. Once again in Colonsay, McPhee recounted the horrors he saw that night, and told of the hand and his dog. No man on any of the isles had ever seen such a hand, nor did they imagine that such terrors truly existed. In the following days, a boat was sent to Jura to recover the bodies and bury the dog where he lay, at the site of his valiant service to the clan McPhee. There is a saying in Scotland, the black dog's day will come yet. A time will come when one who is despised and of no use will provide a great service to those who remained loyal. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons who help support the videos and keep these tales alive. This tale is quite famous in many parts of Scotland, which means there are hundreds of versions and tellings, which many times blend into other stories. In one account, the fairy woman who was married to MacAllan was the one who became the monster and returned to seek revenge upon McPhee. In another, the fairy woman thanked the chieftain for freeing her, and gifted him with a jet black pup, which would go on to save his life. In other forms of this tale, as the men sit by the fire on that night in the cave, 16 beautiful fairy women arrive and seduce the men, but are chased away by the dog moments before the claw reaches into the cave. This is actually quite a common trope in Scottish folklore. I have covered a similar tale in my video on the Banshee, and I think it is better implemented in those tales. One style of the Black Dog story really differs from the rest. It was said that McPhee of Colonsay was the captive of a beautiful mermaid. She would supply whatever he required, but still the man was not happy, and so escaped from the mermaid while she was absent, only taking with him a black dog. The furious mermaid then pursued McPhee for many days. When she finally caught up to him, the mermaid went to snatch the man, but the black dog leapt in front of his master and attacked the mermaid. The battle ended in the death of both the mermaid and the dog, but McPhee of Colonsay was saved. In one tale, the dog would breathe a magic smoke at the monster. The dog's jaws were filled with a green flame. The dog killed the fairy woman. McPhee charmed the beast with a harp. The dog became a spirit. The dog's heart turned to fire, and McPhee had to kill it. They really do just go on and on. There are so many versions of this great tale, and I only hope that you all enjoyed this version, and I will see you again next time for some more Scottish folklore. Slán Although I love old Scottish customs and beliefs, I am happy to say that many of the crueler practices found in the old feudal laws, which covered the Highlands and Islands, have long since faded into the past. You see, at that time, the great Highland chiefs held the power of life and death over their subjects and vassals. This helped to control the land, feed its people, and punish the wicked. But there were many times that an unscrupulous man would become laird or landowner within the chief's realm, and use the power of the chief to his own corrupt ends. Opposing such a law would be opposing the chief himself, and would incur severe punishment, and on many occasions, death. Sure, there were national laws set forth by the King of Scotland, which would render this abuse of power illegal. But then, much like today, the political powers of Edinburgh and Glasgow cared more for the prosperity of the Central Belt than the lives and deeds of the isolated Highlanders. This would result in unfair and unethical laws being put in place throughout the far reaches of the country. One in particular would be the claiming of the best horse on the farm when a farmer dies. Let me explain this a little more. When the tenant or farmer would pass away, this fact must be immediately related to the laird of the land, or owner of the property. In many areas, the time frame was given as 3 days, after which a great penalty would be incurred. Once notified, the laird would send a messenger to the widow, demanding that the finest horse on the farm be delivered to the laird, whom recognised it as his legal property and payment due to the untimely death of the farmer. This messenger would commonly arrive on the funeral day, and was near universally hated by all farm widows, rich and poor alike. If the demand was refused, or the widow attempted to evade this taxation, then by local law they would forfeit all their land, their house, their goods, and their cattle to the laird. On large farms, where the owners had made a good living, the demand of a horse was only a temporary financial burden, and most likely there were many other animals to take its place. But where we see the true cruelty of this law is in those smaller and poorer farms. It was frequently true that these farmers had only one horse, which they used to work the land, and so the loss of this animal would condemn the very farm itself, leaving the widow and the children with no food, home, or work, damning them to a life of poverty, or even death, at the hands of a cold Scottish winter. But today, we tell the story of one who fought against this injustice, and would change Scotland forever. Mackinnon's Revenge. At the beginning of the 17th century, in a small plot of land on the Isle of Skye, a young farmer died very unexpectedly while working in his field. His wife and small child were horrified by the sudden death, and were both drawn into a deep grief. Knowing the laws of the land, the wife sent word to the local laird, informing him of her husband's death, and announcing the day of the funeral. True to form, the laird's unwelcomed messenger arrived on the very day of the burial, just as the widow and her fatherless son returned home. The widow was in some distress, as she told the messenger that they had only the one horse, and it was the animal that pulled the plough over their meagre stretch of land. Not only that, but her husband had been kin of the local chief, and surely her and her son would be granted some sympathy from the ruler of these lands, even allowing them to keep the horse until another could be paid for. But the heartfelt pleas of the widow only made the messenger more determined to take the animal. The woman again tried to appeal her position, and begged the man to take her case to the chief, who would surely understand. The messenger became more and more enraged by the woman's refusal, and soon his vicious words turned to vicious blows. The laird's man savagely beat the woman while pushing aside her small child. Eventually, when the woman was left upon the floor, silent and bleeding, the messenger took the horse and left. The poor child ran to his mother's side, traumatized by the violence and savagery he had beheld. Holding his mother close, the boy would hear her whisper these very words: "Thou art not a son like the father, my young Lachlan, unless thou requite with blood the ill treatment of thy mother, and unless thou dash to death with due revenge this fierce and savage fellow, this bare-faced murderer." With that said, the life slowly left the mother as she was cradled in the arms of her beloved son. After these horrifying events, life on the isle continued in much the same manner as it always had, and the cruel laws continued to be practised. But as for the now orphaned boy, Lachlan Og McKinnon, he was taken in by a neighbouring family who worked their own farm nearby, and would now work the McKinnon land until the boy was old enough to do so himself. The money made from his father's farm would pay to feed him and allow a small recompense for the neighbours who Lachlan had grown to love. Eventually, the boy would become a man, known in the area for his strong will and great agility. He would leave his adoptive parents and return to rebuild his old home. But then on one day, a tragedy would befall his adoptive father, who was struck down with a great illness, which would eventually take his life. Again, word was sent to the laird. Later that same day, while the young man worked his father's land, he saw the laird's messenger come up the path to his neighbour's home and demand her only horse. Lachlan knew his face well. It was a face etched into the man's very soul. For 25 years he had been plagued by the nightmarish images and visions of the man who had murdered his mother, and not only that, he remembered well her dying words. Lachlan swiftly moved to the end of the path and waited for the messenger to return with the horse. As the messenger led the horse down the path, the great figure of Lachlan leapt forth and took the man by the neck. He demanded the return of the horse, which the messenger quickly let free. He then reminded the messenger of the McKinnon wife he murdered many years ago. The old messenger now stood petrified with fear, seeing the savage rage in the eyes of the powerful young man. As the messenger went for his blade, McKinnon grasped him by the hair and, seizing his dirk, removed the old man's head from his body. As the decapitated figure fell to the ground, Lachlan marched with the head to a well by the path. There he would stand and wash the blood from the face of the man. The determined and rage-filled Lachlan then mounted the horse and galloped with all speed to the residence of the chief. There he would bang upon the castle door with both dirk and head. The servants in the castle were horrified to see the appalling sight, and quickly inquired about his business. "Go and tell your Chief McKinnon that I have arrived to present him with the head of his messenger, Donnacha Moore, in case that he might wish to embalm it and hang it up in his baronial hall as a trophy of heartlessness and cruelty." The man's purpose was quickly brought to the chief's attention, who could not believe that such a hideous deed could have been perpetrated by any of his kin. He ventured forth instantly, and as he arrived at the main door, the young man offered the head on the blade of his dirk. "What is this madness?" called the chief. Lachlan explained the whole terrifying tale to the man. The inhuman treatment of his mother, her murder, the poverty and cruelty his laws forced upon the people. The chief seemed somewhat taken aback, and paused in thought for a great while. Eventually, he would tell Lachlan that these cruelties had been committed in his name, but without his knowledge. The McKinnon chief apologised to Lachlan, and as compensation gave him a pardon for the murder, and granted him the lands and titles, not only of Donnacha Moore, but also those of the unscrupulous laird as well, before issuing an edict that no longer would this cruel law exist in his lands, and neither widow nor orphan would be deprived of their property again. Lachlan, now as the new laird of the land, would ensure that the chief kept to his promise, and in his official position as both laird and messenger, he would never take a horse from a family again. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons for supporting the channel and allowing me to bring you these videos. I hope you all enjoyed this tale of injustice and revenge. There have been hundreds of strange laws in place over the years, some due to the beliefs of the time, which in hindsight seem very strange to us, and others the work of corruption in the justice system, which unfortunately seems to be an eternal issue, born by the very having of a justice system. This tale seems to be somewhat mythical, as there is not much evidence of it occurring, and the tale only appearing in a few sources that I could find. The law itself seems to have actually been put in place in multiple areas of Scotland, and it's possible this tale is of a true occurrence, altered by the continuous retellings over the years. The well in which the head was washed is known in Skye as the Well of the Head, which is linked to many wells and areas throughout the island, and honestly, I am unsure exactly which well it is. I would also mention that the practice of washing a severed head in a well is a fairly common trope in Scottish folklore. There has always been some significance with wells and heads. Throughout ancient Celtic traditions, human heads or skulls were used as cups to offer water to the Sidhe or gods. And this practice and tradition seems to have found its way through to Christianity as well, where in Scotland water from a holy well is consumed from a skull by pilgrims that travel the land, or at least it was many years ago. I hope you all join me again next time for more tales of Scottish folklore. And until then, Stange As the glaciers of the last ice age retreated, great herds of grazing animals would push northwards and westwards, eventually coming to what we now know as the British Isles. And wherever the prey goes, the predators are soon to follow. The grey wolf of Scotland would become a constant adversary to the people of the land. It was known to hunt their game, eat their livestock, and on occasion kill. It was due to all of these factors that sadly the Scottish wolf was hunted to extinction. But who was it that drew life from the last wolf in Scotland? The Scottish grey wolf, or Llea matuali, stands around 1 metre in height and was very similar to the Arctic wolf. They were a native species to Britain and were commonly found in the vast untainted forests of the Scottish Highlands. For hundreds of years, the Highlanders despised the wolves. They were constantly at odds with each other. The death of many Highland clansmen was attributed to the wolves. Large packs would come to farms on cold winter nights and wipe out whole herds of cattle, leaving the farmers to starve in their homes or freeze to death hunting in the bitter winter snows. The Shailen's, found all around Scotland, were built to give travellers refuge on their route. But in the old days, it was not the wind or the hail that they feared, but the wolves. Not only did the wolves ruin lives and take them, but they were known to desecrate burial grounds. In Sutherland, near the Bay of Edrahulish, the wolves exhumed bodies from the graves with such frequency that the inhabitants resorted to burying their dead on the nearby island of Handa. An old poem from this time was recorded in the Book of Highland Minstrelsy. On Edrahulish shore, the grey wolf lies in wait. Woe to the broken door, woe to the loosened gate, and the groping wretch whom sleety fogs on the trackless moor belate. The lean and hungry wolf, with his fangs so sharp and white, his starving body pinched, by the frost of a northern night, and his pitiless eyes that scare the dark with their green and threatening light. He climbeth the garden gate, he leapeth the hurdle bar, he steals the sheep from the pen, and the fish from the boathouse spars, and he digs the dead from out of the sod, and gnaws them under the stars. Thus at every grave we dug, the hungry wolf uptore, and every morn the sod was strewn with bones and gore. Our Mother Earth had denied us rest on Edrahula's shore. Many other areas of the Highlands also practiced island burial for the same purpose. All this is to say that during that time in Scotland, the wolves were hated. It then stands to reason that the man who killed the last of the Scottish wolves would be remembered as a folk hero and much loved by the locals. And there was no shortage of those that appeared to claim the title. In the land of Murray, it is said that the man who killed the last wolf was a clansman by the name of MacQueen. During the 18th century, word came to Moy Hall, the ancestral seat of Clan Macintosh. It told of a great wolf which had attacked a woman traveller and carried off her 2 children. The Macintosh chief quickly sent for his greatest hunter, a man known as MacQueen. He was said to be the best stalker and tracker in the land. On the day of the hunt, the Macintosh and his retinue of hunters assembled ready to be led by MacQueen, but the man did not show. Hour after hour the chief waited, and his patience was drawn very thin indeed. Just as the chief and the hunters were about to abandon the hunt and head home, MacQueen appeared, slowly strolling over to the men. There was no hint of speed or haste in the man's walk. The chief screamed, "Where in the hell have you been?" MacQueen looked towards the angered man and inquired, "What's the hurry?" The chief's eyes widened in unbelievable anger. His face turned a deep red, and he inhaled as if to start shouting. But before any word could leave his mouth, MacQueen pulled from his plaid the head of a great wolf. He threw it at the feet of the enraged Macintosh and casually remarked, "That's it to you." He turned and strode off in the same casual manner as he arrived, and thus it is said the last wolf of Scotland had been killed. In Perthshire, there is a tale about a miller named Robertson. It is said that on one fine afternoon, the miller's wife was at home, standing by a large pot of porridge, stirring it with a short wooden stave, commonly known as a spurtle. Suddenly a wolf appeared at the doorway, and upon noticing the woman's sleeping child in a small cot, bolted straight towards it. The miller's wife threw herself in front of the wolf, and grappled it like a woman possessed. The wolf twisted and thrashed, lashing out with its razor-like teeth. But the woman held strong, and raised the spurtle above her head, and then brought it down with a tremendous force. The wooden stave landed hard on the wolf's head, killing it outright. The beast slumped to the ground, and the woman returned to her porridge. It is said that no wolf was ever seen in Perthshire again, and still to this day, that place is known as the Mill of the Wolf. A similar tale is told in the land of Argyll, although its female combatant was not so lucky. It was said that on a cold, dark evening, a woman was travelling from Braevallach to Inverary. On her journey, she was forced to cross a wide and open stretch of moorland. It was here that she was confronted by a lone grey wolf, old and ragged, standing upon a nearby hill. Seeing the creature, the woman scanned her surroundings for shelter, and saw a large mill in the distance. Quickly she drew her knife, and began to run with all the speed she could muster. Glancing behind her, she could see the old wolf following. It seemed to be keeping pace, and waiting for the right time to strike down its prey. As the pair neared the mill, it would seem that that time had come, and the wolf leapt upon the woman, and sank its long, sharp fangs deep into her throat. But as the teeth tore into the woman's flesh, her blade entered the heart of the beast. The bodies of both the wolf and the woman were found lying near the Braelachan mill, and no wolf has been seen in Argyll since. Another man credited with killing the last wolf was Andrew McGilvray, known as Great Andrew of the Wolves. He was born around 1600 and is said to have made a living for himself as a wolf slayer. He would travel from village to village, hunting and killing wolves wherever he went. He won great fame for his talent, and he is said to have been one of, if not the last, great wolf slayer of Scotland. It is thought by many that the last wolf was hunted and killed by Andrew the Wolf Slayer. In Scottish history, there is an official tale of the last wolf, which states that Sir Ewan Cameron of Lochiel killed the last wolf in 1680. At that time, Sir Ewan was chief of the Camerons of Lochiel. Not much is known about the battle with the last wolf, but it is said that he is a seasoned hunter and the beast was shot dead. 138 years later, in 1818, there appeared a large taxidermied wolf for sale in the auction catalogue of the London Museum. An inscription on the case read, "The last wolf killed in Scotland by Sir Ewan Cameron." The current whereabouts of this historical piece are unknown, but it is very unlikely that it was the last wolf, and even more unlikely was the wolf killed by Cameron. Despite the so-called official tale, stories of the last wolf continued for many years. A later tale can be found in a book named The Art of Deer Stalking by English hunter William Scrape. He tells the story of a hunter named Paulson and the last wolf in Sutherland. It was said that one day in the early 1700s, the man Paulson and his two sons were out hunting game when they came upon a large heap of stones. The pile of stones was so large, they assumed it to be some form of cairn, but when they examined it closer, they found an opening littered with tracks. Paulson knew from the shapes in the mud that this was the lair of a wolf. One of his sons gently crept into the cave, and climbing through a narrow fissure, entered the wolf's lair. There at the back of the cave sat two young cubs. Taking no chances, the boy drew his blade and began to kill the cubs. But suddenly, to Paulson's horror, the enraged parent appeared, bounding home towards its den, having heard the cry of its cubs. As the wolf dashed into the entrance, Paulson caught the beast's tail and held fast to the creature, who was now blocking the narrow passage. The boy in the cavern called to his father, asking what was obscuring the light. Paulson called back, "If the root of this tail breaks, you will soon know, son." In the end, Paulson slew the wolf. Never again were such beasts seen in Sutherland. Later, in 1924, a large stone was erected to commemorate this story and mark the spot at which the last wolf of Sutherland was killed by the hunter Paulson. In reality, we have no knowledge when the last wolf in Scotland died, let alone who killed it, if it was killed. What we do know is that the wolves were persecuted in Scotland for centuries. The earliest mention of these Scottish wolves comes from the 2nd century BC, where an ancient king known as Dorvadla decreed that if a slayer can bring the head of a wolf, he will be rewarded with an ox, which was quite the kingly gift for the time. Wolves were also shown carved on one of the Pictish stones, dating from the 6th century, but not much is known about this period. Much later, another royal decree would send men out hunting wolves in their hundreds. This time it was made by King James I of Scotland, who passed a law requiring 3 wolf hunts to take place every year between the 25th of April and the 1st of August. This would coincide with the wolf's breeding season and aim to eradicate the beasts from Scotland. Of course, this plan would fail, and the wolves would continue to ravage the land. Despite the many tales, it is generally thought that the Scottish grey wolf died out during the mid-17th century. There is no record of large wolf hunts after 1630, and none at all after 1650. During this time, huge areas of woodland were being burned, specifically to rid the people of the dreaded wolf. It's possible some survived until later, but not many. In 1966, a proposal was made to reintroduce wolves back into Scotland. This idea never came to fruition at the time, and was suggested again in 1999 and 2002. Each time the notion of reintroducing wolves to Scotland was brought up, there was an intense backlash by communities of farmers, ramblers, and conservationists. This ended the official possibility of returning the wolf to Scotland. But in 2007, a man named Paul Lister, owner of the Allerdale estate, decided that he would build his own wilderness reserve, inspired by South African game reserves. He has plans to introduce Swedish wolves back into Scotland. This, of course, has not been backed or sanctioned by any governmental or regulatory body. I'm also fairly sure that the very idea of reintroducing wolves would have many ancient Scots turning in their hidden island graves. From humanity's beginning, we have always tried to comprehend the natural world. It is all around us, and in fact we are it. The modern disciplines of chemistry, physics, and biology are the latest result in our never-ending trial to build, create, and control these natural powers. But there was a great precursor to the sciences, an esoteric distortion of religion, spirituality, and logic that we know as alchemy. For hundreds of years, alchemists were at the forefront of experimentation and innovation. The general aim of alchemy was to use or harness natural energy to change or warp reality. Not only did this lay the groundwork for basic chemistry, but it sent every scholar, philosopher, and apothecary on a wild quest to discover ancient wonders like the transmutation of metals and the creation of the red stone of knowledge. Every European king would have a flock of these alchemists at their disposal, running tests and experiments in the hope of creating eternal life or infinite wealth. Today, our story takes us to the court of King James IV of Scotland. There we will find the alchemist who would one day be known as the Birdman of Stirling Castle. Our story begins late in 15th century Italy with a young man by the name of John Damien de Falcis. Being born in the heart of the Renaissance to a family of some wealth gave John many options in life. He would begin by becoming a student of religion and learning of the powers of God. After some years, the young cleric wished to advance his knowledge, and so travelled to France, where he would study medicine. It was here that John would discover a great passion for engineering, but also experimental alchemy. With his studies finished, John, like most modern scientists, now required funding to continue his experiments and further his studies into alchemy. First, he appealed to the French royal court, which allowed him the supplies and equipment to produce powerful medical elixirs. Unfortunately, de Falcis would fail at this task, not only losing his funding, but also much of his standing in France. It was after this disgrace, the alchemical novice would leave mainland Europe and head to the court of King James IV of Scotland. John would arrive in Scotland in 1501 and was swiftly employed as the court physician. It would seem that King James had seen something in the young Italian and was much interested by his medical proficiency. John rose in reputation with surprising quickness, mostly due to the king's favour, but this would also incur the mistrust and jealousy of many others at court, who would call the man the French leech. Leech in those days was a non-flattering term for physician or medical professional. It didn't take long before the conversations between John and the king turned to experimental alchemy, another subject of great interest to James IV. It was then the king would decide to fund John's alchemical studies far beyond the man's wildest dreams. And in 1503, John was tasked by the king to make the quintessence. The quintessence, also known as ether, or the fifth element, was believed to be the material that fills the region of the universe beyond the terrestrial sphere, the element outside the confines of the four: fire, water, earth, and air. Some claimed ether was the material that created the heavenly bodies of the sun and the stars. Producing this substance on Earth was said to be near impossible, yet if it could be done, and it could be contained, it would produce an elixir said by many alchemists to grant everlasting life. John was granted an unfathomable amount of gold, and with it he would create the great alchemical furnaces in both Stirling Castle and Holyrood House. The king would also supply hundreds of rare and expensive ingredients, along with putting his court apothecary, John Mosman, under the command of Defalcus. A goldsmith named Matthew Auchinleck would be hired to create the many silver fittings needed for the distillation equipment. The alchemist would spend every waking second in the hunt for the quintessence. Rumour spread throughout Scotland of an Italian cleric who was said to produce the mythological fifth element and would do so for the king. Later that year, and for what the king believed was significant advances in the possible creation of ether, he granted Defalcus the powerful position of Abbot of Tongland, which again granted the man an impressive amount of influence in the Scottish royal court. John would now take part in the discussions and judgments of the court, while continuing his search for the quintessence. But this, ironically, is where John's great rise begins to dip. Sometime around 1506, it was decided by both the king and John that he had failed in his task, and although he believed to have furthered the alchemical study of ether, it was beyond his powers. Yet this was far from his end. He now promised the king that he would solve the mystery of transmutation and turn lead to gold, a feat that would make Scotland the most powerful kingdom in the world. Again, with the king's backing, the furnaces were lit, and the great alchemist and his now many subordinates began work. After another year had passed, Defalcus once again had failed to produce anything of note. Due to his continued failures, John's favour at court and with the king had begun to wane, but not disappear entirely. John now returned to the king with his next great idea. One he said had no chance of failure. It was something he had thought about for years, and now, as a master of the four elements, John would be the first man to fly. John became obsessed with his new plan, and for reasons unknown to me, the king once again funded this experiment. Defalcus began observing birds, and in specific their movement. After some months, he determined that the ability of flight came from the birds' wings, and how they controlled and funneled the element of air. Therefore, John concluded that flight was actually quite simple. All one required was feathers. In the following weeks, the king's best engineers would build a feathered flying rig to John's detailed specifications. One of the most difficult parts of this was finding thousands of eagle feathers to attach to the frame. Defalcus had specified that it had to be eagle feathers, and that no other plumage would suffice. Eventually, the day came where the great alchemist John Damien Defalcus would attempt to fly. He first informed the king that his flight would only be a short one, and only for test purposes. So he agreed that the journey from the walls of Stirling Castle over the English Channel to France would be an acceptable first journey. The king and his courtiers would assemble themselves along the 70-foot-high battlements of Stirling Castle. Below them stood hundreds of inquisitive townfolk and travellers, all hoping to see the first flight of the Birdman of Stirling Castle. John, surrounded by fussing engineers, stepped out of the castle and onto the very edge of the battlements. clad in a great winged contraption. As the man stood, gazing down at the ground before him, he took 2 deep breaths, turned, bowed to the king, and with all confidence leapt out into the air. With his chin held firmly forward, and the wind gusting through his hair, the alchemist fell 70 foot, landing painfully in the ground below him. The birdman's first flight was a complete and utter disaster. John was found, battered, bruised, and covered in blood, completely unconscious at the castle's base, yet still alive. He was taken by his own physicians, and after 2 days he awoke. The man had many cuts and breaks, not to mention severe concussion, but it was his shattered thigh bone that would cause him never to walk with ease again. After this failure, John would resign his title of Abbot of Tongland, and would recede into the background of court life and history. Strangely, the king still had favour for the man, whether it was for his determination and resolve in the field of alchemy, or just out of sheer admiration for his foolish bravery. King James's support would never truly leave De Falcis. Even after his resignation as abbot, the king would write to Pope Julius II, asking that John's pension of 200 gold ducats be paid to him for service to the church. John's name was still noted in Scottish court records up until 1513, when the great King James was killed by the English at the Battle of Flodden. This has been the odd life of John Damien de Falcis, the Italian cleric, the French leech, the great alchemist of King James, and of course, the Birdman of Stirling Castle. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons for supporting the channel and allowing me to bring you these videos. I almost don't know where to start on the appendices to this story, as there is so much. Like all other tales, there is many recorded versions of this story. The one I have given is a mixture of a few different tellings, and is what I believe to be the most enjoyable, and for the most part, historically accurate. There is quite a famous satirical poem, written at the time of John's legendary flight, by the court poet to King James, one William Dunbar, entitled A Ballad of the False Friar of Tongland, How He Fell in the Mire Flying to Turkey. The poem is composed in the form of a dream or vision, and tells the supposed biography of De Falcis. The tone of the poem is derisive and humorous, filled with exaggerated truths and fanciful fiction. It opens with Dunbar himself, waking one morning and accounting that night's dream. It then quickly sets the tone for the remainder of the poem by telling of how a barbarous Turk, De Falcis, killed an Italian cleric in order to steal his habit and impersonate him. Eventually, the murderer was uncovered, and so fled to France, where he pretended to be a physician. But having no talent for such, he was forced to flee once more. Now he would land in Scotland and trick the king into making him an abbot. But the new abbot would ignore his religious duties and spend all his time with mad experiments. After the failure of all his alchemical works, the mad murderer would decide to fly back to Turkey with a coat of feathers. As the man takes flight, many birds in the air decide to attack him, biting, clawing, and pecking, snatching away the feathers that were stolen from them. While this happens, the birdman, how do I say this, loses control of his bowels over a particularly unfortunate herd of cattle. Now with all his feathers gone, the foolish man falls into a great midden or pile of muck, where he hides for 3 days, waiting for the birds to leave. At this point, Dunbar is woken by the morning bird song, and the poem ends. So let's begin at the top. There was no evidence that Defalcus came from Turkey, or that he was a murderer. On the other hand, his birth is recorded in Italy, and his study of religion is well documented. His true identity was never uncovered in France, and I suppose it could be argued whether he tricked the king or not. This poem is the only reference to a flight to Turkey, and in all other historical records, France is his stated destination. There is also no evidence of the midden, or the unfortunate incident with the cows. I know this poem could be seen as simple comical entertainment for the court, but it seems to me that Dunbar had a vested interest in the manufacture of what I can only describe as an early conspiracy theory, designed to defame and harass Defalcus. This was not the only poem attacking the alchemist that Dunbar authored. In another, called The Birth of the Antichrist, he makes mention of a foolish abbot attempting to fly, which is widely regarded to be Defalcus. It's unfortunate just how prevalent the conjecture and lies of Dunbar have come to be. Many references to this historic tale seem to be directly drawn from these poems, and not the vastly more accurate accounts made by the great Scottish historian John Leslie, who recorded much of Defalcus' story, including his legendary flight. As a quick aside, Leslie once recorded that John believed his feathered machine to have been incorrectly prepared, and that hen feathers had been added to it, ruining the purity of the eagle feathers, and this accounts for the failure. Something I found to be particularly interesting was that the alchemist's attempt at flight was actually re-evaluated only a few years ago by Charles McKean, Professor of Scottish Architectural History at the University of Dundee, who is very well respected in his profession. Charles suggests that through his examination of both the building and the site of Defalcus's attempted flight, he has come to the conclusion that the flight may have worked to some extent, making it a groundbreaking achievement for the time. He suggests that the manner in which the flight has been portrayed as a complete failure is more down to the biased writing and jealousy of his detractors, such as William Dunbar the poet, who was often overlooked by the king and detested the ease by which John rose in the court's favour. Charles further states that to obtain the best uplift for his long journey, John Damien Defalcus flew off the west side of the ramparts. To the repeated scorn of the poet William Dunbar, he landed in a midden and broke his thigh bone. He was ridiculed and the attempt dismissed. Anyone looking over the west parapet of Stirling Castle would realise that someone tumbling down the rock at that point would end up very dead. Moreover, the royal gardens lay at its foot. Although the exact processional route between castle and gardens remains unclear, this was no place for a midden. A 1702 plan of the town, on the other hand, indicates the nearest midden half a mile away, beyond the current Smith Art Gallery. If that was the one in which Defalcus landed, there is but one conclusion: the wings worked. He didn't reach France, of course, but I believe his flight should be regarded as a historic success. While I personally am not entirely sure about Charles McKean's conclusions, they are interesting, and he is by far more educated on the subject than I. I would be interested to know if anyone out there has read of Charles McKean's work, or continued to re-evaluate the flight of the Birdman. As for Defalcus himself, many people throughout history have ridiculed his attempted flight and suggested that he was a trickster or conman out to rob the crown under the guise of alchemy. I personally do not believe this to be true. I think Defalcus truly did believe in his experiments. Even after his failed flight, he continued to work on his alchemical studies, and it is thought that he created further designs for a flying contraption, In many ways, John Damien DeFalcus was mad, but the kind of madness that touches on the side of genius, the kind of madness that pushes scientific theory and philosophy forward, the kind of madness that makes someone become the legendary Birdman of Stirling Castle. Thanks again for listening, and I will see you all next time for more folklore and stories from Scotland. Slán Java. In Scotland, a common word for an old woman, especially one with connections to second sight and divination, was Cailleach. But the literal translation of Cailleach is the veiled one. For centuries, these mysterious veiled women were worshipped as gods. The legends and tales of the Cailleach come before united Scotland. The old Pictish and Gaelic tribes would pay tribute to the old gods of the land. The Cailleach always took the form of an old woman and were often referred to as the great hags or crones. Once again in Scotland, the gods were less worshipped and more feared. They were beings of unimaginable power, and human life was not a great concern to the old ones. Tributes were paid so that the Cailleach would leave you and your livelihood alone, rather than to grant benevolent gifts like many other gods of the world. The divine hags of Scotland were associated with the creation of the country and the formation of the hills and lochs. They were also in control of the weather and the seas. Over Scotland, there were many of these old female gods, each with their own name and power. But when most people hear the word Cailleach, one specific being comes to mind, a god more powerful than all others, a woman known in all corners of Scotland, Dark Byra, Queen of Winter. Dark Byra is known all throughout Scotland and goes by many names: the Queen of Winter, the Blue Hag, Mother of Bones, the Old Woman of the Stones, the Great Herder of Deer, and in many places, simply by the title Cailleach. Byra was the great mother of all the gods and goddesses that have ever traversed the lands of Scotland. In some tales, she was told to be of a great height and was thought to be the mother of all giants. It is said that Byra had only one eye, covered by her frost-white hair, a dark blue skin like that of a frozen corpse. Upon her head she wore a dark bonnet, around her body clung a dark cloak, and with her always was a dun-coloured shawl, drawn closely round her shoulders. Although the tales of Byra differ depending on location and time, one thing they all agree on is that she was the first. The first of what, you may ask? Well, simply the first of everything. Byra, the original Cailleach, existed before all. Before the land and sea entered this world, the mother of gods was already old. Byra is both the goddess of creation and the goddess of destruction. Some tell that the goddess carried with her a great creel filled with rocks and stones, larger than the greatest of mountains. As she walked through the new oceans and seas, the stones would fall from her creel and land in the water, creating the land and mountains. Others say that she crafted the lands using a magical staff or hammer. Whatever the case may be, she was the oldest and most powerful of all the gods. This meant that every mortal soul in Scotland feared the Queen of Winter above all else. When angered, she was as fierce as the biting north wind, and as harsh as the tempest-stricken sea. In her fury she would destroy woodlands, topple mountains, and with her control of the cold, she would kill indiscriminately, man, woman, and child. During the cold and harsh winter, Byra was said to walk among the woods of the Highlands. There she would use her staff, to strike out any signs of growth or budding plant in the barren, icy wasteland. Some tales even say that Byra would ride upon the back of a giant grey wolf rather than walk through the land. Others tell that the Cailleach would lead a great herd of deer wherever she went. Byra would rule the land and all those within it, but after a time, her subjects began to rebel and long for the coming of the warmth, which was heralded by Angus of the White Steed, King of Summer and youngest child of Cailleach Byra. The King of Summer and his queen, Bride, were loved by all the people, for they brought with them warmth, light, and a bountiful harvest. It angered Byra to no end that her power had begun to pass away, along with her icy hold on the land. The old god did all she could to prolong the winter season. She would send terrible storms in the early spring and blanket the ground in a harsh frost. But eventually, she would become so weak that Angus and Bride would take over the rule of Scotland. Byra was near ageless. She had existed for such a long time, no one knew how old she truly was. It was told in many of the ancient legends that Byra did not die of her advanced age, because at the beginning of every spring, while her power was waning, she would travel to the Green Isle of the West and drink the magical waters from the Well of Youth. The Green Isle is said to float upon the waters, and its land is cloaked in an eternal summer, which produces the finest of fruits and the most magnificent flower blossoms, and was said to drift all around the Atlantic Ocean. On some occasions, it could be seen off the Highlands near Thurso. Other times, it would come close to the Isles of the Hebrides. It was mentioned in many a mariner's tale that the island held the power of youth. Some seafaring men would spend their whole life steering their vessels up and down the ocean, searching for the island paradise. One story tells of a young sailor who spotted the Green Isle, clouded in a luminous mist. And after many hours of sailing, the isle looked no closer than it had before. And as night fell, the Green Isle seemed to disappear beneath the rolling waves. It was the first and only time the sailor ever beheld the lost island of legend. It is said that no mortal has ever set foot upon the Green Isle. But then again, Byra is no mortal. She would always know in which direction the Green Isle lay when it came time for her to visit the well. The waters from the well were thought to be most potent on the first day of spring. The Cailleach would always reach the island on the last night of winter, which was her final day to reign as Winter Queen. There Byra would sit by the well, all alone in the darkness, and wait for the dawn. When the first ray of sunlight breached the eastern horizon, the old crone drank deeply of the magical water. In some versions of this story, it was said that Byra had to drink from the well before any morning bird visited the water, as if she was not the first to partake of the mystic water, old Byra would turn to ash and be gone forever. As the time-wearied old woman tasted the magical water, she began to grow young once more, whereupon she would return to Scotland and lay in a magical sleep beneath the great mountains. In a few months' time, Byra would awaken in the bright, warm sunshine, her hair now full and golden as the fields of wheat, her skin now a pale white, her lips red as the berries of rowan, and her eyes that sparkled like the light glinting off the sea in summer. The Queen of Winter had become young and beautiful once more. She would then travel through the lands of Scotland, clad in a magnificent green robe and crowned in a wreath of summer flowers. She was now the most enchanting and beautiful goddess of the land, all save Bride, the peerless Queen of Summer. Many think that this summer incarnation of Byra may be the founding history behind the Doinashi and the fair folk. Perhaps Byra and her many children are who we now think of as the Fae, outlawed from being named gods and goddesses by the new Christian rule of Scotland. As the summer months continued, young Byra would spend time walking throughout Scotland, admiring the hills, forests, and lochs. In general, she would survey the land that she had created and ensure that nature took its course. But as the months passed by, the Winter Queen would rapidly age, and as autumn came, her brow began to wrinkle and her beauty began to fade. Once the cold months of winter came, Byra returned to the ghoulish visage of the one-eyed crone, the Cailleach, Queen of Winter. This transformation is recorded in a poem found in Wonder Tales of Scottish Myth and Legend by Donald Alexander Mackenzie. The Song of Cailleach Byra. O life that ebbs like the sea, I am weary and old, I am weary and old. Oh, how can I happy be, all alone in the dark and cold? I am the old Byra again, my mantle no longer is green. I think of my beauty with pain, and the days when another was queen. My arms are withered and thin, my hair once golden is grey. 'Tis winter, my reign doth begin, youth's summer has faded away. Youth, summer, and autumn have fled, I am weary and old, I am weary and old. Every flower must fade and fall dead, when the winds blow cold, when the winds blow cold. The great Cailleach Byra affected everything in Scotland, and there are hundreds of tales or stories that can be traced back to the first goddess of this land. In Argyll, it is said that while in the summer visage, Byra would come and drink at a small well on a mountain known as Ben Cruachan. Each day the young maid would lift an unwieldy stone slab that covered the well and pull from the hole fresh mountain water to quench her thirst. Each evening the woman would return the stone slab to its place atop the well. But it happened on one day that Byra forgot to cover the well at night. This changed the order of the land. As soon as the sun went down, a great torrent of water burst forth from the well and crashed down the mountain side. At the dawn of the following day, the woman found that the valley beneath the mountain had been entirely filled with water. It was in this way that Loch Awe came to be. A similar tale comes from Inverness, but this time Byra sat upon her great throne atop Ben Nevis, as from there she could survey all that happened in Scotland. The Winter Queen sent a maid servant, one of the lesser Cailleach, named Nessa, to a hidden well within the hills near Inverness. There the maid was to collect some water for the goddess. But when Nessa removed the stone atop the well, water began to pour out, and try as she might, the servant had not the strength to hold back the torrent, and so dropped the stone and ran back to Ben Nevis. The whole time, Byra watched from her mountain throne and saw the failure of the lesser Cailleach. She called across the hills in a great booming voice, "You have neglected your duty. Now you will run forever, and ne'er will you leave the water." At once, the maid was transformed into a river and a loch. This is the origin of the River Ness and the Loch Ness. A legend exists, told by the locals of Loch Ness, that once per year, on the very night Nessa became the Ness, she rises from the loch in the form of a young, beautiful woman, and sings a sad lament in the pale moonlight. In the dark silence, her voice was more elegant than that of the birds, and her song more melodic than the golden harps of the Sidhe. I mentioned before that Byra formed the great hills and mountains of Scotland. These were created to be used by the goddess of winter. Some of the mountains became homes for her sons, the giants. The giants of Scotland, by nature, were quarrelsome and spent much of their time fighting or competing with one another. In an attempt to keep them separate, Byra built them all great homes of stone, but even this did not deter the fighting. Each day the giants would climb to the summits of their homes and hurl great boulders at the mountain homes of their brothers. This is why there are so many large boulders scattered throughout the valleys and glens of Scotland. The giant children of Byra came in many forms. There were some that were more timid than their larger brothers, and so would hide in deep caves dug into the ground. Those that lived in the forests were said to possess horns similar to those of the deer, and would venture from the woods only to take cattle, which they would pick up single-handedly and feast upon raw. All those of the human race feared the Winter Queen and her subordinates, but this fear was not found in the animal kingdom. In fact, it is said that the animals in Scotland loved and worshipped the great Cailleach, and as she walked through the land in the summer months, the wolves would greet her with howls of respect, the cunning fox would bark its admiration for the queen, and the raptors of the air shrieked with joy at her passing. Byra had a connection to animals, and would gather about her great flocks of deer, goats, sheep, and cattle, to whom she would grant her protection. In one tale, a hunter spied a prime deer in a patch of forest, and so quickly he readied his bow and took aim. The first arrow he loosed was heading directly for the deer, when the creature vanished and appeared a few yards away. Confused, the hunter loosed a second and a third arrow, but none would find their mark. This creature was protected by the Cailleach. My final tale of Dark Byra, Queen of the Winter, involves the cleaning of her shawl and the first days of a new winter. Each year, as Byra grew older and readied for her winter role, she would wash her great shawl. But this posed a problem for the giant goddess. There was no loch in Scotland big enough to soak her plaid. This is why Byra decided to wash her shawl in the sea. She would go to a strait of water between the islands of Jura and Scarba. There lies a huge whirlpool, known to some as the washpot of the Cailleach, and to others as the Corryvreckan whirlpool. The odd water phenomenon was given this second name after a young Scottish prince called Brechan was drowned in the maelstrom. Some even believe that it was Byra herself who capsized the noble's boat and sent him to his grave. 3 days before the Winter Queen began to wash her shawl, the lesser crones and servants of Byra would be sent to prepare the water. For miles around, the frothing and foaming of the Corryvreckan could be heard. This has long been a warning to sailors to stay at home until the Cailleach's work is done. On the fourth day, giant Byra would come to the whirlpool and cast in her shawl. Then she would climb into the waters and begin to tread the shawl. She would not stop this cleaning process until the shawl shone with a dazzling white finish. To dry the shawl, Byra would cast it over the mountains of Scotland, covering them in a shining white snow. This signified the start of the Winter Queen's reign. There are many more tales of the great old gods of Scotland, of Byra and her sons and daughters. They are the very forces of nature that shape the world around us, and have done since time began. Now we are deep in the reign of the Winter Queen. Her white shawl covers the land, and we all wait patiently for the power of the Cailleach to wane. Thank you all for listening. And I want to say a special thank you to all those who have supported the channel on Patreon. Slang Java. There are not many certainties that can be relied upon in the modern world, but it would seem that no matter the circumstance, time will continue on, whether we are here to witness it or not. Spring will give way to summer, summer to autumn, and eventually winter will draw the life from this earth, before it too fades, and the cycle continues. But this has not always been the case. In the ancient legends of Scotland, it is told that at the beginning of the world, winter was the only season, and for many thousands of years, the land lay locked in a permanent veil of ice and snow. This wasteland was ruled by the dreaded Cailleach, Baira, Queen of Winter. This icy tundra was all that had ever been, and many thought that this harsh, eternal winter would never end. This is the story of how the first summer came to Scotland, of how Angus met Bride, and of the thawing of the Queen of Ice. The great Cailleach Baira, first of all the gods, was a wicked and cruel ruler. All in the land feared the Queen of Winter, and none dared challenge her power. So merciless was the Cailleach that on the very day she met the beautiful young goddess named Bride, the Winter Queen took her captive and hid her beauty from the world. Baira determined that the girl's presence within her frozen kingdom was unacceptable, so Bride was held prisoner in the heart of a great mountain constructed by Baira. The Cailleach was said to be jealous of Bride's youth and beauty. While imprisoned, the young goddess was forced to wear threadbare rags and was put to work with the other servants within the great mountain. The Cailleach would often reserve the cruelest and most degrading of tasks for the beautiful young woman. Even once these foul tasks were complete, the Winter Queen would berate her servant and find fault in all her work. On one day, Baira gave the goddess a thick brown fleece and told her to wash it in a running stream until the fleece became pure white. Bride, obeying the command, went to a small pool beneath a waterfall just outside the entrance to the mountain. There she laboured all day long and washed the fleece until her hands were calloused and raw, but still she could not remove the colour from the fleece. That evening, as Bride returned, Baira flew into a wild rage and viciously scolded the girl. "You fool!" she called. "The fleece is as dark now as it was this morning." Bride protested that she had spent the whole day scrubbing the fleece below the waterfall of the Red Rock, but the colour was not to be shifted. "Then tomorrow you'll wash it again," called Baira angrily, "and if it is not white, you will go on washing it the next day and every day after. Now leave my sight." It was a sorrowful time indeed for the imprisoned goddess. Day after day she would wash the fleece, but to no avail. Even if she was to wash it every day until the end of time, she could not turn brown wool white. Then it happened that on one morning, while Bride was out washing the fleece, an old grey-bearded man appeared at the pool. The man pitied the goddess as he watched her tears fall into the water. "Who are you?" said the man, "and why are you in such sorrow?" Bride looked up to the man and told him that she was a prisoner of Baira and of how she had been given this impossible task. "I'm truly sorry for your misfortune," said the man as he began to look at the fleece. "What is your name?" Bride asked the stranger. "I am the father of Winter, Bodach, the husband of Baira, and I shall make the brown fleece white." The old man took the brown fleece in his arms and shook the water from it, once, then twice. Then, on the third shake, the fleece turned a magnificent snow white. Bride was overcome with joy for the first time in a great while. She quickly thanked Bodach for his help, and was extremely grateful her labour was over. The father of Winter handed the now pale fleece back to Bride, and offered her another gift, a bunch of white snowdrops. "If Byra scolds you," said the man, "give her these flowers. Tell her they came from the green fir wood, and tell her also that the cress is springing up along the banks of the streams, and that new grass has begun to grow in the fields." Smiling warmly, Bodach bade the young woman farewell and left the poolside. That evening, Bride returned to the mountain and laid the white fleece at the feet of Byra, but the cruel Winter Queen seemed entirely oblivious to the fleece. Instead, her one good eye was fixed on the snowdrops in the woman's hand. "Where did these flowers come from?" Byra questioned, with a seething anger. Bride anxiously forced out the answer. "The snowdrops are now growing in the green fir wood, the cress is springing up on the banks of streams, and the new grass is beginning to grow in the fields." "Evil are these tidings you bring," sneered the Cailleach. "Now begone from my sight." Bride turned and slowly walked away. But no longer was her heart filled with sorrow. A new joy had begun to grow within her, and she knew the frozen powers of the Winter Queen were no longer unstoppable. One day, Byra's reign would come to an end. The existence of the snowdrops told the Winter Queen that her grasp upon the land had lessened. This was unacceptable. The very next morning, Byra summoned the 8 lesser Cailleach. She ordered the hags to ride north, south, east, and west. Their task was to smite the world with frost and tempest, so that no flower could bloom and no blade of grass could survive. The hags mounted their giant goats and rode forth to do the bidding of the Winter Queen. The great Cailleach herself called first for her magic warhammer, which she would use to manipulate the land to fit her desire. Then she would call upon her giant wolf, and upon its back the Winter Queen rode to war. Meanwhile, far to the west, the youngest son of Byra lay sleeping in the land of eternal youth. His name at this point in our story was Angus the Ever-Young. When Angus was born, he developed with much the same speed as all of the other lesser gods or sons of Byra. But when the boy reached adulthood, it was said that both time and age no longer had any effect on Angus. And as his siblings grew older, Angus remained ever young. The son of Byra had never been a lover of the harsh cold which cloaked the land of his mother, so he decided to live on the mysterious Green Isle of the West, also known as the Land of Youth. As the young god lay in a vibrant green pasture, an odd vision appeared within his mind. There was a cold pool of water, and by its edge sat the most beautiful woman he had ever beheld. But this brought him no joy, as tears were falling from the woman's eyes. So transfixed by the woman was Angus, that he did not notice the old man by his side until he spoke. "You are far from your land of rest, young Angus." The young god was startled by the voice, but there was only one question on his mind. "For what reason does the poor maiden weep?" asked Angus. "She's the slave of Byra," said the old man. "She weeps, for she suffers great cruelty." The young woman now looked deep within the eyes of Angus and called out, "When will you set me free?" At this the man woke with a start, and found himself all alone on the warm grass of the Green Isle. Quickly he rose, and rushed to the grand castle belonging to the king of the Green Isle. Angus told the king of his strange dream, and asked for his aid in deciphering its true meaning. The king was a good friend and teacher to Angus. He was known to be a wise and caring ruler. There was no better in all the land to help Angus with this question. "The woman you saw is Bride, and in the days to come she will be your queen," stated the king. "For when Angus meets Bride, you will become the king of summer. Of this your mother knows well. It was her wish to keep Bride hidden from you, so that her own reign may be extended." In some surprise at the revelation, Angus declared that he would go forth at once and search the lands for his queen to be. At this the wise king shook his head and told Angus that the wolf month was upon them, and always uncertain is the temper of the wolf. That is of no matter, called Angus, for I shall borrow for the wolf month 3 days from later in the year. Angus then cast a powerful spell upon the land and sea. He did as he said, and took from later in the year 3 days. On those days the seas were calm, and the sun shone warm and bright over the mountains and the glens. Angus mounted his magnificent white horse and rode eastward to the land that would one day be known as Scotland. It is said that the ever-young was clad in raiment of shining gold, and from his shoulders hung a robe of royal crimson. Mounted upon his white horse, the young god was a wondrous sight to see. From this time on, Angus the ever-young became Angus of the White Steed. With all haste, the god rode across the waters, and by dawn of the following day he had reached the Grampian Mountains, where his search would begin. Up and down the land Angus rode, but there was no sign of his captive queen. Meanwhile, in Byra's mountain fortress, the young goddess bride dreamt of Angus and his quest. She watched him search far and wide, and knew that one day he would find her, and she would be free. Waking from the dream, the enchanting blue eyes of Bride shed tears of joy, and as those tears broke upon the ground, up sprang the first violets of spring. It did not take long for word of Angus and his search for Bride to reach the ears of the Winter Queen. This drove the Cailleach into a wild frenzy, and on the third night of Angus's search, she raised a great tempest of ice and snow. So fierce was the storm that the young god was driven back to the Green Isle, where he would take refuge and await his next opportunity. Time and time again, Angus would return to Scotland in search for the woman of his dreams. Eventually, he would discover the mountain stronghold, and on that day, the pair would finally meet. One morning, as Bride was in the green fir wood, not far from the mountain, she would come across the gold-clad man upon his white steed. All around them, violets and primroses began to bloom. The horseman dismounted and said, "Beautiful goddess, I beheld you in a dream, weeping tears of great sorrow. I have come to free you from the Cailleach." The woman embraced the young god and replied, "I too beheld you in a dream. You are riding over hills and through glens in your search for me. This is a great day." From the surrounding trees came a grand procession of the lesser gods, those that we now know as the Doinashee. They stopped before Bride and fell to their knees, as each claimed the beautiful goddess as their new queen. The lord of the Shee then gifted Bride a peerless robe of silver, and a star like crystal, as pure as her beauty, and as bright as the joy Angus brought her. The crystal was the gem of queens, and would forever be known as the guiding star of Bride. Now, in her magnificent silver robe, and with the star hanging above her heart, Bride looked every bit the Queen of Summer. The Lord of the Shee led Angus and Bride to a grand palace hidden deep within the woodland, and as the pair journeyed together, the frost on the ground beneath them thawed, and flowers of every colour sprang from the soil. The birds and animals began to cheer and call out, "Spring has come!" All rejoiced in the presence of the gods. Once they reached the woodland palace, a great magic was released. Although mankind had yet to witness the new king and queen, their presence was felt all throughout Scotland as the cold and barren land became full of warmth and growth. But it would not be long before the Cailleach would learn that Angus had found Bride, and her screams of fury could be heard echoing all throughout the mountains and glens. Yet the Winter Queen would not give up her rule without a fight. She seized her magic warhammer and began to smite the ground until it was frozen, hard as iron once more. Terrible was her wrath as she tried with all her strength to hold back the coming of summer. Byra feared the new growth within her land and worried that her authority would pass away if Bride and Angus were to be united. Then on one morning, Byra heard the sounds of birds as they flew on the wind. The song they sang was "Hail to the gods of summer, Angus and Bride are married." In a fit of pure rage, the Winter Queen again summoned the Lesser Cailleach. This time, they rode to war against Angus and Bride. Byra, now mounted atop a swift black steed, led the 8 hags to the hidden palace. Dark black clouds followed the great Cailleach. Although she was weakened, Byra was still the first and strongest of the gods. And as she and the hags landed in fury at the palace, the Sidhe fled for their lives. Even the powers of all the lesser gods combined was no match for the Winter Queen. Angus also knew that he had not yet the power to face his mother, so he and Bride leapt upon the white steed and fled from the dark powers of Byra. For many days, Angus would ride westward over the hills and glens, constantly pursued by the Cailleach and her servants. Finally, the young god and the queen would escape to the Green Isle of the West, for only there would they be given sanctuary. For a time, the couple enjoyed their life in the Isle, but soon the King and Queen of Summer would long to return to Scotland and take their true place as rulers. Many times Angus would climb upon his great steed and set forth for the mainland. When he came ashore, the birds would welcome the Summer King, but news of his arrival would always reach Byra. On one occasion, when Angus reached the land of glens and bens, the Cailleach raised one of the grandest storms ever recorded. The hail and snow lasted many weeks. The bitter cold took the life of many men and cattle, not to mention destroying all the early crops. In the face of this power, Angus once again retreated, and winter continued in Scotland. The summer god would not let his past failures dampen his spirits. Each time Angus was forced to retreat, he would always return, more powerful and more determined than he had ever been before. There then came a day when Byra saw the budding trees and the sprouting flowers appear in every corner of the land. She sent storms that would drown the plants, winds that would tear branch from root, and all the time she would be beating the ground with her magic warhammer. But this time her efforts were in vain. No matter how many plants she froze, spring had come to Scotland, and in the warmth of the sun her body wearied. The Cailleach was not yet without hope. If only she could put a halt to Angus and his visits to the mainland, perhaps she could regain control. This time, the old goddess had not the power of her own to block the Summer King's journey, so she called upon the 8 hags for a third time. On this occasion, they were tasked with turning all the seas around Scotland into wild torrents and maelstroms. So violent were the waters of spring that Angus could not cross from the Green Isle. For many days, the young god did battle with the lesser Cailleach. Each time he was wearied, Bride would bring him food and water from the magical isle, and with his renewed strength and vigour, Angus would eventually drive back the hags and cause them to flee before the summer. The lesser Cailleach retreated to the hearts of the mountains, and there they would stay, awaiting the return of their Winter Queen. The aging and weakened Byra had one final plan to return the land to the icy grasp of winter. If you will remember back to earlier in this tale, Angus borrowed 3 winter days from later in the year, and it was now time that those days returned to their rightful place. Byra summoned to her the 3 winter days, which came in the form of powerful dark spirits, riding upon 3 giant black hogs. The wicked riders brought with them a fierce hail and snow. The land was once again white, the lochs and rivers were frozen, Green trees were shattered by the ice, and throughout the land thousands died. For those days, winter had returned. At that time, Angus could not come near the mainland, and Byra once again was queen. But on the morning of the fourth day, the Cailleach's power left her. She could no longer hold back the growth of spring. The weakness of her extreme age was now an unworldly burden. It was on this morning when the tired old hag of winter would see the glowing radiance of her youngest son as he rode over the mountains on a magnificent white horse. It was then that she knew her reign had come to an end. In the presence of Angus and Bride, Byra and her followers would scatter and flee. Some tell that before the Cailleach left Scotland, she would hide her magic hammer beneath a holly tree, and it is for this reason that no grass will ever grow under the holly. On the day that is of equal length with the night, Angus and Bride would finally be hailed as the true king and queen of summer. The land was theirs to rule, as were the lives upon it. The pair would ride from north to south, followed by a great procession of the Sidhe. On their travels, they brought with them a gentle wind and the healing warmth of summer. The plants and forests grew rapidly as the reign of Angus began. Seeds were sown, and the people would call upon the beautiful Summer Queen to grant them a good harvest. Before long, all of Scotland was covered in magnificent flowers of every colour. This has been the story of Angus and Bride, or the coming of summer. Yet it is far from the end of the tale, as Byra has drank from the waters of youth, and as the days go by and she grows younger, she will soon return to reclaim her throne, and once again winter will come to Scotland. This is an eternal war, a war between warmth and cold, light and dark, growth and decay, winter and the coming of summer. The tale of Angus and Bride is a wonderful one indeed. It tells of the cyclic nature of the seasons and the ancient gods of Scotland. Like many great stories from mythology, this one has many versions and varieties. In one, it was said that Angus was often accompanied by a small flock of birds, which would circle his head and sing sweet songs while he travelled. In another, Angus had the powers of resurrection. He would breathe life into plants, animals, and humans as he journeyed Scotland, bringing with him the warmth of spring. Other tales of Angus tell that he owned a golden harp with silver strings, and within it great power lay hidden. It was said that when the god played the divine instrument, he would be followed by maidens and youths as they traversed the woodlands of Scotland. Angus was also the god of love, and would bless a couple's union by kissing them both. Then, when the couple was parted for any time, the kisses of the god would take the form of small birds and whisper to the parted lovers joyful memories of their relationship. In almost all versions, Angus is portrayed as a powerful warrior or soldier, even though most of his myths concern matters of love and life. Yet it is this connection with warfare that marks Angus out as a major member of the early Scottish pantheon. While the gods had many differing roles and powers, they were all related in some form with war and battle. Even the beautiful goddess Bride had a part to play in war, and was commonly called on for aid while in a battle or dire situation. Much of this myth comes from old Celtic mythology, where Angus and his wife Brigid were major figures. In the original stories, Angus is loosely connected to life and appears more as a god of love, poetry, and intelligence. Many of the old tales involve Angus using his intelligence to achieve his goals, by tricking other gods or outsmarting them. In fact, it was in that way he gained the freedom of his wife Brigid. She, on the other hand, was commonly seen as the goddess of wisdom, healing, smithing, and farming. In some tales, it is said that Brigid and her sisters were a form of triple deity, which was composed of three sisters with the same name, but different passions: Brigid the poet, Brigid the healer, and Brigid the smith. Although both the Scottish and the traditional Celtic stories involve what some believe to be the same or similar characters, they are actually quite different from each other, yet both open a window into the hearts and minds of our history and past. Thank you for listening, and I would like to give a special thank you to my patrons who support the channel and help me bring you these stories. I couldn't do this work without them. Angus hath come, the young, the fair, the blue-eyed god with golden hair, the god who to the world doth bring this morn the promise of spring, who moves the birds to song ere yet he hath awakened the violet, or the soft primrose on the steep, while buds are laid in lidded sleep, and white snow wraps the hills serene, ere glows the larch's vivid green. Through the brown wood and bare, all hail, Angus, and may thy will prevail. He comes, he goes, and far and wide he searches for the goddess bride. Slàinte mhath. For thousands of years, there existed a law in the Scottish Highlands that was not handed down by any king or religious figure. This was the law of hospitality, a strict social code that was observed by all in the Highlands. The code required all Highlanders to provide food and shelter to any Scotsman in need, be they friend or enemy. Once a guest in a Highland house, you will be cared for till your journey can continue. During that time, no harm will come to you or your companions, even if you are sworn foes of the homeowner. This social covenant was of extreme importance to the Highland way of life and allowed the function of that society. But what happens if you break the code? What happens when the ancient customs of respect and decency are shattered? The flames of Kincardine. Sometime in the late 15th century, the Baron of Kincardine Castle was asked to mediate a peace offering between the Grants and the Cummins. These two clans had actually been strong allies for some time, but a dispute over land had gotten out of control, leading to a conflict in which each side lost clan members. Eventually the Baron stepped in and gave the men a middle ground in order to talk and perhaps put an end to the fighting. The Cummins arrived, led by a great giant of a man, and in the courtyard they came face to face with the Laird of Grant and his men. Between the warring clans were the Baron's men, who relieved them of their weapons and guided both parties to the castle's hall. There the Baron waited, tables filled to the brim with food and ale. As the Cummins and the Grants took their seats, the Baron asked if each side would hold the law of hospitality and agree that no blood would be spilled here today. The tall man and the Laird agreed to uphold the ancient tradition and began to voice their opinions on the land situation. Through the ensuing conversation, it became frightfully obvious that the two men were unlikely to come to an agreeable solution. As tempers rose within the hall, the Cummins no longer cared about the land. They wanted revenge for the lost men, some of whom were very close to the leader. The Laird of Grant began shouting at the man, telling him he was a fool. They had both lost men, and this was to be a talk of peace, not more death. It was then that the great figure who led the Cummins drew in a flash a skean dhu frae his sock and sank the blade deep into the throat of the Laird of Grant. As the Baron and the Grants sat in shock, the Cummins leapt up from the table and dashed for the door. Before anyone had time to process what had just occurred, the Cummins had pushed past the Baron's confused guards and escaped the castle grounds. The fleeing men ran until they could run no more, but still they were far from the safety of their own land. Knowing that the Grants would be hot on their heels, and most likely have called for reinforcements, the only option for the Cummins was to seek sanctuary at the local church in Kincardine. The large man and his accomplices burst through the door of the church and took the minister and those unfortunate enough to be in attendance hostage. All entrances were bolted and barred. Now the men could only wait and hope. Unfortunately for the assassins, the men of Grant had caught up with them pretty quickly and saw the Cummins enter the church. The Grants guarded the church exits and waited to be reinforced. Before the end of the day, a great host of Grant's soldiers arrived in Kincardine and made their way to the church. By the next morning, another host of men appeared on the horizon, flying the banner of Clan Stuart. You see, the Stuarts had heard of the assassination and of the gross breach of Highland hospitality, for which a price in blood must be paid. Now surrounded by the two armies of Grant and Stuart, the Cummins knew that there was no escape, and they had not the supplies to wait out such a siege. They would either die within the church or surrender to the soldiers. The fever of vengeance was high within the ranks of the Grants. They wished to storm the church and drag the offenders out. But the Stuarts cautioned against this. It would involve the desecration of the church, and it would be unwise to slay any man while in the kirk. Both armies agreed that attacking the church was not an option, but neither wished to wait for the Cummins to starve. A young archer from the clan of Grant would solve this issue. He drew from his quiver a fine arrow and speared a fragment of lint on its point. He then ignited the lint and loosed the arrow, which sailed high into the air and landed deep in the sun-dried thatch of the church roof. A burning scarlet line ran along the dry edge of the thatch, and within moments the whole building was ablaze. Screams and confusion was heard from inside as the panicked Cummins desperately tried to unbolt the door. The giant of a man threw all his power against the barred entrance and forced a gap just big enough to fit through. But as he tried to exit the flaming building, a Grant soldier thrust the blade of his great two-handed sword through the chest of the man, sending him stumbling back into the church. And with a sudden crack, the rafters gave way and the roof fell in. This brought the Cummins to their fiery doom. As this last bastion of security and sanctuary became a place of anguish and death, the Grants and the Stuarts celebrated the death of those who broke a sacred oath. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons. Before I go, I have a few extra details relating to this tale. The first is about the sword that killed the leader of the Cummins. It is said by many that this blade became an artifact of Clan Grant, and to this very day it still lays hidden within Grant Castle. This brings me to my next point. Not long before this tale takes place, Grant Castle was known as Castle Fruki, and was the ancestral stronghold of Clan Cummin. It was overthrown in the 14th century by a force of Grants and MacGregors. After this, it would become Castle Grant, and the Cummins would serve the new lords of the castle. So although both clans were allies for some time, a deep mistrust and hatred was still held for the Grants. This may explain some of the actions seen in the story. After the events of this tale, the feuding and fighting between the Grants and the Cummins would end. Not only that, but they would go on to fight side by side for many years. Eventually, during the late 16th century, the Cummins would become the hereditary pipers to the Laird of Grant, and forevermore hold a position of privilege within Clan Grant. Thank you again for your time. Slán Java. Not far from the city of Inverness, in the town of Bewley, there stands the weathered remains of an old priory. This priory was founded in 1230 by the monks of the Vasculian order. These French Catholic monks would spend their whole lives in small cells focused on prayer and meditation. They were forbidden from rearing livestock and cultivating crops. Instead, they would live on a very meagre subsidy from the Catholic Church. These conditions would lead to malnutrition, starvation, and eventually the death of many monks in their cold, dark cells. For 300 years, the monks lived and died in the great priory of Bewley, but it was around that time that the Valliscolian order ended. The great priory was now empty, as no one dared to intrude on the hallowed ground, and by the early 18th century, it was known to be a menacing and mysterious place. Unearthly sights and sounds were to be heard coming from the priory at night. It was said that anyone who ventured into the cold churchyard or the dust-filled burial chambers were never seen again. There was some evil within the priory, but what form did this dark presence take? The tale of the grey paw. There was once a young tailor who lived in the village of Bewley. He of course had heard all the mysterious tales of the abandoned priory. People disappearing, the nightly howls, and ghostly apparitions. He was not a believer in such magical tales. He put it all down to superstitious nonsense. One night, while talking with some of the other villagers, the tailor boldly stated that he had no fear of the priory and would happily prove that there was no supernatural presence within the old building. He made a wager that he would go to the priory late at night and sew a pair of hose, all the while sitting in the haunted crypt. With the various deals made, the tailor went to the priory. All alone he crept through the churchyard and towards the great wooden doors. Inside, he found the place to be abandoned and dusty. The air was cold, and there was not a sound to be heard as he passed the empty stone cells of the monks. In the crypt, he found a stool and lit a candle. Laying out his needles and thread, the tailor began to work. The tailor sat in the crypt, undisturbed for the first few hours. He had made good work on sewing the hose, and thought that the wager was his. But at the dead hour of midnight, a large ghastly head emerged from a tomb, aimed its skeletal features at the tailor, and said, "Look at the old grey cow that is without food, tailor." The tailor, with no hint of fear, simply replied, "I see this, and I sew that." While he spoke, there was no movement from the spectral head, but when he drew breath, the skeletal form rose higher. As the neck emerged, the spectre said, "A long, grizzled weasand that is without food, tailor." The tailor still continued to sew, but now a grim and cold fear had begun to force its way into his thoughts. He answered, "I see it, my son. I see it, my son. I see that, and I sew this just now." As he spoke, he drew out his words to their utmost length, but at last when his voice had failed him, he inhaled a long deep breath. The monster rose once more. Now with its full ribcage out of the tomb, it gestured a clawed arm to the tailor, and said, "A long grey arm that is without flesh or food, tailor." The poor man, now trembling, as the fear encased him, continued with his needle. "I see it, my son. I see it, my son. I see that, and I sew this just now," he repeated. Then he drew another agonizing breath as the evil spectre stepped out of the tomb. The tailor could now see its full, incorporeal form, a living skeleton, its bones cleansed of flesh. A dark aura emitted from the creature as it said, "A long crooked shank that is without meat, tailor." The wraith now stretched its fleshless and foodless arm in the direction of the terrified man and spoke again, "A long grey paw, without blood or flesh, or muscles or meat, tailor." The tailor was nearing the end of his task. For one last time he turned to the skeletal ghost and said, "I see it, my son. I see it, my son. I see that, and I sew this just now." Once again, the tailor held his breath for as long as possible. He only had a few stitches left to go. With this breath, the creature extended its bony claw-like fingers and said, "A big grey claw that is without meat, tailor." And at that moment, the last stitch was sewn. The horrified tailor sprang to the door, and not a moment too soon, as the great claw of the spectre lunged towards him, catching the doorpost and the back of the poor tailor's leg. The tailor with all haste ran past the monk's cells, through the dusty doors, out into the churchyard, and all the way home. Never did he dare return to the great priory of Beaulieu. It is still said to this day that the mark of the ghostly hand remains on the crypt door. This tale was once quite well known in the Highlands. It was said to be told on dark winter nights, and on many occasions the teller of the tale would move its location to a local castle or church to gain a more captive audience. Sadly, like many of the old tales, in recent years this one has sunk into some obscurity. This version of the tale comes from John Gregerson Campbell, a collector of Scottish folklore. He recorded the tale in a book released in 1902 called Witchcraft and the Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands. Another version of the tale comes from the Cathedral of Iona, which sits on a small island in the west coast of Scotland. In this cathedral, there was a similar group of monks, but this group had their own tailor who lived within the cathedral. The tailor would stay in a small, cramped room they called the tailor's nook. The monks kept the poor man busy day and night. When he eventually got the opportunity for some quick rest, his dreams were haunted by the most grotesque nightmares. It was during these nightmares that the tailor was besieged by a skeletal phantom. Each night more of the beast would appear in his dreams, until one morning he awoke to find words carved into the wall above his bed. They said, "A big grey claw that is without meat, tailor." Even with these multiple iterations of the tale, we never learned too much about the spectre. We can make a good guess at its intentions, but its background is a complete mystery. As for its future, it's possible that the menacing skeletal figure still haunts the priory crypt. Perhaps it lays entombed, waiting for one final breath to give it life. Thank you for listening. Although Scotland has been a predominantly Christian country for many years now, it may surprise you to know that Christmas is a fairly recent tradition in our country. Other areas of Britain have celebrated Christmas for hundreds of years. So why does Scotland appear to have such a strange affiliation with the holiday? I suppose an argument could be made that we have always celebrated the season, and that Christmas has been around in this country for 500 years, although for many of those years it was not common to take part in the Christmas festivities like many other of the Christian-dominated European countries. So why is this? Well, that is exactly the question I hope to answer in today's video: the history of a Scottish Christmas. Just because we have not celebrated Christmas in eons past does not mean that we had no winter festivities. Far from it. Scotland and its people have always taken account of the changing seasons, and were among the first to time the passing of the year. It is thought that even during the Stone Age, the ancient peoples that dwelled in this land would worship, or at very least acknowledge, the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. Many of the Stone Age and Mesolithic megaliths found around Scotland are believed to align in some way to the winter solstice. In fact, in Aberdeenshire, in the northeast of Scotland, there is a series of 12 pits which correlate to the phases of the moon, and was used by these ancient peoples as a calendar. And at an estimated 10,000 years old, it is the oldest known lunar calendar, at least at the current time of this recording. But due to this lunar calendar being roughly 11 days shorter than the solar year, the winter solstice was incredibly important, as it acted as a method of calibration for the calendar, meaning that the ancient Scots could accurately keep time and determine the beginning and end of the seasons, hundreds of years before even the Mesopotamians, who at that time were the world's most advanced society. Many scholars suggest that the resetting or recalibration of the Scottish calendar may have been our first winter celebration or days of worship. But what exactly we were celebrating and what precisely we worshipped seems to be unknown. As we move to the Neolithic time period, we begin to see the creation of great stone circles built with large standing stones and chambered cairns. These structures suggest that either solstice was incredibly important to the creators, as many of the megaliths seem to be aligned to them. The stones of Callanish on the Isle of Lewis are aligned to the summer solstice, while the Clava cairns in Inverness are aligned to the winter. Then there's the famous cairn of Maes Howe on Orkney, in which the setting sun lights the entrance passageway for 6 weeks a year, 3 before the winter solstice and 3 after. There are many suggested reasons why the people were so enamoured with the solstice. Perhaps it was to mark the end of the year, a celebration to the gods or She, the joy knowing that warmth and life would soon return to Earth. But quite honestly, we just don't know. But considering the unbelievable weight of the stones, some exceeding 20 tons, and the incredible craftsmanship, which called in many disciplines and thousands of man-hours to accomplish, it is probably safe to say that the people imbued the winter solstice with some significance. As we move forward in history, more information on the worship and rites conducted during the solstice would come to light. Although the shortest day, it suggests rebirth and hope for the future. It also comes just before Scotland's deep winter freeze. During this time, food would run short, not just for the people, but also their animals. It became common practice to cull the herd at the solstice, so that there were less animals to feed during the winter months. These creatures would be sacrificed to whichever deity or spirit was worshipped at the time or connected to that area of Scotland, allowing the people a great feast which coincidentally aligned with the fermented summer fruits and berries being ready to drink. So at the winter solstice, the ancient people would have their fill of meat and drink in a hedonistic orgy of festivities. It was also around this time that great fires were built to accompany the celebrations and ward off evil or wicked spirits. This is where what we now think of as Celtic mythology seems to enter the story. The recurring theme of battle or war between the seasons, in which two opposing sides fight for supremacy. Light and dark, warm and cold, summer and winter, life and death. We see this in some of Scotland's earliest tales, the Cailleach or Winter Queen, and the story of Angus and Bride. But we also begin to see the origin of many modern traditions, which were adopted much later by the Christian faith. And strangely enough, these pagan rituals and practice became a core part of the modern Christian Christmas. The Celtic priests, or Druids as they were known to some, would hold in high regard the oak tree, and during the winter months would cut from the tree the parasitic plant we know as mistletoe. It was thought that the oak represented summer, and the mistletoe symbolized the growing strength of the colder months. If the trees were left untreated, they could die, and so the winter mistletoe was regarded, almost revered, as a spirit of nature with great power, with the strength to fight summer. Such a powerful plant was often kept inside homes to deter evil spirits and ward off disease. There is actually strong evidence that the plant was used for medical purposes by the Druids, and so it was seen as both a giver and taker of life. Early writings tell that the ritual of cutting the mistletoe would also be combined with a great celebration of nature, which incorporated human sacrifice. In some areas of Scotland, the mistletoe was regarded as a symbol of fertility and birth. with the seeds supposed to represent semen. In some tales, it was the specific semen of a Celtic deity known as Tyrannus, the god of thunder. It has been suggested that this connection to fertility is where kissing under the mistletoe may originate from, but there is no solid connection. The Druids also started a tradition that would one day become forever intertwined with the Viking Yule log. But for the current timeline of our story, I will only mention that the Druids believed that the sun stood still for 12 days during the winter solstice, and during this time a large log would be brought into each house and lit with the fire of the previous year. This log would provide light and safety until the sun returned, and would also banish evil spirits or lift curses before bringing good omens to the household for the coming year. In some areas of Scotland, these flaming logs would become great fires, and the practice of fire rituals around the solstice can still be found in modern Scotland. It is no secret that our wonderful country was at one time covered in great pine forests. Unfortunately, those very forests are still dwindling today, but in ancient times the trees were abundant and stood against the cold winter months. They would not wilt in the face of such adversity, and so became an object of worship for the Scottish people. It was a part of nature that could not be defeated by the powers of winter, and would remain evergreen. The Scottish pine was held in high regard as a form of nature spirit, or a place ruled and governed by the Sidhe. Throughout all our history, the woodlands and forests of Scotland have always been a source of great power and mystery. The Druidic priests of the time were said to hang celestial simulacra upon the trees, in the form of small suns, moons, and stars, which were of great importance to the people. Others would hang totems or belongings of loved ones who had died that year, in the hope that their spirits would reach a better place or be granted safety in the world under the mounds. Some people would even tie gifts to these trees as offerings to the gods or the Sidhe. It is now that the Romans enter Britain, and bring with them much of their culture and celebrations. The Romans had a well-established solstice festival by the name of Saturnalia, which celebrated the rebirth of the year. This is where we begin to see gifts not only being given to the gods, but to other people as well. Food, and especially fruit, was the most common gifts, and a representation of fertility in the coming year. In the lowlands, which during different points in history were subject to Roman control, many of the Celtic celebrations were outlawed, specifically any tradition which incorporated human sacrifice. Due to these restrictions, the locals would create small human dolls, which were given to the others to be burned upon their home fires, symbolizing the old ways. Later Roman invasions would bring worship of the Sol Invictus, or the unconquered sun, to Britain. Originally a Syrian deity who was adopted by the Romans as a leader of their old pantheon. During this time, the festival of Saturnalia would fade from memory and be replaced with a celebration of the birth of the invincible sun, the Sol Invictus, which occurred on the 25th of December in the Roman calendar. This festival would one day be incorporated into the Christian faith and become a template for Christmas. But before any of those influences truly reached Scotland, the Vikings invaded, and much like the Romans, brought with them mythology and traditions dating back thousands of years. The invaders would settle in many parts of Scotland, and the cultures would inevitably intertwine. The Norsemen had a very similar practice to that of the wood-burning Druids, in which they would take logs indoors to burn during the winter solstice. Some scholars suggest that in Norse mythology, the sun was a great wheel which changed the seasons, and the translation of the Norse word for wheel is Yule, which is where we take the term Yule from, or at least that is one theory. Another states that it comes from the list of Odin's names, specifically Yolnir, or the Yule One, who was always worshipped during the winter solstice. It is even said that Yule or Yol can be interpreted as feast, which explains its connection to the festivities. But whatever the true meaning and etymology of the word, it is still seen today in Yule log, Yuletide, Yule singing, etc. It is even possible that our modern Santa Claus may be related in some way to Viking mythology, as during their Yule, someone would be chosen to dress as Old Man Winter, one of many versions of Odin, and would be pulled on a sleigh by goats, warding off evil and bringing prosperity to his people. In time, the peoples of Scotland were converted to the Eastern religion of Christianity. But to begin with, many of the new converts belonged to the Celtic Church, which did worship the new God and Jesus of Nazareth, but continued in many of their old practices, and were seen as distinct from the wider Christian world, especially that of Roman Catholicism. But this would all change in the 11th century, during the reign of Malcolm III, King of Scots. You see, his queen was an Anglo-Saxon princess, known as Margaret of Wessex, who was an extremely pious Christian, to the extent that she would one day become known as Saint Margaret of Scotland. It was she who was largely responsible for bringing the Celtic Church, and especially the Scottish, under the patronage of the Roman Catholic Church. One of the great successes of the Christian Church was its ability to incorporate the former pagan festivals into the Christian calendar. So the Mass of Christ would be celebrated on the first day of Yule, and the coming of the wise men to the child in the manger would be celebrated on the 12th day, not only giving us the 12 days of Christmas, but also allowing many of the Celtic peoples to continue their old 12 days of Yule celebrations, but now with differing names and a single god. Much of the old traditions were recycled and given new meaning or purpose, which made the conversion to Christianity more palatable to the pagan Scots. As the years went by, this new festival of Christmas would become firmly cemented in the culture of Scotland, but this is far from the end of our tale. Although we celebrated Christmas for some time, and over those years the practice of Yule and the Mass of Christ spread deep into the very roots of Scotland, something would happen that would change the winter solstice for near half a millennia. In 1560, the Scottish Church split from the orthodoxy of the Roman Catholic Church in a period known as the Protestant Reformation. This was an incredibly complex time, and the ideas and philosophy of religious thought itself was changing in Scotland. As a result, anything related to the papistry or Roman Catholic beliefs and practices were immediately excised from the country with a fundamental zeal for Reformation. This included both Yule and Christmas. In 1583, the Glasgow Kirk ordered the excommunication of anyone found celebrating Yule and in any form. Even the Yuletide songs or Christmas carols could get you a heavy fine or even a jail sentence, and many people were arrested or punished for observing not only the more modern Christian traditions, but these ancient traditions that we have always taken part in. Then, in 1640, the Scottish Parliament officially made Yule and its celebration illegal, and I am sure you can see how this upset many of the Scottish people, not only from a sectarian perspective, but also the banishment of celebrations that we have practiced for over 10,000 years. The ban was officially repealed in 1712, but the Scottish Church continued to be extremely harsh on those found practicing any of the old ways. Due to this, there would never be an official Christmas Day in Scotland, or public holiday, for many, many years. So now pressured out of our traditions and ways, what could we, as the Scottish people, do? Well, quite simply, we did as we always have, and in a kind of regression to thousands of years in the past, we forgot about Yule and Christmas, and instead we celebrated the end of the year, New Year's Eve, or as we call it, Hogmanay. We took many of the old traditions and funneled them into this new celebration. Except this time, there was no god, there was no she, only the spirit and the history of the Scottish people. We drank, we sang, we somewhat returned to the hedonism of the old days for one night. Once more, great fires were lit all over Scotland. We feasted as families and as one. It is this celebration that truly represents the Scottish people and their history. Sure, at times, the near pagan celebrations drew ire from the church, but as long as they were not connected to Catholicism, and Christianity was still widely held within the population, these festivities were far more palatable. And so for some 400 years, Scotland forgot Christmas. As time went on, it became more and more acceptable to celebrate the Yuletide, and especially Christmas. But even then, it was an afterthought to the true celebration that was Hogmanay. This is perhaps the main reason by which Scotland has such an odd relationship with the celebration of Christmas. As for many, it is not our main winter festival. Many people are more enticed by the fun and levity of Hogmanay than they are Christmas, a day which only became a public holiday in Scotland in 1958, and it wasn't until the early 70s that Boxing Day became a holiday as well. We were well accustomed to working through Christmas and not taking the time to celebrate the holiday with all the exuberance and excess found in many other parts of the Christian world. So if you are not from Scotland and have ever wondered why the celebration of New Year's Eve is so important to us, now you know. I hope you all enjoyed this search into Scottish history and traditions, and have come to see why the Scottish Christmas is far more complicated than one might think. Our relationship with the winter festivities has always been incredibly strong, but there is such a strange disconnect between Scotland and Christmas Day. Now, of course, Christmas is very different, and is generally celebrated through many areas in Scotland, but seemingly not as the winter festival it once was, as many of the ancient Yuletide traditions and rituals have now been firmly implanted in our celebration of Hogmanay. I wish you all a safe and happy Yuletide, and all the best for the coming year. Thank you for listening, and an extra special festive thank you to my wonderful patrons who have helped me grow the channel over the year and allow me to continue to bring you these stories. This was as concise of a 10,000-year history of Scottish winter festivals as I could make, so there is a lot that I just skimmed over, and many things that could be entire videos in their own right, but I thought I would take this opportunity to mention a few of the ideas and traditions that I personally found interesting. Firstly, that the modern Christmas wreath comes from the Viking invasion, and were part of Norse culture for many years. Although, as I am sure you can tell from earlier in the video, I am no expert on Norse history or mythology, so if someone knows why and where these wreaths came from, I would love to hear about it. One fact I found particularly interesting was that the first Christmas card, depending on your definition, was sent and manufactured in Scotland. In 1841, a Leith printer by the name of Charles Drummond issued a card with a cheerful character on the front, reading, "A Good New Year and mony of them." Sometime later in London, the same idea would be used again, but to wish people a Merry Christmas. So in a way, this card was at least the inspiration for the first Christmas card, if not the first itself. As for something further in the past, the Druidic people would commonly collect the ashes of the burned Yule log and keep them as a charm of good fortune, which I think may be the origin of some of the very old Scottish fire traditions I spoke of in another video, and how fire in the home was an essential part of Scottish life, and so became surrounded with mystery, traditions, and folklore. Yet however you prefer to celebrate the winter solstice or the season of Yule, I wish you all good health for the coming year, when I will be back with more tales of Scottish folklore. Slàinte.
In the early years of the 6th century, Scotland was yet to be, and the land was split between four great powers: Dalrita, kingdom of the Gaels in the west; Fortriu, the Pictish kingdom in the northeast; Altcult, home to the Britons of the southwest; and finally the Anglo-Saxon kingdom of Bernicia in the south. These kingdoms would eventually unite to form Alba, which we now know as Scotland. There are some who would say Scotland and the kings of Alba would not exist if it were not for the Knight of Riddles. Arden, Lord of the Gaels and King of Dalrita, had two sons. During the birth of his first son, Arden's wife would die. She had not been gone long when the king took a second wife, who would grant the king a second son. As the years went on and the boys grew to young men, the queen suddenly realised that her son would not be the one to inherit the throne. This thought she could not abide, and so decided to kill the eldest son. She would conspire with the castle's cook to poison the heir's drink. Her son heard of the plot, and caring deeply for his brother, went to him and told him not to take the drink that night. After the evening meal, the queen was beside herself in rage. The boy was not dead. In fact, he looked more healthy than ever. Thinking the volume of poison was inadequate, she returned to the cook, and they attempted their scheme once more. But this time, the cook added enough poison to kill 100 men. But the younger son was eavesdropping on this conversation as well, and hurried to tell his brother. When the eldest was served his evening draught, he poured all the liquid into a small vial and went to his brother's room. "I can stand this no longer," said the elder brother. "If I stay here, I have no doubt that the queen will find some way to kill me. I will leave and create my own future." Without a second thought, his brother told him he would not go alone. He would be accompanied by himself, and they would face their future together. The brothers gathered supplies, and took from the stables 2 old horses. They left that night and headed south. Not more than a few miles into their journey, the eldest said, "There is no knowing if the cook went through with the plan. There may not be any poison within this vial." "Try it on one of the horses," called the younger of the two. A few drops from the vial were placed in the ear of the horse, and a few moments later, the animal dropped down dead. "I am still not convinced," murmured the older brother. "That horse was old and lame. It could have been a mere coincidence." "I suppose that's possible," said the younger brother. "We should try it again on my horse." The pair once again poured a few drops of the poison into the horse's ear. Within a few moments the horse fell down dead. The pair's question had been answered, but now they realised their folly. They were stranded in the middle of an unknown wood, and the cold and dark were surrounding them. Each cursed the other for their part in the idiocy that killed the horses. As the pair began to freeze, they decided to skin the horses so that they may use the hides to survive the night. In the morning, the brothers awoke to find 12 ravens feasting on the horses. They were not long there before they too fell down dead. Gathering the ravens, the lost siblings continued through the woods. By the late afternoon, they saw white smoke above the trees in the distance, and by the late evening discovered a small village. The pair, using their horse hides, slept in the barn. As the sun rose, they met the village baker, and inquired if he could make a dozen pies from the ravens. The baker, seeing that the pair had little between them, took pity and completed the job free of charge. With a small sack now filled with raven pies, the brothers continued their journey. They walked out of the village and through a deep dark wood. By sundown, they had covered quite the distance, and now by the warmth of the fire, they heated 2 of the pies. Just as they were about to begin their well-deserved meal, a group of bandits came out of the surrounding trees, and at sword point demanded their gold. Of course the pair had no gold, and pleaded with the men, "We have nothing but a little food and 2 horse hides." The wicked men stole the raven pies, and began to eat, but within a few moments they fell to the ground. Luck was on the side of the brothers that day, as the poison was still as strong as ever. The pair ransacked the pockets of the 24 dead bandits. They found weapons, armour, and a good deal of gold and silver. The two young men continued on their journey for some years. In that time, they would live as wanderers and travel the land, becoming strong and gaining much knowledge. One day, the brothers, now very much men, heard a curious tale from a travelling merchant. The tale was of a great warrior who had become an incredibly wise king. He was known to live in the finest castle of all the lands. But the great castle of this strange king was no match to the beauty of his daughter. It was said there was no other of her radiance that lived upon this earth. So precious was she that the king declared no man may marry her without first asking a question of the king, which he could not solve. On the other hand, if the king solved the puzzle, your life would be forfeit. This unusual marital condition is how the king came by his title, the Knight of Riddles. The brothers thought themselves capable of besting the wise king, and headed forth to challenge him and win the beautiful bride. The elder brother would put the question to the Knight of Riddles, and the younger would act as his attendant. It would not take long for the pair to travel to the great castle, and on their arrival they were brought to the king. "So, you would marry my daughter, and would dare to challenge my wit?" said the king. The elder brother approached the throne and spoke. "I only wish the opportunity, great Knight of Riddles, to test my cunning against one so learned, and to be counted among the suitors of such a beauty as your daughter would be my greatest honour." With a smile, the Knight of Riddles looked at the man before him. "Put forth your question." Again the eldest spoke. "One killed two, and two killed 12, and 12 killed 24, and two lived." The Knight of Riddles sat a little puzzled and said, "A good question indeed. I will need some time." The brothers were to stay in the castle and be treated in great majesty and high honour until the knight could solve their curious question. For many days the pair would once again live like princes within the knight's castle. They would drink and feast with the princess and her 12 maids. There was no lie of her beauty. The tales told throughout the kingdom were true. On one night, while the younger brother was preparing for bed, one of the daughter's maids came to his chamber. She would lay with him that night, and in the morning ask him the answer to the question his brother posed the king. The younger brother would not give the answer, but he did take the maiden's tartan shawl. Night after night, the maids came to the younger brother, until all 12 had failed to get the answer to the riddle. With each he would keep their shawl, and to the last maid he said, "The only man who knows the answer to the riddle is my master." The attendant, ever faithful to his brother, kept him informed of all the ongoings. A few days later, the princess would send a messenger to the eldest brother, asking him to meet her alone. With no hesitation, the man went. The daughter inquired if he would be so kind as to tell her the answer to the riddle. The elder brother was so smitten by her beauty and kindness that he agreed to tell her the answer, but only if she would grant him a token to remember her by. She agreed, and was told of the poison and the tale of the brothers. For this great secret, she only had to part with her tartan shawl. Later that same day, the Knight of Riddles would send for the brothers and ask for an audience with them. As the brothers entered the throne room, they could see an almost wicked smile on the king's face. "Poison," the Knight of Riddles exclaimed. "The answer to your question is poison." Taken aback by the whole affair, the brothers did not speak. "You have failed," said the king. "You have two paths available to you. The first is you lose your head here within my castle. The second is you are to be set adrift in a small boat, no food, water, or oars. Choose now your fate." "I will choose," said the elder brother. "But first would you grant me one question?" "Say on," gestured the king. "My attendant and I were one day hunting in the woods. He fired upon a hare, and she fell. He took her skin and let her run free, unharmed. He would do this to 12 hares. He would take their skin and set them free. I, on the other hand, would only catch one, but it was the greatest in all the land. I too took her skin and let her go. The king, with his great talent for riddles, solved the true nature of this passage quickly. Indeed, your final riddle is not hard to solve, but we both know you have bested me. So it would happen that the eldest brother would take the daughter of the Knight of Riddles to marry. It was said the celebration of their union continued for a year and a day. After some time, the younger brother wished to see his old home again, and had decided to leave the castle of the Knight of Riddles. His elder brother wished him well on his return journey, and renounced his claim over the lands of his father, giving his brother all the rights over the kingdom that was their home. At this the pair parted, but that is not the end of this tale. Some years later, the land of the Knight of Riddles was plagued by 3 terrible giants. They would destroy villages, plunder food and livestock, and had killed many of the king's people. Now in his old age, the king did not have the strength to slay these creatures. He would seek counsel with his son-in-law. If you are to care for my daughter and rule these lands, you must prove yourself to be a great warrior, like I once was, the king said. You will go forth and rid my lands of these foul creatures. The elder brother would carry out the king's wishes. Immediately, he set out to kill the giants. His dealings with these great beasts are unknown, but on a spring morning he would return to the Knight of Riddles, and at the king's feet he threw 3 oversized heads, each with a more hideous expression than the last. The king was astounded that one man had the strength to defeat all 3 of the giants. He awarded the brother a knighthood and a title, the Hero of the White Shield. The king would make an official proclamation that on his death the Hero of the White Shield would be given all that he owned and held dear. You truly are the only man worthy of my daughter, brave knight, said the king. The name Hero of the White Shield went far and wide. There was no man on the island that had not heard of his strength and wisdom. The hero lay claim to the land that the giants had come from, and dwelt there with his beautiful wife. The younger brother had spent the years ruling his own kingdom, and had himself become a great king. It was said he was stronger than any in his homeland, and could be defeated by none. One day, the younger brother overheard his soldiers telling tales of great men. One told of how strong their king was, and how he could not be bested. Another soldier said, our king may be strong and great, but he is no match for the one they call the Hero of the White Shield. On hearing this, the younger brother was furious. The very next morning, he set off from the castle to find the Hero of the White Shield and challenge him. During his journey, he would learn that the hero lived in the old land of the giants. After many days of riding, he would arrive at the house where the hero lived. Come forth, great hero of the White Shield. I challenge you to a test of strength, cried the younger brother. The hero exited his home and looked upon his challenger. It was a man he did not recognize, younger than himself and strong of arm. I accept your challenge, stranger, said the hero. As both men rushed towards each other, they were locked in a fierce grip and began wrestling. They were both so evenly matched that neither could gain the advantage. After 3 whole days and nights, with no victor, the pair gave up. Each were tired, hungry, and weak. They agreed that there would be a day's rest before the fighting was to continue. Both would sleep and eat their fill, but for the hero, his arms and bones being older than the other man, would ache for longer and would not recover at the same speed. On the day the fight was to continue, the hero was still tired and sore. His challenger arrived, looking as fit as he was on the first day. Without words, the 2 men once again charged, locking arms and pushing with all the strength they could muster. The hero began to lose his footing, and was thrown backwards into a river. When he pulled himself up onto the bank, he looked at the other man and said, There must be some of my blood in you, before you could have done that to me. The younger man looked inquisitively at the hero. What blood is yours? He stood proudly, even in defeat, and said, I am son of Arden, Lord of the Gales and King of Dalrita. I am he who bested the Knight of Riddles, and he who slew the giants and became the hero of the White Shield. Who are you, brave warrior? The younger man finally seen the hero for who he was, even though time had changed his appearance. With a smile, the younger man shouted, "I am the brother of the hero of the white shield." The hero, with great booming laughter, took hold of his brother. "I knew only a man of my blood was strong enough to best me. Welcome to my land, brother. It has been far too long." The brothers united once more, spent many days telling stories of battles and quests each had undertaken over the years. They reminisced about times gone by and wept for friends and family lost to time. When it was time for the younger brother to return to his kingdom, the hero would accompany him on his journey. They would stop at the great castle of the Knight of Riddles to rest and resupply. One evening, during their stay in the castle, the young brother went walking in the courtyard. It was there he saw 12 young men playing at shinty. Loving a game himself, the younger brother would join in. It did not take long before there was a disagreement about the score. As voices and anger began to rise, the smallest boy picked up the younger brother and shook him as he would a child. Astounded by their great strength, the brother dared not raise a hand to them, for he knew he was far outmatched. He asked the boys who their father was. They answered, "We all have one father, but different mothers. Our father was said to be the brother of the hero of the white shield." In shock, the brother looked at his sons and said, "Then I am your father." He went on to ask about their mothers and hoped they were still in good health. By the time he left the castle to return to his own kingdom, he travelled with his brother, the hero of the white shield, his 12 new wives, and his 12 great sons. It is said that all the kings of Alba and Scotland to this very day are descended from those 12. This tale was taken primarily from J.F. Campbell's Popular Tales of the West Highlands, Volume 2. In it, Campbell states that the story was recited by a fisherman of Inverary named John Mackenzie in 1859. The story was told in Gaelic and titled The Rider of Riddles. The word rider has multiple spellings and is the Scots Gaelic for rider or horseman, but became synonymous with the term knight. It is also thought to possibly relate to the term for a minor king, but I couldn't find much evidence for this. It is certainly an interesting story, and seems to be a mix of history and mythology. At the time the tale was set, the Irish Gaelic colonisation of Argyll and the west coast was occurring. There was no King Ardan of Dalritta that I could find, but there was a King Aidan McGabran, whose son, Arthur MacAidan, was thought to be a candidate for the historical King Arthur of legend, but that may be a tale for a different time. One final point about the tale of the Knight of Riddles is that it bears an uncanny resemblance to a Germanic tale recorded by the Brothers Grimm. This story, titled The Riddle, begins when a prince and his servant are told that the prince's mother is a witch and will poison him. It ends with the prince marrying a beautiful princess after he told her a riddle she could not answer. There is no Knight of Riddles or the second half of the tale. Also, there is only 3 maids, and the prince's servant is not quite as lucky as the younger brother. This tale was published in Germany in 1819, so 40 years before it would be recorded by Campbell. But both tales had been told for many years before either were recorded. There is just not enough evidence to suggest which was the original source, although I definitely see a strong connection between the two. I will put links to both tales in the description below, so you may judge for yourself. Thank you for listening. Many of the more recent tales in Scottish folklore come from the time of the 45 Rebellion. This rebellion was one of many Jacobite rebellions during the 17th and the 18th centuries. The Jacobites believed that the crown of England, Scotland, and Ireland should have been handed down through primogeniture, which is the right of the firstborn, legitimate child to inherit the parents' titles and estate. To this end, they followed the so-called pretenders to the throne, those who had been dismissed due to their belief in Roman Catholicism. The Jacobites were not only Scottish, but were joined by Englishmen and many of the Irish clans. In fact, a large number of the Scottish clans fought on the side of the new monarchy during the rebellion. So with this knowledge, you will now appreciate the chaos that occurred in 1745, when Charles Edward Stuart, known to the English as the Young Pretender, landed in Scotland on the Isle of Erskine with a small fleet of French ships, where he would unite the Highland clans and head south to take back the kingdom that rightfully belonged to him. This is the backdrop to the tale I have for you today, because it was said that when Charles Edward Stuart arrived in Scotland, he came with a great amount of gold to aid him in his task. The lost treasure of Bonnie Prince Charlie. It was no secret in those days that the French monarchy supported the pretenders to the throne and were known to have financed many of the previous Jacobite rebellions, and this one was no different. On one of the French ships, there was said to be great chests of gold. As could be expected, the transportation and storage of such great wealth was not easy. So the gold was divided. Bonnie Prince Charlie would take half with him, along with the main force, and head south to rally more men for the cause and begin the great uprising. But the other half was left in the Highlands, in the care of Duncan MacRae, the Wizard of Sutherland. Duncan was said to have been endowed with the powers of second sight, and all throughout the Highlands he was respected as a wise and powerful sorcerer. It was due to these powers that Bonnie Prince Charlie entrusted him with the safekeeping of the gold. The first thing Duncan did was place the gold in an old hogshead whiskey barrel, so they would not arouse suspicion during transportation. A hogshead barrel was a barrel that held 54 gallons of beer or spirit, and was a standard measurement as far back as the 13th century. Once the gold was packed into the barrels, Duncan and his men took it by cart to a long valley in Sutherland, known to the locals as the Fiaden Moor, or Great Chanter. There they dug a large hole and rolled the casks in. But before the gold was covered, it was said that Duncan MacRae put a spell upon it. The casks and the gold would be invisible to the human eye, and they would only appear for one day every 7 years. The now apparently empty hole was filled, and Duncan and his men headed south to aid in the Jacobite rebellion. Unfortunately, Prince Charlie would never enter that land again. After fighting his way far into England, he was eventually forced to retreat north, due to the lack of English and French support for his campaign. The main Jacobite force was defeated on the 16th of May, 1746, at the Battle of Culloden. Charlie himself survived the battle, but fled the country and returned to Europe, never to be seen in Scotland again. During the years after the Jacobite defeat, word would spread far and wide throughout the Highlands of the hidden gold which still sat invisible and unclaimed in the land of Sutherland. At least that was how the story went, until in 1845, a crofter woman, out tending her herd in the Fiaden Moor, spotted a half-buried barrel projecting out from the ground. The woman was ecstatic, believing she had found the lost gold of the 45. Quickly she began to dig the barrel free, using her hands. To her dismay, she found that the barrel was far too heavy to move by herself. The woman placed a tall stick in the ground near the barrel, and left upon it her shawl to mark the spot. She then ran with all haste to the village, to tell them of what she had found. In great excitement, the villagers dropped tools and followed the woman back to the Fiaden Moor. But when they arrived, there was no barrel to be seen, and not just the barrel had disappeared, but the stick and the shawl as well. The villagers were dejected, but they did not give up. They searched the hills and all throughout the valley for 10 days, but with no sight of the barrel or the shawl, they eventually gave up and returned home. it would seem that although Duncan MacRae was long dead by this time, his powerful magic was still strong. So to this very day, the hoard of treasure sent by the King of France to aid Bonnie Prince Charlie's rebellion still lies hidden among the wilds of Sutherland, and will next be visible one day in 2023. Thank you for listening. It seems that even in the modern world, that the weather and the seasons are in a constant battle for supremacy. If you just look outside on a stormy day, I think you will begin to see how the people of old thought both the calm and the tempest were caused by otherworldly forces. One such personification is the great Mither of the Sea. The Mither of the Sea, or Sea Mother, comes from the far north of Scotland, on the island of Orkney, and was said to have granted life to all living things upon the island. The tale of the Sea Mither is thought to be one of the oldest in Orcadian folklore. The Mither of the Sea is a female spirit which would bring warmth to the land and oceans. She was known to reawaken and revitalise the world after the harsh winter months. With her great power, she would bring the harvest season and calm the wild seas. But the Mither of the Sea is only one side of the tale, for she had an oppressive and furious foe. Her mortal nemesis was named Teiran, the spirit of winter. Teiran brings the darkness and the cold to the island. It is him who causes the sea to rise and crash wildly against the shore. Many sailors were victim to the frenzied storms sent by the spirit. It was said by the islanders that if you listened closely to the harsh winds of winter, you could hear a voice of anger. This was Teiran. 2 times a year, these titanic beings would fight for dominance of the island. The first was called Vortolé, or the Spring Struggle. It occurs around the vernal or spring equinox, when the Mither of the Sea has become fully revitalised, and having reached the peak of her strength, the battle ensues. The seas around the island begin to foam and froth. The crashing waves during the fight make the sea near unpassable for up to a few weeks. Finally, the winter spirit Teiran is overcome, and the Mither confines him to the darkest depths of the ocean. This is the same dark prison in which the Sea Mither holds the dreaded demon of the north, the Nuclavee, but that is another tale. During the reign of the Mither, the sea is quelled and warmth returns to the island. From time to time, Teiran will try to escape his underwater prison, causing spring and summer storms. But holding a god against its will is not easy. Throughout the months, the Herculean task begins to diminish the Mither's strength. The second conflict begins near the autumnal equinox. This is when the Mither is weakest, and the now rested Teiran can break free of his bonds. This time is known as Gorvalet, or the autumn tumult. Besting the weakened Mither, Teiran once again rules the land and sea. With him comes the icy darkness. Frost begins to gather on the barren fields. The waves increase in size and ferocity. The dreaded Nuclavee is free to walk the land. But as with all things, this darkness is not eternal. For the Mither rests and becomes strong once more, just in time for the spring struggle to return. This cycle continues to this day. Sometimes the Mither takes longer to recuperate. Other times, Teiran is held for longer beneath the sea. But ultimately, spring and summer will make way for autumn and winter. This battle was the method by which the islanders could explain the changing seasons and the effects of the mysterious forces. This same pattern of personifying invisible forces to explain environmental changes is found in many of the old belief systems. For example, Morozko, the Frost King from Russian folklore, or the Greek goddess of spring Persephone. On the origin of this tale, little is known of its creation, but it is thought to be very old indeed. Like most of Orcadian lore, This tale also reflects the influence of Scandinavian mythology on the traditional Celtic folklore. In the Norse religion, many of the gods are personified forces, such as Loki, the god of fire, and Njord, god of the sea. It is thought that this influence can also be seen in the word Terran, which in Orkney means irritable. The word may come from Nordic roots, specifically the word Terran, which means angry or wrathful. On the island of Shetland, north of Orkney, the Mither of the Sea was seen as a protective spirit, which the local fishermen would invoke to keep them safe at sea and to ward off the devil. There are many myths based around the harsh and changing sea that surrounds Orkney. It seems that the islanders began the creation of these myths to explain life cycle changes in nature without the aid of the modern scientific theory. Ernest Marwick, an Orcadian folklore researcher, stated that the tale of the Mither and Terran was one of the purest personifications of nature. So as we near the winter solstice, the height of Terran's reign, let's all hope that the great Mither of the Sea can quickly regain her strength and return to us soon. As an extra, here's an old Orcadian verse that mentions this battle. But luck thee never knew in vor, can man hear tale of Tern, rampaging on the ocean floor. For folk here little cairn, hootlas and brutlas, fout wi' die great sea mither, swordship gie lordship, the ane or else the t'other.
There was a time in Scottish history, between the 13th and the 17th century, when the border between Scotland and England was a devastated no man's land. The great wars of the time would commonly erupt in these areas, and as armies marched over each side of the border, the locals were caught in horrifying battles, losing everything from their homes, their land, and worst of all, their lives. Even during times of relative peace, the borders were a treacherous place. Many had long memories, and when given the opportunity to raid north or south, they would gladly take it. Life and survival was difficult on the border, and for their own safety, farmers and land workers began to gather in tight-knit groups. These were the first border reivers. In the hope of bettering their life, and at the expense of those whom had caused this devastation, they would roam the border, raiding and taking whatever they please. Often the reivers had no loyalty to either side, English or Scottish, it mattered not. They were a law unto themselves, and would manipulate the nobility and royalty of both lands. The reivers would not only hunt for gold and valuables, but also prisoners. The higher rank or birth, the better, as these captives could be ransomed back to their country for vast wealth. In the eyes of the monarchs, the evil, plundering bandits were the ruin of the country, and only increased the tension during the uneasy peace. But to the common man, many of the reivers were seen as folk heroes, fighting against an unjust system, and it is here we meet the protagonist of today's story, Johnny, the last chief of Clan Armstrong. John Armstrong of Gilnockie, known to most as Johnny, was chief of the powerful border clan of Armstrong. In their prime, the clan was able to raise over 3,000 horsemen, and were in complete control of an area in the Scottish borders known as the Debatable Lands. But as the wars continued, and the raids became worse, the clan would be slowly whittled away, and by the time Johnny took command, their numbers were in the dozens. Most of the Armstrong line had happily left the war-torn borders and settled in safety further north. Only a meagre few would remain to hold the old clan seat, and it was around this time that Johnny became a border reiver. He would sally forth into English land, where he and his men would plunder and steal, returning the wealth to Scotland Hearing of his bravery in battle and his loyalty to his men, many ex-soldiers and depossessed farmers would rally to the call of Johnny Armstrong and his famous band of border reivers. Johnny was said to be a kind and noble figure. He would rob from the rich and give to the poor. But this may not be entirely accurate, and possibly the phrase, rob from the old enemy and give to a specific selection of the poor may be more suited. It is very true that Armstrong would help locals, but it was also true that he made a great deal of money from black rent, a process that would in more modern times become known as a protection racket. He would threaten local towns and villages into paying him large sums of protection money, and only then would he guarantee their safety from the reivers. But these were very complicated times in Scottish history, and although many of the people felt hard done by the collection of black rent, nonetheless many others in the land treated Johnny as a hero. These landowners would not receive aid from James V, Scotland's king, and could not protect themselves from English reivers, and so would happily pay the Armstrongs to defend their property and lives. As time continued, more men would flock to the Armstrong camp, and as the raids increased, Johnny would become fabulously wealthy. The source of his great wealth had begun to raise the suspicion of the king and his court. As the king's eye began to focus more on Johnny, the more the monarch became enraged. Not only were the Armstrongs' men fundamentally loyal, but they loved their leader, and tales of his nobility and kindness were well known throughout Scotland, a reputation that the king could only dream of. Not only that, but there were whispers in court that the great treasure hoarded by the Armstrongs rivaled the coffers of the crown, and due to a history of bad blood between Clan Armstrong and the Royal Stuarts, the king feared Johnny might be the very man to usurp his throne. Yet unknown to the king at the time, an event was occurring that would soon belay his worries. In 1527 or 1530, depending on who you believe, Armstrong would go too far when he and his men ventured out and raided the castle of the Lord Warden of the West Marches, an English peer by the name of William, 3rd Baron of Dacre. To put this in perspective for you, during this time the two countries were at peace, and the Lord Warden was tasked with securing the border for trade and policing cross-border issues, with the main issue at the time being the border reivers. So I am sure you can now grasp just how brilliant or insane it was for Johnny Armstrong and his men to plunder the lands and home of the Warden before burning his castle to the ground. If it accomplished anything, it made one hell of a statement. The Armstrongs ruled the border, whether in wartime or peace. King James was outraged, as was his counterpart, Henry VIII, King of England. The tender peace between the countries seemed more fractured than ever before, and something had to be done about Armstrong. By the start of the following year, sanctions and punishment would begin to fall upon Johnny. The Armstrong Towers near Canonbie were burned as reparation to the Warden. Then Johnny and his family were excommunicated by the Archbishop of Glasgow, in the hope Armstrong would repent his ways and return to the communion of the Church. It was also thought that this would quell the borders, and many God-fearing men would not want to join a man who was removed from the sacraments of the Church. Although in hindsight, it would seem that many on the border would fear Armstrong far more than God, and men continued to flock to the bandit king. Yet on one day, a royal messenger would appear at the great tower of Gilnockie with a royal notice addressed to John Armstrong, inviting him to meet with the royal hunting party at the chapel of Carlin Rigg. He was told only to take with him his retainers and to arrive with no weapons. There he would be shown leniency for all his actions if he would only submit to the king. Johnny agreed to the invite and returned the messenger with his reply. On the day of the meeting, Johnny and a selection of his most loyal men would dress in their finest clothes and adorn themselves in gold and jewels, ready to meet the king and impress on him the wealth and power of Clan Armstrong. Leaving their weapons behind, the men journeyed to the chapel. But as they rode through the valley of Moss Paul, they were ambushed by 10,000 men of the royal army. The Armstrongs were swiftly dragged from their mounts and imprisoned. It was now hauntingly apparent to Johnny that the king had no intention of hearing him talk. Knowing his life was in danger, Armstrong offered the king a deal. He and his men would fight for the crown, and the king would be given a great mass of gold. But King James simply refused. Armstrong told the king that throughout all his years of raiding, he and his men had never killed a fellow Scot. But this did very little for the temper of the king, and he ordered the execution of Armstrong and all his men. But not before Johnny could have the last say. Shouting at the monarch while being dragged from his sight, it is believed that Johnny Armstrong called these words: "I'm a fool to seek grace from a graceless face. Had I known you would take me this day, I would have lived in the borders, despite you and Henry." Johnny Armstrong and all his men were taken outside, and each and every one of them were hung from the surrounding trees, before being cut down and buried in a mass unmarked grave. The king's official statement on the hanging was that Armstrong had attended the meeting far better dressed than he, which was a public display of disrespect to the king. Many of the great Scottish clans, and not to mention the border men, found the execution of Armstrong and his company to be excessive, an unforgivable betrayal by the crown, and King James had now broken perhaps the oldest and most revered law in Scotland, that of hospitality. The deceitful murder of the Reivers created a deep sense of resentment for the crown that would exist in the Scottish borders for many generations. So as Johnny died, so did the long line of Armstrong chiefs. Sure, the clan in name would live on and spread throughout Scotland and the rest of the world. But for nearly 500 years, the clan has been left without a leader. But some say that the blood of Johnny, the King of Reivers, still exists somewhere out in the world today. It was known by many on the border that Johnny had a son and a grandson who went on to carry out his Reivers legacy for some years before disappearing at the time of the Union of the Crowns. But it was believed in some border legends that Johnny had a secret son, and that man had rode with his father to the meeting on that fateful day. But as the men were ambushed at Moss Paul, Johnny's son managed to hide in the chaos. He would remove his fancy clothes and exchange them with a local farmer who had connections to the Armstrongs. And the remaining border families would cover his escape and aid him in fleeing the country. So it is very possible that the missing heir to the Armstrong clan is out in the world at this very moment, perhaps watching this very video, and perhaps the Armstrongs really do remain unvanquished. Thank you for watching, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons for supporting these videos. The Border Reivers were eventually stopped by James VI at the time of the Union of the Crowns in 1603. The grandson of James V forcibly ended the raids by splitting up the families and clans whom remained on the border. Some were sent to Ulster, and others were conscripted to Holland to fight the wars in Europe. But worst of all, many of the leaders and famous local legends were captured and executed, killing not only their stories, but also the Reiver spirit. There are records from that time that tell of the grandson of Johnny Armstrong, and that the Armstrongs still very much had a leader at the time, and it wasn't until the Union and the scattering of the borders that the last chief of the Armstrongs went into hiding. meaning that the tale of Johnny's secret son may not be accurate or only somewhat true, and it is thought by many that it was perhaps added to the tale later to make a more entertaining ballad. In 1897, a large memorial stone was erected in the churchyard at Carlinrigg, dedicated to Johnny and his men. The inscription reads, "John murdered was at Carlinrigg, and all his gallant company, but Scotland's heart was near sae wee, to see so mony brave men die." Strangely, it was believed that the true grave of Armstrong and his men was found quite recently by a local farmer who was working in a field near the chapel. An archaeologist was then said to have visited the area and found a mass grave, which is accepted by some to be the grave of Armstrong and his men. But I could not confirm this, and although I looked for more information, I could not find details on the archaeologist or any published academic papers describing the discovery, so I am somewhat skeptical at the moment, but I would love to hear if any of you have more information on this amazing find. It was never exactly known what happened to the great wealth of the Armstrongs. Perhaps it was stolen by the Crown or other reivers. Some say that it was in fact burned at Langham Castle, while others tell that it was hidden and stashed away in a secretive vault waiting for the return of the lost Armstrong heir. But perhaps we will never know the truth, and I wonder if the gold actually existed in the first place. Like much of this tale, it's difficult to find out the truth of the situation, but perhaps that is not the best phrasing. It is not that this tale is untrue. Johnny existed, and his deeds were many. His execution was unjust, and his legacy in the borders lives on. But not long after the events occurred, the tales of the border hero became immortalized in many romantic writings and ballads, meaning that there is a lot of conflicting information, and some that is simply not true. The tales of Johnny Armstrong have continued for thousands of years, and it is now near impossible to strip the truth from the romanticism of those writings, even if they do make for wonderful reading. I will leave you all with a line from the ballad of Johnny Armstrong. "For they saved their country dear, for Englishmen nane were so bold, when Johnny lived on border side, nane of them dare come near his hold." Slanjva. Many years ago, it was common for the great heroes or witty protagonists that star in many folk tales to be replaced by the then ruling monarch. This way, the stories would help the public perception of the current royals. In some ways, it was an early form of propaganda, a way of showing a nationalistic allegiance to the nobles of the land. So it is very much in this vein that we are greeted with the tale of King James IV and the Tower of Clato. A long time ago, in the land of Fife, there stood a castle known as the Tower of Clato. It was situated atop a ridge that overlooked the Vale of Eden, and beneath it lay a large dark cavern known as Clato Den. This cave was said to lead under the rock and cliff and connect to the great tower. The entrance to the den was by the side of a large public road, where recently many travellers and merchants had been brutally attacked and pulled into the cavern, never to reach their destination. The tower and the cave quickly gained a reputation for robbery and murder. The alleged perpetrators of these horrible crimes were Clan Seaton of Clato, the rulers of both the lands and the tower. They were by no means a large family, and only a minor branch of Clan Seaton. But all in the surrounding area feared the robbers and bandits who dwelled within the cave. One day, news of the attacks and robberies would find its way to the court of King James IV of Scotland. The king was outraged and swiftly set about investigating the disconcerting news. He told his men that he wished to ride to Clato Den and determine the truth for himself. With all haste, horses were prepared for His Majesty, and a small party of trusted soldiers. By late afternoon, the royal procession had arrived at Clato Den. There, the king produced an old tattered travelling cloak and threw it about himself. He gave strict instructions to his attendants, ordering them to let the king head to the cavern alone. And after some protest from his loyal men, the king would eventually head down the road towards the cave entrance, looking very much the simple traveller. As the royal reached the cavern mouth, a young man in a black cloak and hood appeared from the darkness and called to his disguised sovereign. "Dismount the horse and follow me if you want to live." "And who are you to give orders?" the king countered. The man gave no response. Instead, he drew a dull blade and grasped the bridle of the king's horse. But suddenly, in a flash of steel, the king severed the man's hand with a weapon he had concealed beneath the cloak. Instantly, the robber screamed and dashed back into the darkness, clutching his bloody arm. James bent forward and pried the severed limb from his bridle and rode swiftly back to his waiting men. The next day, King James, escorted by a large retinue of soldiers, would make an official visit to the Tower of Clato. He sent word to the Setons of Clato, telling them that he had heard good things about their family from many of the nobles at court, and wanted to meet them all, father and sons, to assess their suitability to hold public office. When James and his men arrived at the tower, the doors were flung open and the king was welcomed inside. There the small family clan had prepared a feast, and it was obvious to all that they hoped to gain favour with the king. But before the meal could begin, the king desired to meet every single member of the Setons of Clato. So one after the other, the sons of old Clato were presented to the king. "Are these all your sons?" inquired the king. "All but one, sire. My youngest is very unwell," replied old Clato. "I must see him straight away," demanded the king. Not wishing to upset the sovereign, old Clato reluctantly led King James to the bedside of his youngest son. There the king saw a young man, very pale of face, lying in bed, being tended by some serving maids. James reached forth and pulled the ill man's left hand from the covers and began to feel his pulse. His Highness looked a little concerned, before saying, "I cannot find a good heartbeat here. Give me your other hand." The young man instantly became a little more lively, and told the king he felt better, and that his help was not required, but thanked him all the same. "I must see your right hand," pushed the king. "If you are to take public office, how will you sign deeds and orders without a strong right hand?" With a look of sorrow, the young man confessed to James that he had recently lost his right hand in battle. "That is truly a shame," said the king, as a wry smile entered his face. "But it so happens that I have a spare hand in my pocket. If it fits you, it is quite at your service." With this, the king withdrew the severed hand and threw it upon the bed. The man, now utterly defeated, looked at the king. "Aye, that is indeed my hand, and I'll wager it was your sovereign bridle it took hold of last night." James gave the young man a sombre nod, and then called for his men to seize every member of Clan Seton of Clato. That afternoon, the father, his wife, his sons, and daughters were taken from the great tower. Each and every one of them would be hung up on the nearest tree, and so ended the rule and the terror of Clan Seton of Clato. Once the bodies kicked no more, they were cut down, and the corpses were piled in Clato Den to rot, exposed to the elements. As the years went by, the great tower of Clato would meet very much the same fate. A powerful warning to all in the land not to cross King James or assault his people. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons who support the channel. Before I finish this video with some extra or tangential information I found, I would like to let you know that my Spreadshirt shop now has two new t-shirt designs. One is the new Yin and Yang wolf logo, and the other is a beautiful art piece by Shoddy Shades, depicting the Kelpie. Now on to the extras. I could not find any historical reference to this tale. I looked throughout the whole life history of King James IV, and not once was this mentioned. So I have to conclude it was only a tale or story, which was possibly designed to be a warning about doing evil, and a vector to depict the king as a heroic and noble figure. This is of course only my opinion, and if you know of any sources on the subject, I would love to hear about them. The real Clan Seaton were actually very strong supporters of the Stuart crown, and would fight alongside King James on many occasions. In fact, it is said that George Seaton, 5th Lord of Seaton, was actually an incredibly close personal friend of the king, and both of them would die side by side as friends, fighting the English at the Battle of Flodden. So until next time, Slang Java. It is thought by many that love is the greatest power on this earth, but this immense energy can often backfire, for the gift of love can be harshly torn from our hearts, and the resulting pain is an experience like no other, an experience that has changed many lives and altered the course of history as we know it. For today's tale, we look at a tragic story and the lifelong events of the intertwined relationships that produced it, the Wanderer's Grave. Strangely, for a story on this channel, we do not begin our tale in Scotland. In fact, it takes place far from our beloved land, in the south of England, in the county of Exeter. There lived a young noblewoman by the name of Maria Selwyn, the only child of Mr. Selwyn, a wealthy landowner. It was said by many in the area that the woman possessed an uncommon beauty, and many able-bodied suitors were infatuated with her, and would stop at nothing to win the beautiful maid's hand in marriage. It was due to this fact that her father took an avid interest in her daughter's relationships. As being a rather unscrupulous businessman, the father viewed his daughter as a very expensive asset, and would enter into talks of trade and property gain with the suitors. Mr. Selwyn had actually found one man in particular that he was very interested in dealing with, and swiftly offered his daughter's hand in marriage for a large percentage of land owned by this particular gentleman. That very day, Mr. Selwyn rushed home and informed his daughter that she was to marry with all haste. Yet Maria did not want to wed this wealthy stranger. She had never met the man, and what's more, her affections had been bestowed elsewhere. On a small farm that adjoined the Selwyn estate, there lived a young, handsome man who had no great status or wealth, and was master only to a small flock of sheep. But nonetheless, it was he who had stolen the heart and the mind of the beautiful Maria. The young noblewoman and the shepherd were in love. They each desired to live a long life in each other's company. Maria did not care about his humble profession and his meagre living. He was a man of merit and honest work, a far cry from both her father and the wealthy suitor. She saw her affections towards the shepherd as pure, and believed that the pair could only enrich each other's lives. Her father did not agree with this sentiment. He told his daughter it was criminal to grant her affections and life to a man of such low birth, and he demanded that the woman marry the wealthy suitor. But the resolute Maria would not be persuaded so easily, and continually rejected the proposal of her ever more infuriated father. She begged him to understand, and to allow her heart to choose the man she loved, and that it not be for wealth or status, but the man in his own right. This outspoken behaviour from the daughter merely enraged Mr. Selwyn. He demanded that his daughter marry the suitor, or he would cast her from the estate and disown his only child. The wealthy suitor himself was also quite angry when he received the news that Maria would not consent to be his wife. He took the rejection as a personal insult and endeavoured to find this other man and see what had stolen her affections from him. The suitor worked tirelessly and at length discovered the connection between Miss Selwyn and the neighbouring shepherd. This information threw the man into an all-out rage. He would have been furious if another wealthy suitor had won her hand, but to be rejected for the sake of a lowly shepherd was unthinkable. The wealthy man instantly demanded an audience with Mr. Selwyn. He told the father all that he had learned about the shepherd and the disgrace this union would not only bring upon his daughter, but also Selwyn himself. For a man of such nobility to have for a son-in-law a poor shepherd would make him an aberration in the eyes of the other noble houses. It was decided then and there that night the suitor nor the father would allow this insult to continue, and between them the pair concocted a devious plan. Spies were hired to follow the shepherd, and a police chief was brought into the pair's vile conspiracy. They decided that the young shepherd would die, and had convinced the local law enforcement, through a variety of bribes, to treat the death as a robber lawfully shot for stealing from the Selwyn estate. All the pieces of their murderous scheme were now in place, and early the next morning a local estate worker was tasked with the horrible job. He would wait near the small farm, and upon seeing the shepherd, request him to aid the man with a problem on the estate. But the very second the young man placed a foot upon Selwyn's land, the worker shot him. The vile task accomplished, the worker ran and left the poor shepherd bleeding on the ground in the warm sun of a new morning. But it was then that something happened the father and suitor had not accounted for. Maria had been out walking early that morning to clear her head of all the recent disputes, when she stumbled upon the dying form of her beloved. A wave of horror washed over the woman as she ran to the bleeding man. The shepherd was still alive, and his eyes filled with joy upon seeing Maria. He grasped her with a trembling hand, and begged her forgiveness. "I have found my death," said the shepherd. "Our love was to be fatal, and I beg you forgive me for the sadness you now feel, and for the marriage you will no doubt be compelled to take part in." Maria merely fell to the ground, and as the cascading tears ran down her face, she devoured the final, tormented words of her lover. It was then the grieving couple was happened upon by some servants of the Selwyn estate, who rushed to the lady's side and attempted to pry her from the man. But the woman was not to be moved. Eventually, she pushed the servants back and ordered them to find her father and tell him to await the divine vengeance that surely now hunted him for his part in this horrible plan. As the grieving woman returned to the dying man and attempted to staunch the blood, she distinctly heard the loud bleating of sheep. Looking over her shoulder, she spotted the shepherd's meagre flock approaching. Within seconds, a dozen sheep were gathered round the blood-stained man and baying mournfully. Struggling to lift his eyelids, the shepherd spoke once more. "This is my flock, and all I have in the world. They will follow only you now, my beloved Maria. Lift up my shepherd's crook." With this, the final breath left the man, and with his hand locked in hers, his soul departed from this world. The tortured Maria threw her arms about the dead man and pulled his cooling body close as she sobbed deeply. Soon her father arrived, and with the aid of his servants tore the woman from the man she loved. Thrashing and screaming, the poor maiden was roughly escorted back to the confinement of the house. She was taken to a room and forced to stay there. Her father demanded that she see sense and calm down, but her frantic cries echoed throughout the large house till darkness fell upon the land. Once quiet, the woman was taken before her father and the wealthy suitor. There she was reminded that she would soon marry, and to put any thoughts of the shepherd behind her. But the woman would not stand for this, and lifting a hand to the sky, prayed to the heavens that a dreadful curse be placed upon her father and suitor, before rushing to the door, quickly followed by the servants. She made it past these men, who were believed by many to sympathize with the grieving woman, and may not have hunted her with all the expected vigor. Maria escaped from the house, and headed straight for the area where her beloved lay, but upon reaching that site, she was distraught to see the body had been moved, and once more collapsed in grief, landing within the crimson blood, which still lay upon the ground. Again she heard the sound of sheep, and looking up, found that the shepherd's flock had surrounded her. At the sight of these creatures, the woman once more began to cry. As the flock gathered closer, they began to rub their heads fondly against the woman, as if trying to reassure her. Looking at the surrounding sheep, the woman made up her mind. She grasped the shepherd's crook, which had been laying on the ground, and called to the sheep, "Poor things, I will not leave you. Follow me." And that they did. As Maria walked off into the darkness, she was followed by the shepherd's flock. This would be the last time her father and the suitor would ever see the girl, but it was not the end of her tale. For some time, the father would send men to hunt for his lost daughter, and offer a reward for her return. Many would take up this vile task, but upon finding the shepherdess, they would come to reason, or be swiftly convinced to leave her alone. One even returned to the father with a message from Maria, stating that Mr. Selwyn was a murderer, and never again would she stand beneath his roof. It would seem that the local law enforcement never took any recognition of Maria or her unfortunate predicament, and would never atone for their part in the tragedy. To escape her father and suitor forever, she decided to forsake her own country and seek solitude in the hills and glens of Scotland. Maria reached the border in the summer of 1767, and was noted to appear in the town of Dumfries. Yet it was said by many at the time that only 9 of the flock now remained with her. The odd circumstances of a woman followed by a flock of sheep, many referred to with common English names, and with whom she would readily talk and converse, drew much attention in the new land. Tales would spread throughout Scotland of the wandering shepherdess, dressed in rags, who could appear out of the wild at any time, and talked with her flock as if they replied. This would lead some in the country to begin whispering of old tales and stories, of the Glasstig and the fairy shepherdess, and wonder if the old gods had returned in the form of this woman. Maria would leave Dumfries and journey to the grave of religious martyrs in the Vale of Clwydden. There she would sleep at the base of the gravestone, and it is believed she asked the Christian God for advice. But what actually occurred there, we may never know. Sometime later, the wandering shepherdess was seen at Benluden, south of Glasgow, where she rested upon the hill for some time, and allowed her flock to graze on the wild mosses and grass. It is here that she met with a learned man, who had taken a great interest in the wandering shepherdess, and was determined to understand her history and her story, be it fleeing from England or a spirit of nature returning to its native land. It is from this interaction that we get almost all the information of Maria Selwyn's life: the love of the shepherd, the heartbreak she suffered, and the escape from her father. What is very unfortunate is that the name of this man was not recorded, and we only know that he was a trusted acquaintance of John Gordon Barber, the Scottish historian and collector of folklore, who noted the woman's tale in his book, Unique Traditions of West and South Scotland. The wandering shepherdess then became a somewhat famous Scottish figure, with many people enraptured by her tragic tale and content isolation. The woman would far more happily talk with her dwindling flock than with any people, and generally the locals would leave her a wide berth. Yet the suffering and the hardship of her life was soon to catch up with Maria, and in only her 4th year of wandering Scotland, she would be found dead near Lochóin in 1771, surrounded by her loyal flock. It seems only right that the body of the wandering woman was found by a local shepherd. She was laying grim with the exposure of Scottish weather. It seems a somewhat ironic twist that it was nature that took her life after the rumours and tales of the Glastig's return. The shepherd that found the woman would, with the aid of other locals, dig her a grave in the exact spot that the wandering woman had fallen. It is said that the shepherd attempted to care for the remainder of the flock, but none of them would move from the place of their mistress's death. And day by day the sheep would die from starvation or exposure, as none would forsake their beloved travelling companion. In a mark of honour, the creatures were buried surrounding their former mistress, and would then continue to follow her into the next world. As time passed, tales of the wandering shepherdess and her tragic life would inspire all manner of romanticised writing and artwork. This was especially seen in broadside ballads and poems in the 1800s, where the story encouraged many different tellings, some more grounded, while others ran with a dramatised, near-enchanted version of events. Whatever the case may be, it would seem that tragic love will forever be part of humanity, and even if this darkness is in your future, it is always better to stand up for your beliefs, and most of all, follow your heart. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons for supporting the channel and allowing me to keep these tales alive. I was honestly unsure if I should even make this video, as it could be easily argued that the tragic tale of an English family in Exeter is not Scottish folklore, and the wandering shepherdess only spent a few short years in our country. But I decided to make the video anyway, as the life of Maria Selwyn had a great cultural impact on Scotland in terms of art and creativity, and seemed to occur at the beginning of the Scottish Enlightenment. The tragedy of her tale was felt by the Scottish people, and we gladly rallied around the woman and allowed her to live out her few remaining days in a way that she deemed fit. The people of Scotland connected with her story, and its inspiration can be seen in many works of fiction and well-known ballads, especially as the Romantic style was a prevailing ideology in the years after her death. So I can only hope you enjoyed this tale as much as I enjoyed telling it. And until next time, Slán de bheadh. This may not be the video you think it's going to be. In fact, it's not the video I set out to make. I was going to take some time and tell you of a wonderfully interesting creature from Scottish folklore. But during my research, many odd things came to light surrounding the creation of the creature and its place in Scottish history, not to mention modern culture. Today, we follow the historic sources throughout Scottish folklore. We travel far to the north, looking at the Shetland Islands, and even across the sea to Scandinavia, in hunt for the origins of the half-man, half-wolf, known as the Wolver. Deep in the Shetland mainland, there is said to exist an ancient creature with the head of a wolf and the body of a man, linked to the Sidhe. This beast was known as the Wolver. You would be forgiven for thinking that this being would be another in a long line of malevolent Scottish fae, being somewhat reminiscent of the European werewolf. But this could not be further from the truth. There is no full moon, no hideous transformation, and no consumption of human flesh. The Wolver has always been itself, and by that I mean it was born as the odd fae beast it is. Covered head to toe in short brown fur, the Wolver was said to make its home digging into the side of steep knolls or hills. It was an intelligent and timid creature, generally friendly to humans, and known to be great fishers. The wolfmen would spend many hours at the river, quietly fishing and minding their own business. One wolver would sit up on a stone in the middle of a deep stream and spend its days catching and eating fish. That stone is still known to some as the wolver's stane. The wolver was a very sedentary creature, but could still be provoked to anger if attacked or harassed. Yet most mentions of the creature are as a guide or friend. They were said to leave fish on the windowsills of poor families, and to rescue lost children, returning them home or keeping them safe in the wilds of Shetland. There are some who have suggested the wolver may be related to the hellhounds or black shucks, and portend death and disease. Others claim that the wolver is immortal, and if caught, can lead men to buried treasure or gold. Now we come to the part in the video where I would commonly tell you a collection of interesting folk tales about the creature, then discuss ideas on its identity, humans with medical conditions producing fur, or a kind of missing link to evolved forms of wolves. But in this case, that will not happen, as quite frankly, there are no tales of the wolver. Let me elaborate a little. There are no non-fiction tales of this creature in Scottish history or folklore. I am sure this comes as a surprise to some of you, and some might even disagree. But from my research, it would seem that all sources of this creature can be directly linked to not only one book, but one person, a woman known as Jessie Saxby, who in 1932 published the first known reference to the wolver. Her short description of the creature and its habits are what informed the early portion of this video. In the book Shetland Traditional Lore, Jessie states that she personally collected these tales and traditions from the island. And although I can grant that many great folk tales are not substantially referenced or sourced, this book is particularly bad. Saxby gives no names, details, places, or times on where or how she gathered these tales of lore, and considering that this is the first and only known mention of the wolver, a creature that appears in no other tales, stories, or books from Shetland or the Scottish mainland, it really suggests that the wolver, and even the tales of the creature, did not exist. But more on that a little later. In her book, Saxby states, I could not follow any systematic arrangement, and I am not a scholarly person to sift and clear up fragments of our lore until all the mystical charm of the subject has blown away. My compatriots will take what I give them kindly, and ask for no dry, thorough-learned explanations of what has lived in their souls since childhood. Now I personally relish in the sifting and clearing of fragments of Scottish folklore, and I do not believe that understanding where these tales come from and the historic culture that inspired them blows away their mystical charm. If anything, I think the opposite to be correct, and that our knowledge on these cultures and their beliefs only increase the intrigue and the love of these tales. But enough of my thoughts for the moment. Let's return to Saxby and the wolver. Jessie tells in the book that she was born the ninth child of a ninth child, and this would grant her a great deal of information, not only from her large family, but also from a form of second sight or psychic divination, which she was born with, and seems to be a common trait within her family. Records from the time suggest that the ninth child of a ninth child claim may be false, as it states her father was the youngest of 8, but in fairness, I could see this point being a simple mistake, and would not really get caught up in it. Segments of an early draft of Saxby's book were released in a Shetland Times article in January 1930, with the title Trolls and Their Kindred Part 2. Now trolls are a well-known category of spirits or sidhe from the Orkney and Shetland Islands. The word is commonly used to mean any non-distinct fairy or spirit, and most of the creatures have much in common with the mainland Doyne-Shi, yet with more obvious Norse influences. The term troll is believed to come from the Norse word for troll, which was used to signify not only great Norse giants, but also spirits, ghosts, and other spectres. It is in this very article that Saxby makes the first mention of the Wolver as a specific wolf humanoid creature from Shetland folklore, although in this draft it is spelt with two L's and is told to be of troll kindred. So from what I have said so far, you may think that I am suggesting Jesse Saxby completely fabricated the fish-loving wolfman of Shetland. And I suppose in many ways I am. But she did not create the term wolver. It has existed for many long years, but not in the manner she proposed. So where does the term wolver truly originate from? To answer that question, we actually have to return to a time before Saxby's Book of Lore. In the 1890s, a Faroese scholar by the name of Jacob Jacobson would begin collecting thousands of Shetland place names and would eventually publish an article discussing the meanings behind the names. One name, which cropped up many times, was Wol, as in Wolfhull, Wolwolnol, Wolhull, and Wolvershol. This name was derived from the Old Norse word for fairy, Alf, and the word for hill, Hul. Fairy hills, mounds or knolls, can be found all throughout Scottish folklore and history, so it makes perfect sense that these place names were describing fairy hills. In a further statement, Jacobson determines that the Norse vowel, ow, often turns to a wo sound in the Shetland language, thus making Alfhul, Wolfhul. More than this, the scholar directly mentions Wolvershul as an amalgam of the Norse words Alf and Hul with the Nordic-derived Faroese word Ulverhus, or fairy house. So Wolvershul would translate to something like the fairy's home hill, or the hill of the fairy's home. This syncs up perfectly with the well-known Scottish belief that the fairies make their homes in hills or knolls. Even the term Doyne-Shi translates to the people of the fairy mound. So this is why there is no half-man, half-wolf creature in Scottish folklore. The Wolvershul is the fairy home, and the Wolverstein is the fairy stone. Even before Saxby's book, it was well known in Shetland what the term was and how it was supposed to be used. Shetland folklorist John Spence, writing in the Shetland Times in 1905, would discuss the place Wolvershul and explain how this term would be translated as fairy knoll, with no mention of wolf-like creatures. Once more, there is no credible Shetlander of the time that had ever mentioned a wolf creature. Not only that, but the term Wolfhul and Wolvershul were well understood and used commonly years before Saxby's writing. It is said by some that Jessie Saxby had a very vivid imagination, and that she outright rejected the very solid translation. She wanted a more dramatic tale, and so created the entirely fictitious creature known as the Wolver. She would even call her house Wolvershul. Jessie is the first and only person in the history of Scottish folklore to mention a half-man, half-wolf creature living in the Shetland Islands, and I for one am comfortable in calling the entire thing a hoax, or at least a great misunderstanding. I don't know if Jessie purposefully created this hoax, and I tend to land on the side that she probably meant no malice. I can even understand how the term could have been misconstrued as the name of a specific creature, given that Jessie herself claimed not to be a studious person and was unlikely to understand Old Norse, a factor that I can very much relate with given my previous pronunciations in this video. I know for a fact that this video will upset some people, as the Wolver has become incredibly popular on the internet and is often found in lists of Scotland's most interesting creatures from folklore. And I can see why. For whatever Jessie actually was, I think we can all agree that she created a wonderful story, but that is all the Wolver is, pure fiction. The Shetland Wolfman exists in no tales and is not mentioned at all before Saxby's book. Not only this, but the people of Shetland have long knew this to be fake, and I for one find the true history and lore of the island to be far more interesting. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my patrons who support these videos and help me bring you these stories. I understood going into this video that it would be a bit of a controversial subject, especially given the popularity of the Wolver. I have been asked to cover the Wolver on many occasions, and I know people have been looking forward to me elaborating on the folk tales of the Wolver, but I could not let myself perpetuate this falsehood of Scottish folklore. My videos are always based on multiple references, and I try to find out as much as I possibly can on the subject within the time period, which on occasion, I will agree, is very little. I hope to relate the true folk beliefs and traditions of my country, as I believe they are knowledge that is worth keeping and something we seem to be losing. I personally think that the believability of the Wolver may in some part come from the Urisk, whom they had a lot in common with. Not only being half man and half beast, but also enjoying fishing, and by most accounts being friendly and helpful to locals. There are tales of the Urisk from Shetland, and it is understandable to think that the Wolver is a relation to this creature, or perhaps another name, muddled by the influence of the Norse culture on the island. Technically, the Urisk is an Alf, and the Urisk might very well live in a Wolvershul, but I don't think that any true Scotsman would make the mistake in believing the Wolvershul to be anything other than it is. But all that being said, if you wish to show me evidence and references related to the Wolver, which predate Saxby's book, and demonstrate that this truly was a natively held Shetland belief, I would love to see it. And I am nothing if not willing to change my opinion based on a convincing argument and backed up with empirical sources. I hope you all enjoyed the strange dive into the origins of the Wolver and the naming of hills in Shetland. I hope to see you all again next time for more tales of Scottish folklore. Slán Java. The winter holiday season in Scotland has always been a little odd. In the early days of the country, we would follow many of the old Celtic traditions, such as great fires, feasts, village gatherings, gifts to the Sidhe, and celebrating the many days of Yule. Eventually these traditions would become intermingled with the celebration of the Christian God. Once Christianity was involved, the festivities became far more restrained, and for many years, Christmas was more of a small occasion, far less important and less celebrated than Easter. During the Reformation of the Scottish Church, the winter Christ Mass was officially banned by Parliament in 1640, as it was too closely associated with Old Catholicism. This is one of the main reasons we in Scotland celebrate Hogmanay, or the New Year, with such enthusiasm, as for a long time it was our only winter holiday. All this to say that Christmas in Scotland has always been a very culturally mixed affair, and is unique to this great land. Today we look at a tale from the 14th century that took place on the very eve of Christmas, the Yule Beggar. Many years ago, on the Scottish borders, near Dumfries, there was a shepherd who lived in the wild countryside. As it was nearing Yule, the shepherd decided to journey to town in order to join the Yule celebrations. In his absence, he would leave a young herd boy in charge of the ewes. With his master gone, the boy spent most of the day in his small clay hut, taking all the warmth from the fire that he could. Then, as the sun began to set, he went to work. The shepherd had left very strict instructions for the boy. All the sheep were to be rounded up and taken in before dusk fell, for in the darkness they could be easily lost or attacked by wolves or foxes. Trekking out into the snow-covered hills, the young boy began to round up and pen the sheep for the night. With the sheep now in, the boy took count and found that there was one ewe missing. So once more he headed over the hills looking for the lost sheep. He searched and searched, but could find no signs of the missing ewe. As light began to fade, the words of the shepherd echoed in his mind, and he meant not to let his master down. So onward into the icy dark the boy went. For hours he wandered in the blackness, with his search becoming more bleak by the minute. His boots were filled with icy water from the bogs. His face and hands were cold and bloody from the briars and nettles he stumbled through. Eventually, the boy gave up all hope of finding the sheep, and returned to his little hut so he might warm his bones and thaw his feet by the fire. Soon the winter moon would rise, and he thought to himself that perhaps in the moonlight he would have more hope of finding the ewe. Then suddenly he remembered that the well of St. Ringan was not far from his home, and people would often journey there in times of trouble to ask the saint for his aid. And not only that, the boy remembered that it was Christmas Eve, and as the old tradition goes, St. Ringan would return to Scotland during the Yule season, and on Christmas Eve he was said to be found in Galloway. This may be the perfect time to seek such help. The boy for a moment was overjoyed, before reality brought him back to earth. The saint only helps proper folk, thought the boy. I doubt he would care for a ragged herd boy, and I have nothing to bring to the well as a gift. All the boy possessed was the clothes on his back and a single bowl of uncooked porridge that the Scots call brose. It did not seem to him that either the ragged clothes or the brose would be a fitting gift for a saint. And besides that, the brose was all he had to eat till his master returned. Eventually, the guilt of losing the ewe grew too heavy for the boy, and whether starving or not, his only option was to offer the meal to St. Ringan's well and hope for aid. The young boy warmed the porridge oats and then carried the bowl carefully through the darkness to the stone edge of the well. There he kneeled and begged St. Ringan to help him find the lost ewe. When the plea was finished, the boy stood and noticed that nothing had changed. There was no ewe before him, no bleating could be heard in the distance, only the light of the moon and stars winding its way through the trees above. Disheartened and bitterly cold, the boy turned to head back to his hut, with a final, forlorn look at the steaming oats on the edge of the well. He had not gone but 10 paces, when he heard the snap of a twig behind him. Turning, he saw a thin, ragged man sitting on the edge of the well, supping at the brose. The boy was taken aback and began to protest. Those oats were left for a saint, not some tattered beggar. But thinking better of it, the boy held his tongue. If the saint had ignored him, then at least the oats were not put to waste. The beggar waved at the boy. "It's a grand night, laddie." Only wish it was, replied the boy. I've lost one of my master's ewes. Some wild animal will kill it in the night, or it will stray so far I will never find it by morning. Dinna worry yoursel, said the man. It's not so far away. You'll find your lost sheep tangled in the bramble bushes in the deep ditch beneath yon trees that I was bloom first in the spring. The boy shook his head. I've already searched there many times. The ew's not there. Well, I think you best check again, said the beggar, for that's where you'll find her. The boy was not greatly pleased with the advice, but nonetheless, when the beggar had finished the brose, both he and the boy went to the brambles the man had suggested, and to the herd boy's utter astonishment, there was the ewe, caught in the spines and the thorns of the bush. The boy ran down into the ditch and struggled through the sharp brambles. Upon reaching the sheep, he heaved and pulled, but the poor beast could not be moved. The beggar then joined the boy in the ditch, and together they pulled. Wool split and stems broke, as the sheep was eventually hauled out. The ewe was exhausted and freezing. It had not the power to stand, and so slumped upon the ground. The boy in tears knew he couldn't lift the sheep home. It will die here, said the boy, and I don't know how to help it. The beggar, looking at the poor sheep, bent down, and grasping the ewe, draped it over his shoulders, and began trudging in the direction of the boy's hut. Eventually the beggar and the boy reached the fire within the hut, and lay the ewe beside it. The beggar was now chilled to the bone by the icy bogs, cut and bleeding by the brambles, and tired and sore from carrying the sheep. Thank you, said the boy. Will you please stay here for the night? I've no food, but you're welcome to my fire. Thank you, laddie, for your kind offer, said the beggar. But I must be going, or I'll be late. Where are you going at this time of night? Questioned the boy. It's near midnight, and you're in no state to travel. Where? Exclaimed the man, somewhat confused. To Bethlehem, of course. Where else would I be gone on Christmas night? As the man made this final remark, the boy was piling wood upon the fire, and as he turned in shock, the beggar was nowhere to be seen. Quickly the boy ran to the door and stared out over the moonlit hills. The beggar had gone, but there by the rising moon was a glittering pathway leading from the boy's hut far into the east. Thank you for listening, and I wish you all the best for the coming year. And as we say in Scotland, lang may your lum reek. I would also like to give a special thank you to my patrons for supporting the channel and helping me to continue to release this content. It really means a lot, especially at this time of year. Thank you. The basis of this tale, the legends of St. Ringan, are incredibly old. St. Ringan is another name used in Scotland for St. Ninian, apostle to the southern Picts. St. Ninian founded the great Celtic monastery at Whithorn in 397 AD and essentially brought Christianity to the south of Scotland. It was thought that he would return to Galloway every Christmas Eve to aid the people he had converted. Specifically, he is seen as the patron saint of lost things, and oddly, he seems to have specialised in the finding of lost sheep. There are hundreds of tales from all around Scotland of shepherds appealing to him to aid in the finding of a lost ewe. But only on very few occasions did the ancient saint ever manifest himself physically, and it was thought he would only do so for particularly pious shepherds, such as those found in the Gospels. The herd boy's hut was said to sit near the western edge of the modern Castle Douglas. And unfortunately, the well and the ditch where the sheep was found are no more. There were many locals that remember the well and the ditch all the way up until the 20th century. In 1920, the ditch was drained and filled, and the well was covered over, as that is now the location of the Castle Douglas golf course. Sadly, one more little part of our history gone, but at the very least, we can keep it alive by telling the story. And until next time, I hope you all enjoy the holiday season, and don't forget to tell a few tales by the fire this winter. Slán Shivá.
The First Great War for Scottish independence had begun a few years earlier, in 1296. Revolts against the English invasion began in 1297, led by William Wallace and Andrew de Murray. Murray and Wallace would push back the English host. During the Battle of Stirling Bridge, Murray would be mortally wounded. Wallace continued the war, and in 1298 was granted the title Guardian of Scotland. Eventually, Wallace was captured by the English in 1305. He was tortured and murdered, his eviscerated body split into 4 parts and displayed in English forts. But this was far from the end of the war, for in the north, a new claimant to the throne of Scotland had appeared, Robert the Bruce. Bruce had become Guardian of Scotland after Wallace, and was crowned King of Scotland in 1306. He would continue the campaign, began by Wallace and Murray, and aimed to free his country from oppression. This brief summary of Scottish history sets the scene for the tale I will tell today. Sir James Douglas and the Arrows of Fate. Throughout Bruce's campaign, he had a loyal captain second only to himself. This man was Sir James Douglas. He was known to be one of the greatest knights in Scotland, but this was not for his ability to command men, but for his mastery of fear as a tool of war and his personal ferocity in battle. There was very few Englishmen that crossed swords with Douglas and lived to tell the tale. Many in Scotland knew him as Good Sir James, as he had always championed the Bruce's claim for the throne. For years, Douglas would hold the border between Scotland and England. On many occasions, he would lead raiding parties south into Northumbria. The English of the border feared Sir Douglas so much, they thought of him as some form of demon. It was then he was given the moniker of the Black Douglas, since all the people of England knew that death followed wherever the Douglas went. Douglas and his men were stationed at a military fort near Jedburgh on the Scottish border. There had been many days of marching and fighting, so this night Douglas returned to the fort to allow his weary men rest. During the bright moonlit night, Douglas would walk among the tents and allow himself to become lost in thought. It was then, from the corner of his eye, he spied a strange sight. An old and crooked woman was approaching him. She stumbled forward, leaning on a large wooden staff. His eyes were drawn to her left hand, which held 3 English-made cloth-yard arrows. "Are you he who calls himself Good Sir Douglas?" said the woman. "That I am," replied the Douglas. "Why are you here? Have you wandered from the Sulters' camp?" "I don't belong to the merchants' camp," the woman answered. "I am a resident of these lands, and have lived here since King Alexander passed the door of my cottage with his beautiful French bride. All I have suffered that day lies between me and heaven." She held up the 3 arrows, and Sir James could clearly see the blood that covered them. "You have lost sons to the war, I presume," said Sir James. "You have guessed but part of my woes," replied the woman. She separated out the arrows and pointed at them one at a time. "This arrow carries upon it the blood from the pierced heart of my firstborn. The second is coated by the red stream which drew life from my second-born. The last arrow is red with the gore my youngest lay in, as he parted with his life and rendered me childless. They were shot by English hands, in different armies, in different battles. I am a good and honest woman, Sir James. I only wish to return to the English what belongs to the English, and in the same manner as they were sent. And I know that the dreaded Black Douglas has the keenest sight and strongest arm in all Scotland. I can think of no better man to execute my commission." Douglas stood in silence for a moment, contemplating his answer to the woman. Eventually the quiet was broken, and Douglas said, "I grieve for your sons, for many have been lost. But dear woman, I do not use the bow. In my hands I take the dagger or the battle axe. You must ask some other soldier to return your arrows to the English." At this, a strange smile appeared in the face of the woman. "I will not take them home," she said, while laying the 3 blood-covered arrows at the feet of Douglas. "You will see me again," said the woman, "on the evening of the Feast of St. James." With this, she turned about and hobbled away, stick in hand. The Black Douglas, now alone, thought it would be a great pity to leave the arrows lying forgotten upon the floor, so he picked them up and found a small empty quiver for them. He returned to his quarters and stored the quiver alongside his saddlebags. He lay down to rest, but this night sleep would escape him, as the old woman's request occupied his mind throughout the moonlit hours. As day broke over the camp, a messenger arrived. Quickly this man was shown to the Douglas's tent. He told Sir James that a great force of nearly 10,000 English had crossed the border. This host was led by Sir Thomas de Ridgemont, an English knight and nobleman. The messenger mentioned that the army would have to navigate a narrow pass between 2 large hills, and there Sir James's men could attack with great advantage. With all haste, Douglas ordered his men to the narrow pass. On arrival, Douglas had a cunning plan. He commanded his men to twist together the young birch trees on either side of the passage once the enemy had passed to prevent their escape. He then concealed all of his archers up on the hills. As the English entered the pass, their ranks were closed in tight and there was no room for the cavalry to manoeuvre. As the final Englishman entered the pass, there was a great yell, "A Douglas! A Douglas!" The battle cry of the Black Douglas. A flight of arrows poured in from every direction. As the Englishmen looked up, they saw the Black Douglas leading his men in full charge down the pass. The English began to flee down the path, but were blocked in and still suffering a hail of arrows. In the ensuing melee, the Black Douglas would find the very heart of Sir Thomas de Ridgemont with his beloved dagger. Not long after this victory, word reached Douglas that the governor of Berwick, Sir Edmund de Calonne, a knight of Gascony, sought to battle the famous knight, the Black Douglas. Sir Edmund had led raids into Scotland and was heard to lament the fact he never came across Douglas. Sir James thought it would be a great pity for the knight's taunt to go unanswered. The morning after hearing the news, Douglas rallied his men and set forth for the Gascon's last known position. Scouts had reported that Sir Edmund had just passed Teviotdale, loaded with the plunder of his recent raid. Teviotdale was only a 5 or 6 hour march from the camp at Jedburgh, and it didn't take long for the Douglas to catch up with the foreign knight. "It would be a shame for you to return to England without receiving all you came for, brave knight of Gascony," said Sir James. The English party stopped dead in their tracks, and the men looked with mounting anxiety at the dark countenance of the Black Douglas and his men heading straight towards them. Douglas called to Sir Edmund and offered him the fight he'd wanted, a duel to the death, but whether through fear or sheer cowardice, Sir Edmund gave his men the order to attack. Even from the beginning of the English onslaught, Douglas headed straight for Edmund. With a dark madness in his eyes, Douglas first downed the knight's horse with a blow from his battle axe. Sir Edmund's life was taken by the trusty dagger of the Black Douglas. "So much for the taunt of a knight of Gascony," cried the Douglas. On seeing their commander laid low, the remaining English ran. They returned to England to tell the tale of the fool who taunted the Black Knight. Even upon hearing these terrible tales of the Black Douglas, the lust for fame and honour that dwells within men would always reappear. Enter Sir Robert Neville, the so-called Peacock of the North. He, much like Sir Edmund, let it be known that he wished to fight the Douglas. But Sir Robert went as far to send a messenger to the Black Douglas. "Come, Black Knight of the North, and display your banner before the town of Berwick." Douglas rejoiced in the challenge and set forth at once for Berwick. On his arrival, he planted the banner of the 3 stars and beckoned for the knight to come fight him. But brave Sir Robert would not leave his castle. He decided to wait. Angered over facing yet another coward, Douglas sent his men to burn the village beneath the battlements and plunder the outlying villages. When Neville heard of this, he thought there was no better time to attack. Many of Douglas's men were away to the other villages. Neville sallied out with a formidable force of fighting men. As soon as the men left the fortification, they were assailed by the battle cry, "A Douglas," and at the front of the few men still with him, the Black Douglas charged. Hearing the cries of battle, many of the Douglas's men hurried back and joined the fight. Douglas would succeed in forcing Sir Robert Neville into a personal encounter, and once again the skillful blade of the Scottish knight found the heart of his enemy. Neville was slain, and victory went to Sir James Douglas. Finally, after all the pain and toil of the last while, returned to his fort near Jedburgh to take some well-deserved rest. Once again, Douglas walked between the soldiers' tents and stared at the bright moonlit sky. From the corner of his eye, he saw a strange old woman heading towards him. It was the same woman he'd met many nights ago. "Tomorrow is the feast of St. James," the woman said. "I told you I would see you this night, and I am good to my word. Have you returned the arrows I left with you to the English that sent them to the hearts of my sons?" "I have not," said Sir James. "I told you before, I do not fight with the bow." The woman, with a look of confusion, said, "You must then return the arrows to me." Douglas, more than willing, led the woman to his tent and found the small quiver that had been in his saddlebag. On removing the arrows from the quiver, he was surprised to see that they were all broken. All 3 arrows were split through the middle. "How could this happen?" the Douglas said. "Their fate is fulfilled," cried the woman, laughing with a wicked cackle. "That broken arrow came from the bow of a soldier of Richmond, the second from a soldier of Cologne, and the third from a soldier of Neville. They are all now dead, and I am avenged." Before Douglas had the chance to reply, the woman scattered the broken fragments of the arrows on the floor and exited the tent. Douglas went to follow, but when he stepped out of the tent, the woman was nowhere to be seen. This tale is one of my personal favourites. It is a mix of historical accuracy and complete fiction. It is a Scottish legend told to the young about one of the many old heroes that fought long and hard to rid this land of oppression. What is true is that the Black Douglas was a great warrior. He served as captain to Robert the Bruce all throughout the war. And as Bruce lay dying on the 7th of June, 1329, he asked his greatest ally and friend, Sir James Douglas, to take his heart to the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. En route to the Holy Land, Sir James was killed in the Battle of Teba. But to this day, the banner and crest of the Clan Douglas has upon it, beneath the stars of Sir James, the red heart of Robert the Bruce, King of Scots. In the great stories told of the First War for Scottish independence, many names are overlooked. Most know of only Wallace or Bruce, but it would be a great pity for them not to know the name Sir James Douglas, the dreaded Black Knight of Scotland. When I began writing this video a week ago, I had planned on thanking everyone for getting me to 500 subscribers. I'm unsure what happened, or what continues to happen, but I would like to thank you all. At the time of writing this, I have 1,734 subs. Thanks for listening, and I hope you continue to enjoy the videos. I'll leave you with a few lines that English mothers would say to their children during the early days of the 14th century. Hush ye, little pet ye. Hush ye, do not fret ye. The Black Douglas shall not get ye. Thank you for listening.
Overlooking Scotland's most famous body of water, Loch Ness, stands the ruins of what was once a great fortress of the ancient world, Castle Lochart. It is told that a fortification has always stood on that very point, watching over the loch and being a renowned seat of power in the Highlands. The first mention of such a fort comes from 562 AD, when it was happened upon by Saint Columba during his mission to convert the savage Pictish tribes to Christianity. He writes that a man of much power and wealth had built for himself a fort or large household somewhere along the banks of the loch. These writings seem to be reinforced by archaeological findings which suggest the presence of a fort under what is now the southwest corner of the castle. Another suggestion is that the fort may have been home of Bridi I, king of the Picts, from 554 AD to 586. The first mention of the castle, as we now know it, was in the early 13th century, when the lands of Uchart were granted to Thomas Durward, a ward of the then King of Scotland, Alexander II. It is believed that the castle was built by Durward and completed by his son. Although the first documented record of the castle doesn't come until 1296, when the great castle of Uchart was captured by a man with many names in Scotland, but for the sake of monetisation, I will call him only Edward Longshanks, King of England. Uchart was lost in the first English invasion, which marked the beginning of the Scottish Wars of Independence. The castle changed sides a few times in the following years, with various sieges and attacks by Andrew de Murray the Younger and Alexander de Forbes, before it was eventually freed from English hands in 1307, when Robert the Bruce marched through the Great Glen, taking all the castles surrounding the loch. Uchart has always been the centre for intrigue and war, for battles and soldiers. After the Scottish Wars for Independence, the castle would change hands back and forth between the Scottish clans and the MacDonald Lords of the Isles for some 300 years. It next appears in history during the Revolution of 1688, when it was garrisoned by Ludwig Grant, an ally of William of Orange. At that point in time, the castle was under siege by a force of 500 Jacobite soldiers, and remained so until the main Jacobite force was defeated at Cromdale. Eventually, the castle would be left by the government soldiers, but on their way out they would leave explosives and destroy the castle to prevent it being occupied by the Jacobite forces. But this plan was not entirely successful, as soon 3 Jacobite soldiers would find sanctuary within the ruins of this ancient battlefield, the fugitive lovers. On the 16th of April, 1746, the Jacobite army, led by Charles Edward Stuart, known to many as Bonnie Prince Charlie, would be defeated in the devastating Battle of Culloden. In the aftermath, an order of no quarter was given. The government forces were to kill on sight any Jacobite sympathiser they could find. It was this that led to the overwhelming Jacobean casualties, from the murder of routing soldiers and the killing of wounded men too lame to stand or run. It is in this bloodbath we meet the characters of our story. One was a gentleman soldier of some rank and an officer within the Jacobite force. Having been wounded during the battle, he found himself fleeing the brutality of the government forces. The man would make it to Loch Ness and began making his way along the bank opposite Uchart Castle. The officer had only made it this far due to the aid of his 2 retainers, one of whom was a fox hunter and a native to the lands of Uchart. His knowledge of the local roads and paths were perhaps the only reason that the 3 men had escaped the battlefield alive. As they scrambled onwards down the bank, it became quite obvious that the officer's wounds were slowing him considerably, and at their current pace, any government forces would soon catch up with them. It was then that the hunter spied a small boat moored on the loch bank, and proposed that they should take the boat to the other side and hide themselves within the ruins of the old castle. Knowing his injuries were too severe to carry onwards, the officer agreed to the plan, and the 3 men climbed aboard the boat and set off through the loch. It took them a few hours to cross the expanse of the loch, and upon landing on the opposing shore, they heaved up the boat and hid it within the trees. The 3 men secured themselves in a deep hidden vault beneath the castle, which was only known to a few locals. Luckily for our band of Jacobites, the fox hunter Ewan had been just such a person. The men tended to their wounds, and within no time at all, the exhausted three fell asleep within the depths of the castle. It was near midday before any of the men awoke, and it was about this time that the third man said, "I'm glad we're safe, but a bite to eat would be a godsend." "Aye, very true," said the hunter, "and if my beautiful Mary knew aught of poor Ewan the hunter's plight, she would endeavour to aid me, even through the hail of Sassenach bullets." It was then a startled whisper arose from the officer. "By God, our hiding place is discovered. Look at the shadow about the entrance." The hunter grinned wildly, and with a deep laugh, he called out, "Oh, 'tis the shadow of a friend." In an instant, a short-legged Scottish terrier sprang into the vault. "Kraken," said the hunter, while hugging his faithful friend, "this is your kindest visit you've ever paid me." The men were overjoyed that they had not been found, and were quite happy to spend their time with the little dog. But knowing that the terrier had been let loose to find him, the hunter understood that his partner was concerned. This gave the man a cunning idea. As the sun began to fall in the sky, Ewan crept out of the vault with his little friend, and tied about the dog his garter. He then told the fearless Kraken to go home and bring back his wife and some supplies. Quickly the black dog sped off up the glen, heading straight for home. Some 4 hours later, in the darkness of night, the little dog returned to the vault, and the garter about him was gone. Ewan jumped up with great happiness, patting the dog's head, and left the vault only to return a moment later with a beautiful young woman. Covering the only entrance with an old travelling cloak and striking a light, the hunter would then introduce his betrothed, Mary MacLachlan. The woman had understood immediately upon seeing the garter that she herself had woven, that her husband was in the area, and hastened to aid him with all the provisions she could carry. But most importantly for the other two fugitives, the delightful woman had brought a small flask of fine Scottish whisky. The men's thirst and hunger were satisfied, and during that night they told the woman of all that had happened, and how the battle had been lost, and most importantly, their precarious position. The maiden told her side of the tale, the brutal efficiency of the government soldiers, how still at this very moment they were scouring the lands, hunting for the routed Jacobites. It was decided that the vault underneath the castle was the safest place to stay, and Mary would return each night to give the men food and whisky, since she could pass along the roads more freely. This plan would continue to work for some days, with the woman returning at night and leaving before daybreak, so as to hide her comings and goings in the shadow of darkness. But then on one day, young Mary did not appear, and neither did the little dog. The men were much worried by this, but hoped the woman had seen soldiers, and thought better of giving away their hiding space, and perhaps returned home. Yet when the second night came, and there was still no sign of the young woman, Ewan's fear of the government troops was quickly overcome by his concern for his betrothed. In spite of the danger currently scouring the Highlands, Ewan left the vault and ventured forth to find his beloved. The night was dark, and the cold wind rattled through the silent glen, as the hunter slipped out of the ruins and headed for his home. He walked for some 2 miles, deathly afraid that the sound of each step would betray his position and lead him to certain death. Suddenly, in the distance, he heard musket fire, and with an impressive haste concealed himself within the bracken. Here the man waited with bated breath, fearing who would come down the road. After a time, he heard movement behind him, and spinning around with his sword drawn, he spotted the friendly face of his little dog. But the joy of finding him was quickly soured, as the man could see a thick cord wrapped around the animal's neck. Ewan knew that this was no work of his Mary, and a sudden horror seemed to creep over the man. What if his love was captured, and the dog was to lead the soldiers to the castle ruins? Wiping a cold sweat from his brow, Ewan was faced with a horrible decision. Warn his friends and flee, leaving Mary at the whims of the bloodthirsty soldiers, or try to save his betrothed, possibly damning his friends to a cruel death. Either way, it did not take the man long to choose, and if he was to die trying to save the one he loved, then he would face it like a true Scotsman. Cutting the cord from the dog, he ordered it to follow at his heel, and ventured forward on the road. He would eventually happen upon an old wooden barn, with light streaming from its door, and hearing voices from within, the curious huntsman slowly crept closer to see who was there. A feeling of sudden terror rushed through the Scotsman as he saw a band of government soldiers surrounding young Mary. "Come on now," called the leading officer. "That fool has let your dog escape, so now it is you who will lead us to the rebels. I am sure you prize your own safety, and will guide me to the spot," the man continued. "You shall walk with me until you point out the lurking place of these cowards." Turning to his men, the man ordered them to remain ready and wait to hear his signal whistle, at which point they should advance to it with all haste. The commander roughly pulled at Mary and headed for the barn door. Ewan, doing all in his power to restrain himself, hid by the barn side and proceeded to follow the commander and his unwilling companion. All three continued on the old road to the castle, but once the barn was out of sight, the young woman stopped in her tracks. "Keep going," shouted the officer. "I don't care one farthing for your life, and if you do not lead me to the rebels this instant, then this blade—" The man drew his sword and held the point against the woman. "Shall in 2 minutes enter your heart." Poor Mary trembled and shook as she told the man she would go no further. It was then the deep voice of Ewan sprang from the darkness. "Perhaps you should turn your weapon this way, brave soldier." And as the officer spun round, the hunter clubbed him hard with a large tree branch, knocking the man unconscious. As the sword and the officer fell to the ground, the young lovers were reunited in each other's arms. Mary thanked Ewan for coming to her rescue, and then asked if the officer between them was dead. But Ewan replied, "No, he lives. I would not dirty my hands in his blood, but quickly we must go." With all the speed the pair could muster, they ran to the ruined castle and warned the others. It was in this way that the fugitive lovers escaped the aftermath of Culloden, and it was with much gratitude that they looked upon the ancient castle which had given them refuge and concealed their retreat. That very night, the lovers and their 2 companions fled from the castle and found safety in the forests of Badenoch, where they discovered the remnants of the Cameron forces, led by Lochiel, the clan chief. With these troops, they made their way to the coast, and the wounded officer boarded a ship bound for France. Ewan and Mary would not leave Scotland, as they had no money, high rank, or status to survive penniless on the continent. So the pair would stay near the coast, and with Ewan's Jacobite colours well and truly hidden, they would settle down and start a family. It is said by many that the brave descendants of Ewan and Mary can still be found in Lochaber to this very day. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons who help me keep these tales alive. It would seem that Uchart Castle has been the central point in many tales of woe and love. One story concerns the famous Gaelic poet Donald Donn, who for many years was held in the deep dark prison cells within the castle. Officially, he was charged with the theft of cattle, which was a common occurrence at the time. As the MacDonalds of the Isles and Clan Grant, the holders of Uchart, had been at war with each other for many years, both of them owning the castle at different points throughout history, so it was safe to say there was plenty bad blood. It may have been this very feud that led to the local legend of Donald's true crime. It was said that Donald Don, the warrior poet, had fallen in love with the daughter of Clan Grant's chief. Donald knew that the Grant men were hunting him and ordered to find him and capture him, but he refused to leave the one he loved, and was eventually captured and taken to the castle in heavy chains. While the bard was imprisoned, he continued composing songs and ballads of his tragic life and his lost love, hoping that perhaps one day the words would fall upon a sympathetic ear and lead to his rescue. But unfortunately for the captive poet, there was to be no romantic escape from the cells of Urquhart Castle. And when a time eventually did arrive for him to leave his cell, it was only to reach the hangman's noose and end the local folk hero. On the history of the castle itself, many stories tell of the hidden and secret vaults that lie beneath it. It has long been a legend in the Highlands that in one of these vaults was a great treasure, which had been hoarded for hundreds of years, but it would take an incredibly brave or foolish man to try and find this vault, as there was the possibility he may open the wrong door, for it was said there was another vault, in which lays a horrific plague, and opening this vault would release the evil and devour Scotland. So if you ever visit the great castle of Urquhart, I would strongly advise you to stick with the tour guide. Until next time, Slàinte mhath.
Only a few miles north of the border sits the village of Linton. This Scottish village is incredibly old, tracing its roots back thousands of years to an old Iron Age fort. But during the 12th century, the village became besieged by fear. Local villagers began disappearing. Some said it was the work of bandits and outlaws, but most knew it was something far more sinister. A great evil lurked near the village, a gigantic and ferocious serpent, the Great Worm of Linton. In a hollow, on the north side of Linton Hill, there was an area known as the Worm's Den. It was said by the villagers that within the den dwelled a serpentine dragon. They told tales of the Great Worm roaming the land and devouring the local livestock. It would emerge from its lair and devastate the local countryside. Many brave or foolish men would set off to slay the dragon, but none would ever return. The news of this so-called dragon would reach the ears of one William Somerville, the Laird of Larison. William was a brave and daring warrior. He decided he would go and see if the tales of the serpent were true, and headed to Linton. On his way, he passed through the village of Jedburgh, where the locals would tell him dreadful tales of the Great Worm. In some, the worm would sprout wings and fly. In others, the beast would spray a toxic venom from its mouth, which would kill any man instantly. These outlandish stories would only fuel William's curiosity. He continued on his journey, and a few days later arrived in Linton. When William entered the village, he could see no one, and there was a strange, almost eerie mist that seemed to hang over the whole area. There was a grim, destitute feeling in the village of Linton. William, upon searching, found the local blacksmith. The smith explained that the people of the village had either left to live with relatives, or spent most of their time hiding in fear of the Great Worm. So there was at least some truth to these wild tales, thought William. He asked the smith about the creature and inquired as to its nature. "The Great Worm is very real," said the smith, "although some of the tales you have been told are not. It sounds very much like the people of Jedburgh have been getting carried away with themselves. There are no wings or breath of venom, only a 10 to 15 foot long serpent which could swallow a sheep whole and has killed many brave men." William thanked the smith and decided that he would go and scout out the worm for himself. The smith pointed him in the direction of the worm's den and told him the best time to see the beast was at sunset. Since the sun was already low in the sky, William wasted no time in travelling to the worm's den. He took up a position on top of the hill looking over the den and lay in wait. As the light dimmed, William heard a strange guttural sound emanating from the cave. As darkness came down fully, William heard some great mass slither out of the cave, but could see nothing. The only source of light was a torch he had lit. Fear grasped the daring adventurer. He was surrounded by grunts and slithering sounds. Then, as though born from the darkness itself, the great worm of Linton reared above the torch. It was only but a few feet from William, and as it hissed, its large boar-like mouth opened to reveal razor-sharp fangs. The monster arched its back as though preparing to strike, and William, with his many years of battle-hardened training, took this opportunity to lunge the beast and attacked furiously with his torch. As the flames touched the serpent, it recoiled in pain and gave a horrifying shriek. William took this opportunity to run with all haste to his horse and rode to Linton, never looking back. As the brave warrior returned to the village, the blacksmith could see the pale white of his face. "It would seem that your wish to see the great worm of Linton was granted," called the smith. "That it was," panted William, still in shock. He would then spend a restless night on the floor of the village barn, his mind filled with the sharp teeth and black, soulless eyes he had seen that night. On the next morning, William once again engaged the smith. "I require your aid," said William. "Does your horse need shoeing, or some such, so you can return home?" questioned the blacksmith. "Nonsense," smiled William. "I mean to kill the beast, and I require a lance fit for purpose." With much arguing and persuasion, William eventually convinced the smith he was serious, and not mad, although that may be a matter of opinion also. William gave the smith instructions to build a lance far larger than most, and around a foot from the tip there would be a circular metal cage. It would take the smith a few days to create this strange weapon, but during this time, William would take a standard lance and attach to it brimstone and peat, which he would cover in pitch. The end of the lance would be set alight, and he would ride back and forth through the village. This strange spectacle would confuse the remaining villagers, but there had been so many foolhardy warriors, they paid William's odd behaviour little attention. When asked about his unopposed fire jousting, William said that his horse must be prepared to handle the foul-smelling, acrid smoke produced by his fiery concoction, so that it could be deployed in battle. In time, both the lance and the horse were prepared. The circular cage on the lance was filled with brimstone and peat before being covered in thick black pitch. William was ready to face the dragon. He set off for the worm's den in late afternoon. He reached the cave of the beast just as the sun was falling in the sky. He lit a torch and planted it in the ground, a short distance from the cave entrance. Then he went forward to tempt the serpent. The warrior would beat his armour, shout and challenge the worm. Once again, he heard the guttural sounds and movement. Quickly he rode back to the torch, lowered the gigantic lance, and set it ablaze. The great worm of Linton slithered out of its dark cave and saw the warrior charging straight towards him. William was surrounded by the smell of acrid smoke and horse's breath. As the great worm's colossal jaws opened wide, aiming to swallow him whole, the flaming lance plunged deep inside the open maw of the beast. The serpent let out an earth-shattering scream as its death throes tore the lance from William's hand. The great worm of Linton had been dealt a mortal blow that day. No longer would it ravage the land and consume the lives of the Linton villagers. William was hailed as a hero. He had killed the beast and saved the village in their time of need. Word of William's achievement reached the king, and the brave warrior was knighted and given a position of honour. Sir William Somerville, Royal Falkner, and Baron of Linton, would remain in the town he saved, as would his descendants for many, many years to come. To this very day, in the town of Linton, there's a large carved stone at the local church which depicts Somerville's battle with the Great Worm. As with most tales of legend and myth, there are many different versions. In some, the brave warrior was named John Somerville, and the description and size of the draconic serpent seem to change with each telling. There is also a lot of conflicting information on the lance that was created. It was described as a large lance, much longer than a jousting lance. On 1 foot from its end was placed a wheel. Some have suggested that this so-called wheel allowed the lance tip to pivot up and down. Some say it acted like a Catherine wheel attached to the lance. It was said that the peat, brimstone, and pitch were attached to this wheel. So I believe it was not that complicated. It was just a method of containing the sulphur and peat. This is still represented in the family's crest, which depicts a dragon atop a wheel. James Somerville, the 11th Lord of Somerville, and supposed descendant of William, wrote in his book, The History of Somervilles, that the lands of Linton had been granted to William Somerville in 1174 by William the Lion, King of Scots. In the old records of Linton, kept by the church, the name Somerville first appears in 1136. This could correlate with the other dates mentioned. Perhaps this Somerville was John, and 38 years later, his son William would defeat the Great Worm of Linton, if such a terrible beast ever truly existed.